in that game against DRX. So I'm surprised that Optic didn't keep that in the pool.
I think they didn't because I'm actually more surprised that Optic banned Haven
ช่อง
because
ภาษา
Breeze
ไทยครับ
หลักไปเลยพี่
actually,
จัดไป
if
เล
I
ย
think
ครับ
about
น้
it,
อง
it allowed them to look good at Haven.
โดนก็โดนไปด้วยกัน
So
let's
then
go
the fact that they kept Breeze open, I think it's more of a coin toss map. They were close. If they can just kind of work out their attack sides and they get enough rounds, I think Ye will close out the defense.
Attack sides for Breeze on Optic have just been so rough. I mean, that is
So
definitely
rough.
an area that they've kind of maneuvered the map veto in that direction. So you've got to expect that they were expecting it, first of all, and have done some level of prep towards it too to make it better for this match.
Yeah, this team has shown willingness to make change on Breeze in particular. They've shown a couple different maps here and have tried out a couple different ideas. I think it is intentional that it's being left this late in the veto, and whatever they have ready for it is going to be very interesting, particularly as that final map.
I mean, this is the match we want to see over and over again. I'm excited to jump into it, but before that, we're going to take a little break, but do not go anywhere. Agent select for map 1 is coming up next.
ก็มาเลยสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับกินข้าวกันยังเชียร์ทีมไหนอ่ะคู่นี้ผมเชียร์ออปติกแต่ก็อยากให้เราเข้าชิงเลยเราโคตรมามืดอ่ะเรามันมามืดจัดเรามันมามืดมากอินโซน
เฮ้ยเยคิวเบอร์เดส 1.7 ทั้งตัว
ใช่แล้วพี่เอ้าไม่ใช่ 1.3 เหรอพี่
1.7
What the fuck
เดิร์ก 1.3
What the fuck แชมเปี้ยนเมนแชมเปี้ยนดูดีจัดขอบคุณท่านสิทธิ์นะครับ
เฮ้ยแค่ดูสองคู่จริงนะเนี่ย
ขอบคุณครับอ้าว
วันนี้ต้อง
ครับ
วันนี้ต้องสอง
ใช่ DRX ครับ
คู่สองก็น่าดูมากเลยเดียกับ
โคตรน่า ดู
มีวิธีแก้
ทำยังไงครับ
ชวนน้องแพทมาดู DRX กับพี่เอก
พี่ไป
จบเลย
ผมน่าจะรู้คำตอบอยู่ส่วนหนึ่งอยู่แล้ว
นั่นก็คือ
เสียงตึงนี้เลยนะนี่โอเต้
วันนี้ผมให้เยเลย 2-0 ครับเดี๋ยวพี่โปเต้อะไรอ่ะ
กล้าบอกเองว่ากล้าให้อ่ะ
ฮะออปติกครับโห
พี่เอ๋เมื่อกี้กล้าบอกกล้าให้เยพี่
โอ้พี่เอ๋ช่วยด้วย
นี่เราอยู่ที่สาธารณะเลยนะครับ
พี่เอ๋
ฉากขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
ผมหมายถึงออปติกครับพี่ครับผมรับจับ
ก็ต้องให้เคลียร์นิดนึง
ครับผม
เดี๋ยวคนเข้าใจผิด
แล้วพี่เอ๋ยิ้มทำไม
Welcome back to Valorant Challenge Istanbul. Let's bring out the two teams fighting for a spot in that grand finals on Sunday. Here is Loud and Optic Gaming.
จริง
เขาบอกว่าออปติกโดนถ้าบอกว่าไอ้มิสเตอร์เยนี่โดนนี่แย่เลย
แต่ลาวมันใส่คัมแบ็กก็ดีพี่
ก็ถ้าแมป3อ่ะด่านบีทไงโดนแน่
ๆมันโจมตีมาทุกรอบเลยอ่ะนี่อันนี้มันโหดมากเลยนะผมว่าเนี่ย
แค่ที
เนี่ยฟรูท
ไม่ฮะซอดว่าเกือบไม่ทันอ่ะดูคู่สองด้วยมั้งเฮ้ยเป็นบอดซาซี่มันเยอะอะซาซี่อย่ามันโหดไง
มันดังสุดแล้วไงในบ้าน
นี่ ารักจัง
โอ้เอามา3ตัวเลยเหรอเต็มโต๊ะไปหมด
FNS ทำบีล็อกปะเนี่ยตอนเปิดตัว
ผมว่าใช่ BCK
BCK
เคเหล่ามันมามืดอ่ะดิ BCK
Well, both of these teams are no strangers to an upper bracket. A final, but the stakes have never been higher. Winning here will give you a massive advantage going into that grand final, and Mimi one step closer to a big, big trophy.
Absolutely, and both these teams have been here before, against each other before. This is a rematch of the upper final in Reykjavik. Last time it was Loud to take it home, but
เคยเจอกันด้วยเหรอ
close out and win that tournament.
อ๋อว่ะ
That is what Loud
ที่เลยเยเจาวิกเหรอ
hunting so heavily to avoid, but you still need the win this time around.
เสื้อสีดำเขียวมีได้ทีมเดียว
Didn't really work in their favor because they're quite an inexperienced
เขียว
Now Loud have been to
มีเพียง
tournaments
คนเดี
like
ยว
this, and they know how to win. They know how to close out.
แต่แบบว่าเรายิง
Much
คม
more
มาก
dangerous squad.
Yeah, and both
Now,
say
Jalan
you
Song
don't
Lim แบบไม่ส
wanna be
ปอย
in that lower bracket. It is stressful, and you have to play a lot more games. So, how big of an advantage do you
ผมก็
think
คิด
it
ว่า
will
เรา
be
ช
for
นะ
one
เว้
of
ย
these teams to just win it here today?
Yeah, to
ผม
be
ก็
able to ban
คิด
out
ว่าเราช
two
นะเหมือ
of
นกัน
your opponents
แต่ไม่
in
รู้
that
ว่า2-1 ห
grand
รือ 2-0
final
ป่ะ
is huge, I think. Like especially when you might not have a solid
แต่
7
แม้
map
แบบ
pool
ว่า
just to get rid of those
ถ้า
kind
ส
of
มม
safe
ติว่ามัน
map
คัมแบ็ก
options
มาได้
and
คือออปติก
have
โดน
the
แน่
advantage in that grand final.
อัน
It's
นี้ยัง
massive.
อันนี้ยังไม่ได้ยิน
Speaking
แจ่ม
to the card in the hotel
อันนี้ใครชนะ
lobby as
เข้า
well.
ชิง
And he was looking. He looked
เฟ
pretty
ยมันแจ้ง
confident
เตือน
for
อีกเหรอ
today's game. I'm gonna give him that. He's like, we played Optic before. We want to beat him this time, and
ใช่เหรอพี่โอย
Yeah, they really want that win. On top of getting that advantage, it's also winning out in this rivalry, not just between these two teams, but between two regions. The last North American team, the last South American team left in this tournament. Who's going to be the best from the Americas?
And that's going to be a rivalry that extends into next year. You just know it's going to be. So this is just a tantalizing taste to what could be for these players as they continue to compete. And at the moment are vying for one of the best squads ever. That would be Optic heading into next year.
Yeah, let's talk about Bind, because if we take a look at the compositions they've played, Boaster, you guys have been playing both of these comps in the past as well and have found success both times. So is there a comp that you feel like you are leaning more towards when it comes to Bind?
I'd say I'm more of a fan favorite of the Optic comp now. I think, especially if you have an impactful chamber, it really kind of changes the game with the fast TPs for rotations and the trip itself for the flank control on the attack side. Because that was often our kind of struggle when we were running Loud's comp, was we were a bit too slow to kind of get back to the other side of the map and execute, and thus we were getting punished when the anti-strat started coming in.
One of the wild things as well for me watching Optic is that they can make weird comps work. It's this map, they play, I would agree with you, the best comp. And then they've played like Phoenix Double Sentinel, they've played duelist comps where Ye is just ripping everyone's heads off. Feels like FNS has a really great understanding of how to run these attack sides, and Ye is just simply killing everybody. So that is going to make things really difficult for Aspas and the rest of Loud.
Yeah, and there's a whole pack of dogs now, Mimi, on stage. So many of
เชียร์
them.
พี่แก
I
เร
think
ต
he's
ทั้ง
adding
ใจ
a new dog every time they win a game. 5 Series 1 thus far, 5 dogs on the stage. They want to make this the 6th. They want to take home that trophy of all 7 dogs in their hands.
I mean, we are in Turkey. We've spoken a lot about the cats, but I feel like there's a lot of dogs here in Istanbul as well, and I think it's really, really cute for them. All the plushies to be represented on stage. Both of you, I don't think you guys ever take anything special on your desks, do you?
No, we did take a little neon on for our first game, and we ended up losing that series against 100 Thieves. So we decided best not to take anything on, just leave it for the kind of like every other team.
Yeah.
But the debuff, the stuffed animals debuff. I feel like I should be responsible for that because I did give Minnie the neon last event.
Didn't you also give like a little stuffed
Last
animal to
two.
Tenkai, and now he's out of the tournament? Are you a curse?
Maybe I am, Mimi. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem
Yeah,
this
I'm a
whole
black
time.
eye
At least you
have.
didn't give stuffed animals to Aspas. He's been able to go out
He's
and
earned
acquire them himself. That's it. He's
Look,
earned
I'm-
them. He hasn't been given them. Maybe
Okay.
that's the
แมต
difference
ช์แรก
here.
ออปติก
I
เลือก
think
ปลาย
Aspas is
มา
going to
ค
be
รับ
such a pivotal player when
แม
you're
ตช์ที่
looking
สอง
towards this
เรา
map.
เลือก
The
แอ
way
สเซ
that
น
Loud
ครับ
end up playing, he has to
แม
dive
ตช์
in
ที่สาม
so
บีฟ
deep on a lot
อ
of
อป
these
ติกกัน
entries.
ก่อน
He's double blast packing out of hookah. He's going down short. And he ends up getting somewhat isolated, but he's a good enough player that can often go
ถ้า
one
เรา
for one.
เข้า
and
อีก
make
เชียร์
it
ที่กำลังตั้งใจ
ต้องเก็บตัวเลย
I'm
เนี่
just
ย
not sure how
เชียร์
well
ให้
that's
อยู่
going
ไม่
to
เหนื่
go
อย
for
เชียร์
Optic.
เชียร์ให้อยู่ได้ดึกๆใช่ไหม
Two flavors of stars, Aspis
ขอบ
and
คุณ
Ye
หนู
going
ด้วยครับ
up
โอ้
against
เดี๋ยว
each
พลาด
other.
แล้วนะ
We
ครับ
also
ขอบคุณ
have
ครับ
the kind of two different compositions. If Ye is locking in that chamber as he pretty much always does, it's going to be him versus Aspis. Aspis trying to find those deep dives, set his team up for success, in particular on that attacking side. And it's Ye just with his consistency. It's a very hard ask for a guy who has been one of the best dive players of the tournament.
And it's with consistency on this map is going to be the team that's going to take the win. For us, it was Althea really hitting those 300 ACS rays. There were rounds where it's not going in your favor, and you just need those sort of players to kind of go, you know what, boys, I got this. And they go in and they just get those crazy 3Ks, and you're like, oh, my life is so easy as an IGL now. Let's go on to the next round.
Aspas doesn't always have those games against everybody, but he seems to always do it against
พี่เอ๋ย
Optic. Even in the grand finals where they got
พี่เอ๋ยรู้ไหมว่าผมเข้ารอบที่แฟนทอมแล้วนะ
And I'm talking
มีน้องก็บอกแล้วว่ากล้ากดแรงค์ไป8 ชั่วโมงแฟนทอมทุกเกมเลย
outrageous kill count. He was still like 50 or something at the end of
โค
the
เป็น
ตร
ไงบ้าง
โคตร
ผล
สุ
ป
ด
ระกอบการ
ผมบอกเลยว่าโคตรสุด
Aspas is always good for it.
มันอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าเมาส์ใหม่ด้วยมั้ง
Exactly sure why, but
ใช้
just
เมาส์อะไร
something
อ่ะ
about the rivalry
NP ครับพี่
to bring out the best in this player.
01S
He
เหรอ
always has those
ใช่
moments. On the other side, though, you have someone who
แล้วมันยิงแถบแบบ
to play that
โคตรเอาอะ
has been Victor. He was a guy when he's competing at home
อุ้ย
has been one of those big
จริงๆพี่เอ๋ยจริงๆเดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยซ้อมวันไหนเดี๋ยวผมยิงให้ดูเลย
Thus far at Champions, he's
ได้ก็เดี๋ยวพี่จะไปหม่งก่อนแล้วจับจอเลย
to just being that role player.
All right, go heading into the Prime Gaming agent to select here. We've spoken about the
แปลกๆ
comps
เลย
already. We're expecting both teams to likely
สกี
think
สู้ๆอะไรล่ะ
been picking
เมื่อกี้เหมือน
before.
โบสเตอร์
Anything
ภาคเหรอ
that
พี่
you'd
เมื่อกี้
like to maybe see differently? Is there any
ใช่
other
โบสเตอร์
agents you want to see them bring in?
To be fair, I don't think so.
Map.
I think both teams kind of have their own kind of set comps. their
คอม
set
เดียวกันเลยปะ
style of playing,
ไม่ใช่
and you
ว่ะ
just kind of have to believe in it.
โอ้คอมลาวมันดูโหดจังอะ
Teams playing as well, and just kind of play that game. You know,
คอมลาวมันโห
when
ด
I
อะ
think about how we go into anti-strats. At the end of the day, I'm just like, we just have to play our game. Like, we know what they're doing, so we have that advantage at least. But as long as we're kind of getting the information, so here with the Sky and the Fade, like that comp is all about getting that information on defense, because you have the Sky on one side, the Fade on the other, and you got to get that information.
เอ็กเซตทั่วนี้ได้เจอ DI อีกไหมอ่ะน้องกล้าพี่เลย
ไม่เจอ ถ้าเอ็กเซชนะฟันพัดจะได้เจอ
You know, you're not expected for Loud to win the first map. You're
No,
looking
fun
towards map
pack
2, map 3. So if you can get a big edge here and get yourself flowing into it and get yourself into the zone as you head into maps 2 and 3, that's where you can really turn the series around. It can be a decent position to be in.
I'm really fixated on the two initiators that Loud is bringing into this matchup. When Optic plays on that attacking side, which is where they start here, they love to slow down that place, exploit gaps. You don't have a chamber, you don't have the dedicated sentinel. It's going to have to come down to giving that space and leaning into the retreat.
เย่
Well,
แช
thank
ม
you
เบอ
very
ร์
much, guys, for your
พี่นั่งตรงไหนของเว
input.
ทีครับ
Get into game with
ดู
your
บัตรเดย์ดู
casters
บัตรเดย์
for today. It's Mitchman and Tomlin.
เน่
This one off. We've seen the
Who
Asians
said
play,
boys?
We're sticking to their guns. We know that they're playing comfortable comms. This is going to be one hell of a game.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting veto. Even just
Istanbul
to start
boy.
with it's a slight switch up going for bind. I don't think that's a
Istanbul.
surprise, more just a ban
จริง
out of the side.
อยากเห็น
that gets me a
อยาก
little
เห็น
bit
อันนี้มาก
excited
กว่า
that maybe
BCJ
they've tried
เจอ
to
กับ
work out
Stack
the kinks on Breeze. I'm really hoping we get there, but this
BCJ
first map
เจอกับ Stack
definitely in the favor of the guys from North America.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way as we heard on the desk. Boaster might not agree, but most of the world will see
Istanbul
Optic
boy.
as the best bind team right now.Maybe Fnatic are a close follow-up. We're about
24 ครับ
to dive into this map, and yes,
22
Optic are the
21
favorites here.
20
They'll start on the
19
attack.
เท่ากัน
It doesn't
เท่ากันพี่
matter
เท่ากัน
like it matters
16
which side they
วัน
start
นี้
on.
ออฟเจอเอ็กซ์นะฮะยังเกมหน้า
Yeah, I think over the last couple of
โอเคเท่ากันแล้วครับ
events, the worst first half they've had is 7 rounds, so it's going to be really
วู้
difficult
วู้วู้
to
วู้
play
เสียง
on
ดัง
the
ฟังชัดครับ
And even their attacking side, you have players like Ye who are gonna
DRX
basically try and deny any aggression
Yang,
from
yang.
Loud, which
Kami
is
kusang.
mostly going to be their plan on this defensive side.
Right away, Optic are looking for a bit of control inside of Bath. They've already put in a flash, seen nothing there. Loud
เห็นเหรอ
definitely stacking up on this A site, looking to push through on the back of the
Ay,
flash, the
kumabang
nade to
tayo.
push them out of position, but they get
Phone
nothing
đủ leh,
for their
tập
troubles. They'll reset completely, not wanting to overextend. And the rotations have come through. I mean, the danger here is that Les is all alone on B.
And it almost looks like they're playing for delay and playing for the retake, just hoping that this push comes in through towards that A site. orb going to be collected early, but they're already finding out so much information. I wonder if they'll have to switch things up. And actually, Ricardo, he's going to get the opener.
เอาไป
I
1
mean,
แล้ว
just too many bodies here. And look at the
Oh,
swing.
oh, look, they
It's
got
not
goal.
expected. Optic running into a heavier site than they were ready for.
นี่ไง
And Marv is going to have to do something. The spike is in the open in front of him, trying to retreat.
Hey.
His teammates rush into the site and actually carve out a
Yeah.
decent bit of map
Hey.
control. Straight
Hey.
again from Crashies. And that man who was alone on B is now alone on the server.
แคชชี่แม่งของจริงว่ะพี่
Strong
ภาพ
with the
มา
openers
เฉย
they
เลย
got.
มันลั่น
เจอ
จัด
รูดหาย
For
รูดหาย
Optic, leave this down to less.
แคช
A
ชี่มัน
long
ลั่นว่ะ
rotation all the way back, of course, the trap offline, so he can at least bypass that piece of utility, no problems. The thing is, though, the setup is so passive, and you can see just Crashy starting to get a little bit intrigued as to whether or not he's going to come from that CT spot. For now, though, he's going to see absolutely no one.
Got his orb back as he moves towards the site. Low HP on Crashies, but that might not help. Still with a flash to play with. Marv just coming to swing on through, and Crashies is a little awkward at first, but he closes it out with his triple.
Wow.
Optic have taken the pistol.
A fantastic resurgence from them. Like, just seeing
Optic
the
don't do it.
re-aggression of players like Marv being able to get them back into the round, but Crashy's mainly 3 kills from
ยังไม่
him,
ต้องดูดบ้าง
even low on HP for a couple of them, and honestly, that's a pistol that probably should have gone the way of Loud. It was a push into
ยังไม่
the
ต้องดูด
stack
บ้าง
with 2 openers going the way of the Brazilian side, and, well, this
เพื่อน
man
เหลือ
ends up
20
turning it back.
พวกเอาตุด
You have that poison orb there right from the start for Les as well, so even when there's 4 players on the A site, there's effectively 5
What
in
am I
the
gonna do?
utility
Yeah,
web
แน่นอน
available to you. What a fantastic result for Optic
Yeah,
taking the
yeah.
pistol. Now we see if Cloud have any special plans for this round. Of course, they're coming in with pistols. Aspa's interest
How
has
about
got
being
the
in here,
Stinger,
but
and that's
KSQ
not a
ไม่ค่อย
buy that I
กลัว
think
ลาวห
I've
น้าไม่
ever
พอ
seen
ใช้อะ
for this kind of round.
No, the Stinger, no shields. I don't know how he's going to make this one work. Of course, on the other side of things, they have themselves full shields on every player, so it's not even like he can sort of get away with, okay, the 2-shot kill like you would on the other side. So I don't know if that was a misfire or if just a specific plan that he has in mind to try and do some
ฮะ
damage.
ปล่อยเขาอยู่ไม่เหรอ
It's
เขาเล่นไป
definitely
ไหน
a
อะ
curious one.
What
Look
the
at
fuck?
pressure they're putting on B
What
main now.
What
It's
the fuck,
Optic
New
really
Meta?
coming in. Luka, they
คือ
flash
อะไร
it, put the boom box
คืออะไรช็อตนี้
flash reveal
ไม่
เดี๋
คิ
ย
ด
วก่อ
ว่าน แต่เขาจะ
ไม่
เล็ง
แต่
ยู
เพื่อน
ไม่เหรอ
Like
เพื่อน
it's
มันได้
clear
แล้วไม่ใช่เหรอ
that
ยูโ
a little bit of
Who got
extra
it?
utility to it. The problem
Oh,
is,
got
from
it,
Loud's
but-
perspective,
yeah.
they have already read that this is a fake. Whether
ขอ
Optic
เช็คในวาร์ป
commit
เพราะว่า
to
ตอนแรก
A
วาร์ป
now
มัน
or
เปิ
not.
ดไง
Crashes.
อ๋อ
That's the
แต่
thing.
เสียง
I
มันต่าง
feel
ไม่
like
เหรอพี่
he's getting far
Yung
enough that they
babab
may just
เหมือนกับ
เฮ้
ว่าย ตอนแรกอะที่วาร์ปเปิดแล้วม่านเปิดอะมันไม่เห็นว่าคนเข้าวาร์ปด้วยหรอกเพราะวาร์ปเปิดบางคนเขาเล่นในวาร์ปไง
เย็บเท่ก็ต้องเคลียร์เฉย
good fake out from Optic
Dude,
because
what a-
running back in towards those latter
yeah,
stages
man.
still had its risks about it. But the fact that they managed to just sell a little bit of a
กลัว
fake,
มาจาก
all the
กู
players
ก้า
are
แล้ว
going to stick
เข้าวาร์ป
around.
มานะ
The only
ใช่
danger is
ตอน
that
ที่เริ่ม
ทาง
เกม
วาร์ป
he could lose his gun.
Yeah, they know this. That's why they made the push
ใช่
they
ละ
did so quickly reacting
ฮ้ย
around middle. He's only
Map
got
อะ
20 HP. A
มา
right
เหรอ
enough
พี่
to take
โอ้
him down.
โห
The Stinger is
Ed,
the one to
Ed,
find the
yeah.
frag, but Marv has made up for it.
เผื่อหลับ
They'll
เลยไง
go looking for this Bulldog. This is a valuable
Oh,
weapon.
dear.
You don't want Aspas to have it. With it removed,
บอกเลยว่า
this
โคตรดี
round, I
ช็อต
think
นี้
altogether can be looked at as a success.
Oh, massive one. Especially the ult you want to be charging up is going to be that orbital strike. So Marv is now only one away. There's so many aspects of this map where that can be just incredibly valuable for them. So that's a worry. I wouldn't be surprised to see Optic challenge the orb early in this round.
That's actually so sad. 42% of Loud's international matches against Optic, and you know it's Optic that beat them every single time.
แต่
That's
ลาวมันแพ้
why
ทาง
they
Optic
haven't
นี่
had
หว่า
a chance to play even more international games because Optic
แต่รอบนี้
keep
มา
on
แก้แค้น
knocking
เนี่ย
them out.
โอ
They
เคไหม
won it way back, and ever since then it's just been a dominant North American result time and time again. Round number
มาอย่างไว
3, Optic have got one rifle bought up on Marv. Everyone else has kept their weapons from the previous.
He's already got the orb.
That's the thing.
And this gives them so many opportunities in terms of executes. Now, you can already witness the fact that Loud have started to move players out of lamps. Just basically making that's one of the most obvious spots for them to try and clear. The other is normally the back of the B site, which seems to be the more direct call at the moment because you can sort of section everything else off with utility clans in the close cubby corners. But that back site is always a difficult place to fight from. If they can clear that for free, it becomes incredibly easy for Optic to take this site.
I think Sassy might have tried to bait out the ult as well by putting that Prowler from so far back. You're not really going to get much information from that unless they decide to shoot it.
ไม่มีที่
But
ยืน
maybe
เลย
they think you're in there and then come after you. Surviving on the back side. Decent holdout from Les. All his shields stripped and his health very low at this point. And he's got no support. With his teammates smoked out, he's just going to concede the site. This is the right call.
เอ้าเดี๋ยวโดนไป
managed
ละ
to hold on to Hookah though. Zadak has almost managed to do that alone, aggressively pushing towards Marv just to make sure that he can't really use that ultimate or even try and bait him into using it. It also gives them a much freer rotation, although that flash
ก็ขาวไปหมดอะ
Not exactly, no. A
ขาวหม
little
ด
bump in the road.
ขาวหมด
Plan secure.
อ้าวโดน
Optic
เอลโบ
able
อะ
to play post plant. Orbital
อุ้ย
strike
เล็บ
moving, but while the numbers are thinning out, there's the orbital strike used. They're not quite able to damage the players on the way back out, resetting into duels. It's Pancada, Aspas, Sassy. They've got the numbers to take this, but in dangerous positions. The dropout handled by Aspas. A double for him, the nade
ไอ้
catching
เหี้ย
the
แม่งรีเทค
first.
โคตรดีเลย
And
อะ
a rifle for the second. They will
เล
end
ส
up
อย่างแม่นช็อต
in a
นี้
very
ให้
good
เลสเลย
position, especially with post-plant orbital strike.
Yeah.
This round was looking a lot more scary than it ended up being.
But that's the thing. I feel like you could look at the scoreboard right now and you might be thinking, okay, Zadak not having the greatest of games, but in all honesty, the space he managed to take basically won them that round. Like, he pushes onto the brim to make sure that he can't have that position he wants for the orbital strike to try and clear the site or for after plant. He then holds onto it as well, forcing them to go all the way back around and fight through one avenue. And even on the way back through, even though he goes down,
อ๋อต
he
กใจ
makes
นึก
sure
ว่า
that
ไอ้
his
ตัวให้มัน
teammates
ตาย
are
แบบ
still
ดีเลย
safe within that angle, not being pressured from anywhere else. So great work from him, of course. There is still going to be a purchase, and you can see Marv may only have a pistol, but that's because Ye's got an operator.
That's the thing, right? And obviously he bought up the rifle previous round. They tried to bolster their buy that little bit extra. You'll take those, and you'll certainly take those. Operator for Ye dropping Pancada off the rip, and Marcus got a weapon should he wish to take it.
เอาละ
I think the focus is a little bit more on taking the site.
แล้วบีคนเดียว
Got those seekers available, and well, if they pop them, they'll find only Sassy here.
That's the
ตัว
thing.
มันโหด
It
ไป
would
วะ
be so much valuable
จำเบื่อ
information. I think they're looking to try and get that little bit
มัน
closer
โดนเนิร์ฟแล้วไม่เหรอวะ
on towards long, and the adaptation from Loud is just to have deeper control. The problem is there goes that info. Just one going in that direction, clearing out the back of the site for free, and actually Sassy, he's going to get one through the edge of the smoke. This lurk play could be huge from FNS, but he goes down as well.
A perfect haunt through, a good kill, and now Loud. Oh, they've got themselves another potential retake. Same position. They found value with the ball.
โอ้
What the fuck เย่
ของจริงจัด
Robot does damage, but not enough to kill. Less is
Oh.
alone. Even with a beautiful
ไอ้
dropout.
เหี้ยมันแบบสู้
He
ตาย
has
จัด
found value in
ให้
a
มาขา
position
แข่ง
that
แบบตั้งป้อม
he was
เลย
dead
อ่ะ
to rights.
มันควร
ค
จะ
น
ได้
ที่
แค่
สอง
หนึ่ง
มันยัง
เดี๋ยว
สับ
เมื่อ
ปื
กี้
นมายิงทันนะ
That's the thing. I don't know how this man gets so much value with that headhunter. Like him and Artist just seem to have this
เย่มันตื่น
ability
ตั้งแต่แม
to
ปแร
just
กเลยเนี่ย
destroy players even after that operator doesn't become any more valuable. And he basically just waits for that boom bot to connect onto him, and Sadak goes down as well. Again, we see the value of this superstar chamber, and unfortunately on the other side of things, Loud, okay, they've got a couple of ults to play with. Maybe they can try and do something with the Viper's Pit, but the buy sucks.
I never, ever thought that was going to go his way. He was at 15 HP, and there must have been, he was like Neo in the Matrix. Bullets whizzing past him, but calm, cool, collected. Really push up inside of showers. Now, they're going to try to take the space, but Aspas has declined because he pushed around the smoke. I think he wanted to exec out of it. They could have put, I mean, they don't have flashes over here, right? Maybe a sky flash through the TP, something like that, but they have completely canceled any sort of aggressive plays. And again, we see this Prowler going out on mid from very far back. It almost makes me think they're clearing that the player hasn't crept up close. So that just shows you how much control Loud have given up for that early fight that got them nothing.
It's something that Finesse loves to do is just those slow lurks through mid. And with the aggression on the other side, just trying to get a little bit of information off the back of those initiators. That's gone very poorly for Les. They know exactly where he is, and sure, he's going to do a little bit of damage as they make their way through, but this is looking calm and collected so far for Optic. There's nobody even within the
แต่
site
อันนี้
anymore.
I do like
สาย
the
บน
idea as well for
ได้
Ye
ยิง
using
ก็
his
สายล่าง
ultimate in this round. Nobody can pick up a weapon if they kill him, so you can see him playing a much more heavy
I
lurk
think
role.
they also
Oh!
they didn't
ไอ้
manage
เหี้ย
to
เย่
save
มึง
it
เพิ่ง
out.
วิ่งกลับมาแล้วเจอพอ
Just
ดี
almost the freebie.
Yeah, but of course he could go for a rifle, something
เดิน
like
กลับ
that,
มา
to save
นะ
that ult for
อ้าวเมื่อ
a
ดึก
more
ครับ
important round where your opponents have
ตี
better weapons. But I like the call, really minimizing how much they can pick up, and now he can recover the weapon from his teammate Finesse, probably not wanting to carry the stinger he had
Optic.
picked up through.
มาเพื่อแจม
And 4-1, this is looking as dominant as I think we expected. This map is a specialty for Optic, and with the pistol under their belt, you have to expect this early lead to go their way.
เหี้ยมาเพื่อแจ
They've
มจริง
beaten easily some of the best teams in the
ว่ารู้
world
แซ่
at
บ
this
ไหล
map. PaperX, FPX. We saw them beat Liquid early and Boom early in the tournament as well. Xset, like, they have proven themselves as Top 2. I'll say that just for boast.
There you go.
He is in the room.
Oh,
we got Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Tom Holland in the audience.
ต้อง
of
มอน
course.
แลน
Very big Valorant fans.
As we know. So, all these ultimates online for Loud, one away on Sassy, everyone else has theirs.
ใจเย็น
Now,
ลามก็คัมแบ็ก
when you look at Optic, I'm really curious to see how they deal with this pit. They've got a ton of utility that could grab them the information, but it looks like they don't want to challenge inside of it. No surprise there. Instead, they're going through the only other angle on this site, a choke point that is now being held
Sadak
constantly.
Needs to do well here. He
does.
has to. Now, the Tiger's going to give him the information. If they break this and just look to try and pressure him, it could become quite awkward. But instead, they do have the orb to try and slow him down, making sure any of these close angles. And look at the rotation, because they've taken deep hookah control straight away. They're looking to stack this A site up with 4 players. The problem is, Optic, after showing so much info on that side of the map, are now making a move all the way around.
And a good job, too. You just saw the C's nade land. It would have been at their feet.
รู้เลย
Had it
ปลา
have
ไป
come
ไม่
in
อยู่
10,
คือรู้
15 seconds
คือโย
earlier.
กแล้ว
Got the read.
Shifting
Right.
it over. They're adapting to the
บอก
information
เอ
that
เล่น
they've read, and now Loud are doing exactly the
ไม่ฝืน
same. At the
แล้ว
pace of this round for
มา
both
ด้วยพร้อม
teams,
กัน
they're trying to figure out where the other one is at. But with Loud having this control, it's Pancada. He has his ultimate to play with. If he keeps hookah, this site will be very difficult for Optic to get into, and he's already shut down Marv. That's the control. There's and even a showstopper through. I mean, this looks like a death sentence for Optic. 15 seconds, 3 players on the site, and absolutely no way in.
Might just be worth holding on to the guns.
Oi.
And, well, Les isn't going to allow that for
เฮี
Fnatic
ย
at least.
ลาวมาแล้ว
On the other side of things, Loud want to try and keep this as a boost to their economy. So probably not going to hunt down too much, knowing that there's a high likelihood that no matter what happens, Optic are going to be able to buy. But I am liking the sort of re-aggression and rotations we're starting to see from Loud. It hasn't worked in every single round because I feel like it is almost that battle of the brains. The IGLs sort of try and pick their route back through, but this time they get it correct. And I actually want to see Optic challenge a little bit
Phantom
more
ทั้งนั้นพี่
for that hookah control. Because I think that's where the crux of the matter is you've had now in one round Sadak deep within that control, being able to help them as they try and push into the site. And then in this
แน่
round,
นอน
the
ว่า
exact
แฟนทอม
same
มันขอ
thing
ง
from
จริง
Pancada again.
Or you'll see from some teams like playing inside of hookah, and then when they fall out, it's difficulty to get that player out of position. But you've had the retake wall in that previous round as
Optic
well
มันแล้วแต่
on
แมป
B
นะ
site from Vipers. So you're playing inside of hookah, you get your
Hey,
fight,
Victor
you fall back, and now the wall's up. So even the guys on long
บางจังหวะก็
can't
ใช้
cover
เป็
you
น
crossing over. They've got to push through a Viper wall, and it just adds so much more pressure to Optic. That stopping power of a man and a Viper wall worked perfectly in well, a showstopper as well. I can't really downplay that one, but
ไปมัน
Man
แรง
of
มาก
a 42, Loud, decently bought. Optic, though, they've drained the entire ult economy out of
ไฟ
Loud
มัน
in
แรง
that
ขนาดนั้น
previous
เหรอ
round. They only have the orbital strike to work with
แรงดิ
now,
พี่
and with a showstopper of their own to try an entry, hookah seems like a great place to have some control of. Again, it is only the one man that's leaning towards there, though, being Marv. Didn't do too well.
เฮ้ย
what?
บ้า
Okay,
Hack.
Pancada. Just a
Hack
little
up.
bit of spam, predicting that they'd taken log control. And
Hack
I
up.
don't think you're going to get many kills like that throughout the match. They've also found out that Ye is on this side as well. And there is no commitment to the rest of the map for Optic, so I feel like they're almost stuck in a spot where either they take a huge risk and try and run back towards the A site, or they continue to commit, and they're going to try and go back and clear everything along the way.
Trailblazer
เฮ้ย
just
แล้ว
came
กลับ
through,
มา
though.
เฉย
I didn't actually spot many players. If
Yeah.
anything, I think it saw them and heard them running away. They're going to try to retake
Oi.
that control, and they've got
But
one,
I-
but they have to account for the player up close. That
Oh.
Trailblazer is cleared out by somebody. Sad
Yeah.
is still around
But
the
จังหวะ
area. He's making his way through.
จังหวะ
With 10 seconds left, if they can get an angle to stop it, it could be
Oh,
everything.
man.
And now they own hookah. A foothold
There's a
to get
more
back
elbow
in,
one.
and holding
Ah.
on to
Yeah.
control of elbow.
ยากละ
เรียบ
This is difficult now. Optic are split completely. FNS.
เรียบ
I mean, he's
โอ้ย
alone.
ไม่มีที่ยืน
Victor's just been wall banged to death. A snake bite making it so much easier, and Finesse has to
ได้
do it
ช่วง
all
หนึ่ง
time. Not
แต่ช่วงนี้
really
หล
on
ง
his
ไหล
side
แฟน
with
ทอมจ
three
ริงว่ะ
players to take
เฮ้ย
down. Pancada has just had another fantastic
ลาว
round.
มันแบบของ
This guy's
จริง
been
เหรอ
on
พี่
fire so far.
Yeah, he's having a great tournament in general. Like, we've seen that throughout, where I think he's been
Yeah, man,
like,
they're not
trading
gonna
places
do
for
mang
top
เลยอะ
one, top two controllers. I think a few rougher games as well in there
มัน
for
คอนโทรล
Marv,
ได้ดี
but
อะ
definitely towards the latter stages of the tournament, he's been great. But again, like, it seemed like it was just going swimmingly, but just this reset coming out from Optic, falling all the way back and then going back into the site. The execution was great, but Pancada just able to hold on
Pancada
to some of the most critical angles
แต่เป็นกา
as
ด้า
they
นี่
look
คือ
for
เป็น
that
สโมก
retake through
คอนโทรลเลอ
hookah,
ร์ที่โคตร
and it just works out wonderfully for them.
โคตรเก่งอ่ะ
I mean, it really is getting to the point though where Optic have got to be realizing that hook control, they've found so
พี่หนึ่ง
hard
F8
to
พี่โอ
gain
เต้อะ
control of it, and even in the previous to hold
I am
control.
something.
That part of the
I am
map seems to
something.
be loud.
ชงเข้ามาให้เน้
Well, the
น
response from Optic isn't a heavier presence there, more aggression early round. Instead, they look again towards this A site.
ที
where
นี้
Viper
มาซิล
utility
อิตัน
has
บูอิตันบู
constantly been a problem, but this time Viper's on B, so maybe a slightly easier way back through.
Yeah, already though. Molotov gonna delay. It's
Good.
gonna have to be the rotation back through mid because they currently don't
เอา
have
ละ
control
เอาละ
over the showers.
เอาละยูฮอเป็น
Mainly
ของฉัน
because there's still smokes denying them that space. The defense almost just waiting around the outside, but they are going to be able to make their way through. The problem is there could be an
ใช่เหรอ
easy spam
เอา
to
เพย์เหรอ
try and deny anything.
เฮ้ย
เนี่ยเอาเพย์จริง
Actually, they're going to do it
เฮ้ย
instead with a blast pack.
เอาดี
เฮ้ย
Wow, a double for Optic though.
Oh.
That is completely. And with this
ยังไม่ออกมาอีก
position, even
นั่นดิ
able to creep his way into heaven.
แล้ว
if
แฟ
he
ดไป
wants.
ให้
ออกหม
There
ด
is a
ออกครบเลย
constant
เนี่ย
doubt in the
หัว
back
แตก
of Loud's mind. They need to find a safe spot to
แข็ง
fight from.
แข็ง
And
จัด
I simply put there were none. They need a duel right here and now. Time is ticking away with weaker weapons on the side of Optic, but a pit to play inside of.
แฮ่
Despite down inside of it, there's not a whole lot that you can see going their way.
Oh.
Controls already too much for Optic, and they close this one out beautifully, only leaving less. 1 versus 3.
ดูเมาช้าจังอะ
Players remaining on
นี่กับ
Optic
ปื
have
นเป็นปืน
upgraded
เล
their
เซอร์เลย
backup
มัน
to
ล่าแบบหัว
rifles.
กล้าไปเลย
They've got time, they've got utility, still the
ตรง
pit
แล้ว
up.
ดิครับ
It's done. Les is out of here, and a 5th has been found for Optic.
I'll be honest, I think Optic were almost expecting that this would be a round where,
If it
okay,
is
let's
for
see how
me,
far
ของ
we
จริง
can
ว่ะ
get. Maybe we use the Viper's Pit.
ตัวนี้ของจริง
Don't want to
อยู่แล้ว
commit
So
too
good
much this round. I don't even think they full bought. They still had enough to
King.
buy into the next one.
คิงยังไงก็คือคิง
Just the fact that they got so much space into middle for free. And that's the more surprising thing.
King อะไรครับ
Just making that move fairly early, almost disrespecting a lot of the utility on the other side after they initially again
King
tried to
กระถวยไป
challenge
เนี่ย
in towards the showers. And then I was also surprised that the pit wasn't one that actually allowed them to cross. But because there was no one watching that cross, they were able to just get that plant for free.
Yep, of course, you have the pit, you have the wall up to get you into that position in the first place. From the perspective of Loud, you're up against a completely weak buy. You know there's going to be some serious weaknesses in there. It makes sense to concede a small bit of control, but once that pit goes down and gives you the ability to play into their spawn, they have to freeze. The guy in spawn is no longer coming to help his teammates. He's staring at a pit, waiting for someone to emerge from it with a weaker weapon. Such a thorn in the side of Loud really being able
ได้
to
ที่สั่งกันหมดเลย
structure
เหรอ
any
เมาส์
form
แพด
of retake. They'll call a timeout here.
เนี่ย
As it
ได้
comes
เมาส์
to an
สั่ง
end,
หมด
we're
เลย
gonna
เมาส์
need
แพ
to
ด
see some big step-ups across the board. I mean, they've been doing a great job of holding on to Hookah, but anywhere else Optic seem to go,
Yeah.
they're free. Have free reign.
Yeah, they've been really pushing on the extremities. I think we have seen a round or two where Loud have sort of challenged in towards the showers, but other than that, yeah, I would love to see them try and take Long B away. The problem is most of the time you're going to have to face an entry duel versus Ye. And that's something we've seen many. I remember Demasic try to do that a couple of times in their game, and eventually his head gets blown off, so probably not worth the risk. Ult-wise, it's actually fairly bare, but Marv, we haven't seen him use it too proactively. Maybe expecting to try and use it in afterplant scenarios, but in all honesty, once they have got into the afterplant, it looked pretty deadly.
ว้าว
Again, this Molly going
Good
over.
man.
We've seen different lineups coming through. One from
Line
short,
up
this
ว่ะ
one right at the start of the round, catching
ได้
anyone
ทำทำไมก่อน
towards elbow.
อ๋อไล่อ๋อ
A flash coming
เฮ้ย
through,
มาช้า
adds
ไป
him
นิด
up,
นึงว่ะ
gets an
ผมว่าดีเลย
order online. Crashies
Ủa,
now
dư
has
như
his
thế nào?
ult, and the Seekers, well, they seem to be soon on
เฮ้
the
ยขอบคุณ
way.
พี่
Marv
สโลบัต
has
ครับ
lost this
ขอบ
duel
คุณ
almost
100 ดาวด้วยนะครับ
every
ขอบคุณ
time,
ครับ
and now he's being
โอ้โห
spotted,
เรียบร้อย
tagged up and taken
คัด
down.
เลย
คัดเลย
ดูแลทำไมถึงยืน
Fantastic goal from Hookah, but
รู้
how
แล้ว
goes the sight? Because Crashies is already on there, spike in hand.
แต่ผมรู้สึกว่า
towards
เรา
the
อ่ะ
elbow. The smoke not fully blocking them out.
ชอบรีเทคตรง
An
หูกล้ามาก
opportunity
เลย
here, especially with the nade online.
Just gonna have to try and play this
Yeah.
one safe.
แบบว่า
Yes, in a
ยึด
decent
ไว้ยึด
position.
กล้า
ใช่
ไว้
He's
ก็
not
คือ
gonna
ไม่ยอม
find
เสีย
anything again.
ต้องยืนสัก
Hookah
ห่าง
control just
Oh.
being the bane of their existence, and look how passively Les is holding. He's just playing this one nice and patient. This duel is gonna
Oh.
be everything, and he's gonna win it. And
Oh.
leaves Crashies
คุณสโลบัต
alone.
ด้วยนะครับ
The man you'd want in these sort of scenarios, but can he pull off the 1v3?
He's been the clutch player in the past, but his HP already at half. 3 players, and it's the first to take him down. Less on the Viper, grabbing a 4th round here for Loud.
แต่
And
หลังไม่เทค
again,
หูกล้า
that
ได้โคตรดีเลย
Hookah
ว่ะ
control, it's always been something in this game that Loud have based the round off of. And we've seen that Trailblazer come through the
FG
TP
ด้วยครับ
a
ขอบคุณ
number
ครับผ
of
ม
times. so far, though, I don't think it had any impact bar that round. It was like information that at times Optic even used against Loud in trying to sell false information. This time, though, it directly contributed to the kill.
I am surprised because I guess it's because they've so easily been able to get into the B site without too many problems. But in every single retake, they have struggled with the fact that they haven't been able to hold on to that control. So I do wonder if eventually Finesse is just going to say enough is enough and they're just going to try and blitz their way through. And there are a few players setting up in that direction early in this round.
Again, wall up or above. Whether you send someone with it or not, it doesn't really matter. It's about taking the info. Again, we lose a player over towards Zuka. They try to double up and take it together. Aspis is holding strong. They know for sure that Marv is here. It's going to have to get those Crocs into sport mode again if they're going back towards the A site. Finesse has got a lot of space for them. But now a kill on B, and it kind of goes up in the air. They have a ton of options on where they take it. And in fact, they might almost just slow it down. See if Finesse can find anything from this spot.
They have to be aware of the potential of doing this. Like, they were trying to deny this in earlier rounds. And suddenly it just straight away, like, okay, let's just use C because we'll find out where these players are going to be and they rotating through. Let's go back around just to make sure that they can't wrap through lamps and just holding to make sure they have this crossfire. The only real danger is going to be on the other side.
Seeger dove on Finesse.
Caused
a bit of a headache. Look at the push coming up from behind. Fantastic stuff from Ye. A great lurk, space taken, and he's gone. He's down. The cover no longer there. They'll TP, rotate, but Aspis That is a round that Loud are thrilled to have under their belt. Optic even calling a timeout off the back of it.
Yeah, as said, like in the games that we've seen from them in the last couple of events, they've been able to take 7 rounds as a minimum in the first half. It didn't matter whether they started on defense or attack. They've always looked incredible on this map, but Loud, they're rolling with the punches at the moment. And the thing is, they are adapting well. They are using that control they're able to get to take deeper positions. They're also using their ultimates incredibly well just to make sure they have that information. That's another round again where I'm looking at Sadak. Again, still at the bottom of the board, but he's able to find a crucial piece of information at the crucial time to make sure that they're not just going to be caught out by that lurk through from Finesse.
We're seeing that same energy from Loud that we saw when they had their huddle over on the stage, erupting as they take that round, and that really puts the wind in your sails. I mean, it's one thing to win an important round and so on, but for one player like Aspis, you get in the right position, that puts the morale up to new levels. Now, Optic are pretty good no matter which side they're on. I don't expect an easy second half by any stretch of the imagination, but Loud have put up one hell of a fight so far.
But the other thing as well, to go back to sort of talk about Aspis, I think this player in terms of like ACS, like you look to basically at the whole Loud team, there's like 20-30 difference between the entirety of the team. He is the X factor. When we've seen them have these super incredible runs at tournaments, normally he is right at the top of the helm. So if he can have a good matchup here, as it was mentioned on the desk, he normally does, that could be the difference between them making it through to the final or having to fight through that lower bracket.
Well, a fantastic face to Loud so far. Tied up at 5-5, the advantage still to be played for at halftime.
You want to play? Let's
Loud
play.
stacked up on B long. This is control. You said you wanted to see them. So far, as we said, they've held hookah flawlessly every round. After an Optic timeout, they shift their play completely.
That's how you know they're taking things seriously. They sent LGL to clear it out, and this time there's absolutely no one there. It's a complete role reversal. Maybe that's what Loud were actually expecting. Like, okay, we've had this control, they've had that control. Let's try and switch it up. The only problem is it allows this tour de force to just run riot. If anybody peeks anywhere near this angle, they're in danger, and he's actually waiting to hold the rotation.
I think if you consider hookah's being the danger place, you've got an orbital strike coming in here, and you've got a timeout just called. Like, they're going to have an idea of how to take that back. Great adaptation from Loud, but now we've got to see how they handle not having this control. And for a second, I thought Sadak was about to jump up in there to check it, which I would have lost my mind. But 2 characters there. Oh, that could have been awkward. Victor's being destroyed. The showstopper online. It's
Oh my god!
He even got one there. I thought they're looking at him, but Finesse coming ahead. This is the round we needed to see from this guy. He's had a tough half so far, but we've equalized it up 3v3 spike planted, post plans to be playing
Oh,
with the A
screwed.
pressures
Those
on
guys.
both sides. Another
Oh,
flash coming
Marv.
in, and Marv can't see a damn thing.
เอ้า
Oh,
คิงเอาให้
ดีเลย
คิงเอาให้หมด
kills
Go ahead,
around.
Leo.
He's
โอ้
absolutely nuclear.
โอ้
Came into this half.
คิงเอาให้
เอเมเดนบอกโทษทีน้อง
Now he's
ๆที่
pulling
เผื่อเอา
out
จริง
that.
โอ้โห
Wow.
Like, that's another.
Oh
We've
my
seen a couple
God.
of those already throughout this map.
เผื่อ
where
เอาจริงจัด
It's a 3v5 for Optic to try and
Oh.
turn around. Gets the double spray down. The flashes and
Oh.
utility that were coming out. We
Oh,
saw
son,
Ye
oh, son.
stuck in a seize, flashed up, and then Finesse just saved his life with a crazy peek, and then even catches the player behind him as well.
One kill.
He did.
แล้วจะเสียน้ำตาในวันที่ FNS เอา
Coming
อะไร
into
นะ
round 11.
That was Daddy's round. That's all we got to say.
He times
เยี่ยมจริงไปหน่อยวะน้อง
5 kills. Wow.
He's well, Les is just.
อ้าวโดนกัดด้วย
Nice pit. Oh, he's wow. Gonna make it out of there. He's getting healed up as well, and they're gonna use the Viper's pit as cover. Crashy's hoping maybe he can find something off the back of it, and actually that
แล้วเขาไป
flash
นู่นมา
sort
แล้ว
of
ไง
faked out a rotation. You can see Sassy now moving all
Up
the
there,
way
mate.
back, and the timing could be wonderful for Optic.
Yeah, it's because they had to fall back to get that heal, right? You don't want to stand inside the pit.
Yeah,
Straight
I'll
away,
actually
take
look
down
up
while you're
your
healing your
tab.
guys. So they go back to elbow. They have to use a Trailblazer to confirm nobody was pushing up on it, about to take the control, and that then leaves them in this spot where A is almost like a retake, but still
เอาแต่
holding
เขาตั้ง
on
โด
to
นเย
that
อะเยอะ
crucial position of Showers. The rotation this time a little more cautious, making sure there's no one around them, but that might even play out as the fake, or a disengage from an impending Doom duel. Instead, they reset, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, they need to make a decision on where to go,
Oi.
but they haven't really found a foothold anywhere.
Flash through. Crashies knowing that they still have control in this direction, and Optic, they've tried to play with the rotations, but ultimately they failed. This fight could be
Oh.
everything, and Sassy
ใครเห็น
just
ก็ว่า
about
มาร์คได้เมื่อกี้
able to deny it.
Oh.
Also,
โอ้
Pancada
มันยิง
getting a couple of
ยิง
kills,
ทะลุไปโด
doing
นอะ
so well off the back of his ultimate. It leaves it all on to Crashies. 20
Yeah,
seconds
ball.
left.
อยากไฮไลท์ที่มี
Chances
เพลง
look
หมอล
impossible. The fact is he's got a rotation coming in from behind. He's going to
ได้
get the TP
ตัวเอ
timing almost
ง
perfect though. That
Hey, that's
should at
hard.
least allow him a plant and maybe even the
กู
sequence
ได้
as well.
ลุ้นอยู่ในยวามโอแต่เลือด
It's
เลือด
going to
น้
be
อย
quick. They got anywhere near this
Yeah,
site. If a player had rotated 2 seconds earlier, it could be done. But
Mate,
it
man.
will be anyways.
That's right.
Loud tying it up at the halftime. This is a map that Optic are hailed as the kings of the world on, but Loud are challenging for that crown in the first half.
Well, they are incredible on that defensive side as well, so I don't think it's going to get any easier for the Brazilians, but let's see what the Des thought of that first half.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. It wasn't looking the best for Loud in the beginning, but maybe what a recovery towards the end there.
Yeah, Loud really came back. I think their game plan was being shut down in the first part of that game, but the recovery to make things even. And a big part of that was Auspice and his kind of step up on the Raze thus far in this map. This guy had a priority to hold space in hookah. He did a very good job at it. But just on the other side, the guy we've been building up so much throughout this tournament, Ye was looking fantastic, as he practically always does, providing a lot of value on that attacking side, be it with the up or with the rifle.
Yeah, and but in the beginning though, Boso wasn't looking great for Loud.
No, especially this round. Even though they won it, I felt they gave Optic way too much
Any
control
bottle,
of Showers
yeah.
at the start, and then they had this idea of hooker crunching, but it all relies on this
Yeah,
left
bottle,
guy
yeah.
staying alive and being able to kind of contain the elbow push.
Bottle.
Fortunately, he gets the 2-0 this round. However, in the next round and the round after that,
Yeah,
they
Phantom
gave way
Minion,
too much
yeah.
space. Viper ultis were going out. Raze ultis had so much space, and it was kind of really looking squeaky bum time for Loud there. But they managed to pull it through with their strong side, weak side. Strong side's getting that information with the Sky or the Fade and getting those rotations in.
It was just interesting in general, though, because they came with such a different plan from what you would expect. And it was Aspas a lot diving through that teleporter to get the retakes going in such an aggressive manner. And to me, I'm looking at
That's
Aspas
double,
on
yeah.
the other side of things as well. Look at, this is where Aspas gets his kills on the attack side against Zeta Division earlier in the tournament. You can't get those kills on B without double satcheling into a site. Those are not kills where you're just picking off players peeking from hookah. He's going to be satcheling in so deep. And in order to even set that up, you need to have already pushed Ye away. You're not just given Hookah and B-Long for free to go for big execs against a team as good as Optic. So it's so important that they push that star player off the line. I think as we look ahead to the tap, the priority will really be on those two initiators to be able to shut down Ye, move him away, and give Aspas those moments.
Yeah, especially that. Well, actually, that was what I was going to say. So you're a genius here.
Whoa, you heard it
Here we
here first.
go.
Mimi is a genius. I got to pass this over to two people. I don't know. Are they geniuses?
จริง
Vision
ฮะ
Top?
อะไรอะ
I won't take that one, Tom. You know,
Boast has never called me a genius.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like that, but it is what it is. 6 to 6.
Benkai, he was nice.
โอ้
He
โห
was really nice. Well, he was nice to me. He kidnapped you that one time. But
Yeah, no, forgive and forget, you know?
Oh,
Forgive and forget.
That's very nice, Tom. Very nice of you. Optic have a 14-3 record coming in here. I mean, look, we've talked about it time and time again. We've mentioned the teams they've beaten even at this tournament
ได้กินโอดี
in
จริง
recent memory. Some of the best in the world.
เห็นมันหันหน้าพร้อมกันมึงก็
Moving in towards the B site quickly. Utility. Look how much is coming their way. These players are stunned up and soon to be gunned up. But the Viper Wall, the TPs have changed Loud's
They're
mind.
running all the way back. They basically have to. There's already 4
พี่เย่ไง
players on the other side, but the thing is, the
แล้วพี่เย่
fifth
คน
player
เดียว
they've left
พี่เย่คน
behind
เดียว
is the
มุมโห
one
ด
you least want to run
มุม
into.
อร่อย
Ye in an elevated
มุมโหด
angle, he gets the freebie onto the planter. It's
ไม่
not
รู้
an
ไม่รู้
angle
อยู่
you
ข้างบ
normally
น
วาร์ปดีกว่า
do, but the fact is
โอ้โห
he's
มุม
just
โหด
delayed them so much, even with
ยั
a
งโดน
single
หัว
kill.
ไปอีกอะ
They've had to
รู้อะ
completely reset the
โอ้โห
block, and the trades are going again.
ยังไง
in Optic's
ทำไม
favor,
ภาพ
at
มัน
least
ต่
they were. Les has managed to turn it back.
อ้าว
What a couple of headshots
ำ
from him! A pistol for Loud.
หรือว่า
หรือว่าเรา
I
That's
don't think
all
they
good,
should have.
มาเอาแชมป์
Fantastic setup from Optic. They've got their
เล่น
team
มันลั่นอะไรเนี่ย
delays, gets a kill, gets out for free. When he dies, he's traded times
เชี่ย
2. And Les
ดูดิได้ยินฟรีๆเลยอะอยู่ข้างหลังอะ
just tapping away all
โอ้ my
round.
god ดูฟิกดิ
Pending on
Word.
28 HP, had a teammate as well to back him up. That's a pistol
มัน
for
อยู่หลัง
Loud,
แล้วไลน์อัพ
answering
เดียว
back
เลยอะ
to Optic's opening
แล้ว
to
ยิง
the
อยู่คน
map.
เดียว
And that could give them the injection of rounds they need to get off to a
แล้วเหลือ
flying
เพื่อนไหน
start.
ของเบาอะ
Optic have not decided to go for a force buy. They're playing 5 classics. I suppose they're playing a headhunter on Ye, which with 4 bullets could get close. Luckily, the first doesn't land.
You know, he's only got 3
You
left.
only kill
now.
half your team.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so
ผม
worrying.
ไม่เชียร์บอลครับ เอางี้ดีกว่า เป็น
The entire
แฟนบอล
team
ลิเวอร์พูล
rotating
หรือเปล่า
away from Ye, which I completely agree
ถ้า
with
ไม่
that
ใช่นะ
sentiment. I think as though the delay that
ผม
Crashy
แบน
has been able to pull off actually get
โอเค
Loud
ไหมผม
full
แบน
team to rotate into
เชียร์ลิเวอร์พูลดิ
left Ye behind to play solo. But if this isn't cleared properly, this could
เชียร์ลิ
actually
เวอร์
get
พูลไว้ก่อน
pretty
ดิ
tense for Loud.
I'll say we don't have Aspas and Hookah, so he's not going to be like
ปกติอยู่หลังต้องตาย
doing this crazy play.
เห็
At
นด้วย
least you'd imagine. Nade and Snake Bite not landing for damage or kills, and they'll pump the brakes. But
พร้อม
50
จะโดดเข้าไป
seconds, stacked up classics, limited time to make a decision. This is a scary spot to be in. Look, classics on their own, you should be able to take them down. But when they have these crossfires, 4 players able to, 3 players able to swing at any time, that causes problems. The flash was good, the follow-up not there with Sassy eliminating everyone
ทำ
on
ไม
the
เดี๋ยวนี้
B
เขาเล่น
side.
คอนแทคกับเรา
Left
พี่
in the hands of Ye.
Unfortunately, Marv was
Echo.
just a little too thick. That's all it really was. He had the extra C and he was spotted from behind. He's actually just
Oh!
headshot through the wall. He's got no headhunter bullets left. It's fine.
อะไรมันจะฟิก
Thankfully,
โหด
he
ข
used
นาด
a
นั้น
few of them earlier, and that made it less dangerous. Only a single player lost.
หายไปหลงจากเยอรมันยู
The extra weaponry and actually quite a heavy purchase into that previous round for Loud. So it's good that they don't lose anyone. Also, the fact that Les already has a Viper's Pit online.
โอ้โห
One of the most
Oh!
deadly ultimates you can have going into a bonus round because that Spectre very quickly becomes very dangerous.
ร้านโฮออฟเอ็นเอ
The Viper's Pit. When you have
ร้านโฮปเป็น A ร้านโฮปบราซิล ร้านโฮปยุโรป ร้านโฮปเอเชีย
When we're talking about playing inside a pit, probably not the best weapon to
ร้าน
have.
โฮปหมดเลย
Racers can give
4
you
ทีม
away.
สุดท้ายแบบว่าคัดมาดี
Optics really planned the flash down long,
Yang Lan
confirms players here, destroy some utility, tried to deny that free control they could be
ทำไมภาพ
getting
วัน
if
นี้ไม่
these
ค่อยชัดเป็น
prowlers
กันหรือ
went
เปล่า
นั่นเดี๋ยวพี่
uncontested. But those smokes are coming down, and it
ตุร
looks
กี
like
น่าจะ
Loud are picking up the pace
สภาพ
completely.
อากาศไม่ค่อยดี
They
วัน
are
นี้
rushing in at least.
สายแตก
That's how it
รัวๆไม่
appears.
พอ
Losing
ภาพแตก
out on
อีก
any hookah control might change their mind a little bit.
I think also just
เลย
the
ครับเออสักครับ
just not allowing them to get through that choke point too quickly. Counter
Oi!
nade out. On the cross, actually, a shot connected by Pancada, but it's at the expense of Aspas. And they're still just trapped towards this position. Also, the deep hold that's there
มุม
from
เสีย
Yay
เปรียบ
on the other side.
โอ้
Need to rotate.
เชี่ยมุมเสียเปรียบน่ะ
Double headshot. He's now
ให้เดี๋ยว
looking
รอเป้าตรง
to
นี้
try and ace
นั่น
this
ดิ
out. Could even get the ult online if he manages to find that final
เอส
man.
เอสเอ
Oh,
ส
the crowd wants him to go for this, although it seems
โอ้โห
he
ตาม
might
คำ
get
เรียก
beaten.
ร้อง
Never mind.
มาอย่างไว
The chance is still on.
เอ้ย
The ace could be his. It's a
Eh?
big one though. This isn't a
Wait,
moment
don't
for
be shy.
bravado. Close the
Hup.
round out
อ้าว
anyway.
แล้วยิงตัวหลัง
อยู่ข้างหลังเดี๋ยวเดินเฉย
อันนี้คือปกติละ
Horrible scenario. Ends up taking 3 kills.
ปกติต้องเป็นอย่างนี้แหละ
He's gonna get ever closer to having his orbital strike.
นี่คือปกติ
Which is now only 1 away. They're coming in with a purchase on the other side, and okay, sure you've got the showstopper, but there's not a lot that's actually going to help them out economically.
Very true. Yeah, look, the losses here will definitely be felt. Those ripples coming into the next few rounds, and ultimately
นี่คือปกติ
weaker weapons.
นี่แหละที่ผมรู้จัก
Together, yes, they've recovered that nicely in the final.
ไอ้เหี้ยอยู่ข้างหลังแล้วตายก่อน
Don't see one guy running down to try get the ace. Unfortunately, sometimes you got to play for the team, play for the win. One round between them and Optic. Well, I see Finesse he's gone for a different weapon. It's not quite
ตอนแรกนึกว่า
the
เก
rifle.
มกาดจริง
The Prowler has
Ui.
gone right past him.
Oh.
The judge.
Oh, he might have actually spotted him, and he's still
โอ้โห ยกมือเลย
The
เมื่อ
judge
กี้
giveth and the judge taketh away. That has gone as badly as it could have.
Gonna go.
Okay, Aspas is going to be a little low, but they should be able to get him healed up. Unfortunately, Sadak is on the other side of the map, and Crashy's going to go really aggressive, but he loses the fight as well.
ชี้
This
แฟ
man,
น
if
ทอม
he stood a pixel or two further forward, that judge would have taken him
แล้ว
down.
แล้วลิ
Instead,
เย
he's ended up with
ค่อยๆแย่
2
มา
kills.
ฮะ
Fantastic game Aspas is playing here today. Now the advantage for Loud. Let's see
ก็เปรียวจัง
how they can
เฮ้ย
close
มี
it
แล้ว
out.
มีเอ็ดแล้ว
If Optic have got something up their sleeve, 3-man stacked up on A, hoping the rotation comes through. But Tom, we can see that spike and the rest of the team gravitating towards the B site. Looks like they might have a pretty easy time.
It seems like they've
He left
basically
squad.
committed to either just fighting this on the A side or maybe saving the weapons. The deep push is probably going to tell Optic a little bit late that
อ้าว
this is going to be a B play.
แปลก
For Loud, this is such a huge opportunity in this second half. Already
Oh,
looking
wow.
to get up to 9 rounds. And as I said, I don't expect the Optic players to even rotate here. It's just not worth throwing the weapons away.
Yeah, it really is. Just too much of an investment already taking place. And, you know, Ye is getting decently close to his ulti. If there was a possibility that he could come out of this with a kill, that would be huge, but probably not worth even losing the weapon for. Whether he gets a choice or not is a different
He
thing.
looks like
รอบ
he
นี้เป็น
disagrees
97 รอบ
because
ห
he
น้า
is
ออฟติ
pushing
ก
quite
มี
far forward,
มีปืน
especially
บาง
in
คนเป็น
comparison to the
17
rest of the team. I guess,
แล้วก็
as you said, one
จน
kill
อีก
and
รอบ
a
หนึง
death
เป็น11
is actually
เห็
an
นภาพ
จนอีก
upgrade.
รอบหนึ่ง12-7
One kill and survive, even better.
Oh,
True. If he gets an orb, he can drop his teammate a weapon, and all of a sudden it's a full buy. You've got a showstopper there, and you've got Ye with a tour de force, which at this point, well, he's either going to have that Vandal or he's going to have his ult next round. You
ไม่ไปหรอกนะ
probably
จนเหมือนกัน
survive. Make it a little harder so he doesn't have that ulti right off the bat. And we saw there, Aspas, 2 kills. The only 2 kills that came into play before that spike went down. Crashies and Finesse both taken down. And then he's healed to 100 HP and doing exactly what Sideshow was mentioning on the desk. Blast packing out, taking the space, putting his life on the line for his teammates. I mean, the value that he has brought in the first half was tangible. Here, I think it goes even beyond what we see on our screens. I mean, this guy is the tip of the spear.
ครับผมพี่
Yeah,
Hey,
the
King,
very different
ถือเป็นซี่
superstars,
เฉ
I
ย
guess you would
นั่น
say.
น่ะ
Like, Victor is taking up that role on the other side, and then Ye is more just roaming,
โอ้โห
looking
จริ
to
ง
try and catch you out as you get
Oh,
aggressive.
ขึ้นเลย
This round, though,
เย่ไม่ต้องพัน
เสริม
เก้า
ไปแล้ว
right.
เนี่ย
I assume that Ye's plan would just be to
มา
try
แล้วไง
and kill him down.
เฮ้ย
This is
มาแล้วไง
aggressive from Optic on the other side of the
โอ้ย
map.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Pushing all the
กา
way
กเหรอ
through.
เป็นกาดจริง
โอ้โห
Goes their way, but Loud will be able to
อะไรวะเนี่ย
stabilize.
เป็นที่ช่อง
All
เหร
three
อ
players gone.
บินเลทไม่พอ
Left on the other side of
Bên
the
nhà
map,
đi
but
luôn.
a single kill
โอเค
could
เป็น
turn
10
this back.
17 แล้วตามภาพ
This game
ยั
has
ง
been
พี่
neck and neck the whole way. This
คน
round
นี้
will
เข้ามา
leave Optic with very
โอ้โห
little.
ทางมิ่งดี
ไม่รู้ไง
So many of their players low on
แล้ว
cash.
เดี๋ยวบีม
Now
เก็บ
Ye's gonna
บอ
have
ม
his
มา
own
เดินมาพอดี
his clutch. Problem
แย่
is
แง้มไปหัว
orbital
ระเบิด
strike, Viper's Pit, and a 1v3.
ชิบหายแล้วบีมตาย
Rotation out of
บีม
Pit.
หันซ้าย
The spike. If he goes
Oh,
down,
yeah, yeah,
oh,
gonna
the
work.
damage though. It's
Ow.
huge. 48
รู้
HP
เลยว่าอยู่
left
หลัง
on Ye. Finesse on the
ฝาก
B
คุณด้วยนะ
side. He's completely out of this for now. Has to be Ye to try and do something.
Oh.
And he's
นี่ไง
gone.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Finesse was taking his time to go and get a gun on the other side of the map.
โอเคเห็นภาพ
Had
เป็น
to make sure
17
that he wasn't
ต่อไปออฟ
just
ติกจน
facing into a lurker. And we saw him get a 4K earlier.
11-7
This one would be so much more important, but Les doesn't even give him an opportunity.
Yeah.
10 rounds on the board. Bear in mind
ลามมันอ่าน
that
ขาด
it's
ไป
been
เล
a
ย
streak of what? At least 6 wins in a row for Optic on this
ตัวนี้
map.
ผมให้
They're
Angel
now
5 กว่า
3
Angel
rounds
เอ้ย
away from a deficit, and I am
Angel มัน
not
มีภาพแบบ
surprised
เดินเปิด
that
นะ
they have taken a pause here.
อะไรอ่ะ
No,
They're
this is
further down,
definitely
huh?
a moment to go back to the drawing board. You know, they've tried
Trade,
many different
trade.
things, even in this round. The tempered aggression,
Board
studying
le.
that, just all-out aggression. 3 players swinging B long, looking for the duels, and all in the chaos, Loud came ahead. That seems to be how things have been going. Their defense was really just a staple of hookah control, but here they're showing so much more flexibility to work with. 3 rounds ahead, and Optic of no cash.
Oh, it's a
ประยุทธ์ออกไป
เฮ้ย
ออกไปแล้วตอนเนี้ย
ออกไปแล้ว
เอาไปแล้ว
เหลือแต่ประวิตรละ
ประวิตรตอนเนี้ย
Please help.
ต้องไปบอก
Sideshow
เขาใหม่
could swing through. They won't even notice the difference.
That's true.
Y'all are like
We are the same person. I just run to the desk. You know? That's what I do. I just work harder than you. That's
ดู
what
คู่
I'm
สอง
trying
ครับ
to
ดู
say.
คู่สองนะ
The thing is, this round is going to be important not only because you will still have a weaker purchase for Optic as they attempt to try and get something done, but Tour de Force, Showstopper, Seekers, the other 2 ults not too far away,
What the fuck?
and some big ults on the other
fuck?
side as well in the form of the Viper's Pit, Orbital Strike. Like, there is so much to play with in this round that
สะบัดต่างกั
even
น อัน
though
นี้
the
ไม่ชัวร์
weapon
เลยอะ
rate for Optic is weak,
ต้องถามคน
there is still a
ไม่
huge
รู้
amount of
ไง
potential that they could steal this
แล้ว
one.
แต่แบบว่ามุม
Yay
มอง
alone is enough that there's
แต่โดยปกติ
potential
แล้วใน
to
เคาน์เตอ
steal
ร์
this
เขา
way.
จะแบบว่าสลับ
Oh,
ซ้าย
yeah,
ขวา
for
เพื่อแบบว่า
sure. And I think in
เวลาเรา
Ye's
จะเช็คมุม
position,
ขวา
but he hasn't invested at
เรา
all,
ก็
so
จะ
I'm
เปิด
assuming he's
เรา
not
จะ
keeping
เรา
that
ก็จะ
ult.
แบบว่า
He's gonna be
ใช้
popped
มือ
out
ขวา
here to try bridge the gap.
เวลาเราเช็คซ้ายเราก็
And you've heard it there.
เหมือน
They
แบบ
are
ว่า
so dead.
จะไม่ให้
Well,
ภาพ
they
บัง
step in the
มั้ง
A sight lines.
ถ้า
They
เป็น
show
ของเคาน์เตอร์นะ แต่
Look
ใน
at how
วาโล
cautious
ทำไม
they're being, though.
ปรับ
We've
ทำไมไม่
seen
รู้
that in the previous
ออปติก
round.
ทรงจริ
3
ง
players were swinging
ไปแล้ว
out
ก็
on
จะ
B
ใหม่
long, looking for those duels. This time,
เล่น
Pancana's
กันเยอะเลย
basically
ถ้า
in
โต
their
ที
spawn,
ฮะ
drop spotting it. He won't even be caught by the
เฮ้
flash.
The other side
มา
of the map,
มาอีก
Shadak has just walked through showers.
Oui.
So they have the information
Nah,
of
nah,
where
nah,
he's
nah.
going to be. The
Okay,
main
look how,
spots
look
you're going to have
out.
are on the extremities.
Ui,
Meanwhile,
khôn
he's
đủ
coming
đấy ạ.
chasing. all
เหมือน
the
โม
way
โห
down
อ่ะ
towards their spawn. And then they've
Lắm
got
Nghĩ là
all
một
the
bộ.
weaponry just
Em
hiding
đi
within the
cô
smoke.
mà,
None
hả
of the
mèo
bullets
mà.
currently connecting, but they have been spotted.
Ồ, lên
And
chuột kìa.
eventually the
Ôi.
spray comes through. Marv still does well to get one, and it
Ồ.
did come to a second. And while
โอ้โห
Inez
คิง
so close to taking a kill away, but they're just getting wiped out.
โคตรเศร้า
Look at
ช็อ
the
ตนี้
HP.
เหลือสอง
2 unsassy. 29 on
แต่เหมือน
Pancana.
เห็น
If these fights go their
เย่
way,
ปุ๊บ
maybe
ไป
there's
เลยอะ
even 2 more players alive on Optic right now. They could have the
ไม่อยู่ด้วย
advantage.
อะ
Instead, it's Ye left to do it all, and with the weapon in his hands, he's not even.
อะไรอะ
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย
Okay, not going to take advantage of low HP players, I say. But he's just walked out.
เฮ้ย
Did it.
โอ้
But he's gone.
ว่าจั
He's
ด
telling
ไม่เอา
me
สไนด์ขึ้นมา
it was
พี่
looking possible, and when it's Ye in these
Yeah.
spots, it always does.
ดูส
But at
ภาพ
the
เมื่
end of
อ
the
กี้มัน
day,
รู้
Loud
โดน
pushed
สอง
up
ดี
to
ตัว
11, and now Optic have
โอ้
their
โห
fire
ตาย
round.
สองเหลือหนึ่งหนึ่ง
You got to be in your head.
หนึ่งหนึ่งเลยนะ
คือช็อกอะ
Yeah, yeah,
มันก็เกือบทะลุเหมือน
He's
กัน
like,
นะ
I'm gonna go for the style play. It's like,
He
that's
did
so
see him get
absurd.
healed, right? But even still, you
Dude,
saw him get healed. You
yeah.
know, body shots
guy
are
got
not
hit
going to
a lot.
take him down. You need the headshot or 2 bodies.
โอ้โหโดน
Yeah,
ขาด
it's just
โดน
one
ขา
shot,
ดนะ
just one click. He's like, yep, that is the headshot, and I will
Gặp
now
lá,
look
gặp
at
lá.
the next guy.
Gặp lá.
This is
Gặp lá.
around
Victor
Optic
đi
need. They
sổ
have ultis. They've got their economy fully put on the board.
Chỉnh
If they
lăng ninh-
lose
lăng ninh
this,
rồi nè.
Cloud guaranteed an OT with 5 chances to
Chặt.
close. That just cannot happen.
They could
โอ้
get
แล้วรอบ
all
นี้
5
ลาว
ults
เวียน
online
ตี
for Loud.
โอ้
Who's
นี่
crucial?
ไง
โมโหจัด
นี่
I
ไง
don't even think I saw a
Oh,
pixel
ding.
there. Just a slight jump spot is enough for Les to go down. He's been one of the best performers so far for Loud, and finally an opening jewel going in the favor, but it's so
Ow.
quickly traded out.
อ้าว
ยีทำให้หมด
Side of the map, they're able to get a couple of kills, and now Crashy's looking to fight alongside them within hookah.
He's left to 19, pops the
Ow.
Seekers, the panic in full effect.
They
The
both
control
have.
now taken. As you can see, Victor following the Seekers
Ow.
down, and
Oh,
somehow
ow.
that
What?
didn't get him.
Ow.
Luckily, he
Ow.
will follow back
ไม่
through
โดนไม่โดน
and leave Sadik
แล้ว
alone.
เย่ไป
The
โดนอะไรอ่ะ
1v3
เขายังไม่ตาย
unlikely. It's being watched
What?
by Ye.
Oh,
And even
oh,
blind,
oh,
he'll
oh,
hit
oh,
that shot. And
Yeah,
much
Ye.
needed round for Optic connected. The
Look
game's
for Ye.
back on.
That was so scrappy. We saw both sets of Seekers
No.
thrown out. We saw a showstopper that like maybe it did a bit of damage, but genuinely looked like it did 0.
โอ้ว่ะ
You know, take that as you will.
That is insane.
Can we slow that down? I want to see what he connects. Like, it's just ridiculous the shots that Ye is able to hit, even in the games that aren't necessarily going their way. Still though, Mitch, 4 ults here, a perfect buy up as well for Loud. It's not going to get any easier.
No, it definitely isn't. And we've seen this ult used over on Loud's side previously. Optic will do the same, taking control of B long, holding it
ก่อนจะมา
looking
ถึง
elsewhere. You would imagine Loud will be trying to grab some control to counter that, right? This is free information, free map control
การ
for
เล่นเหลือ
Optic.
1พอดี
But for now, they are pumping the
แต่
brakes.
เยมัน
I'm
อัน
not
ตราย
sure
มากเลยอะ
what this signals on their side. They're expecting a push, perhaps. But with 1:12 left on the clock, we're starting to see the gravitation to B. Hookah controls being conceded completely. It wasn't somewhere Optic really wanted to
เฮ้ย
fight.
เอาเหรอ
On the attack.
เอาจริง
Makes
เหรอ
sense. It's not somewhere they defend all that much.
เหมือนลูกอะไรสักอย่างในแมป
As they got Yay watching it at distance.
กระโดดขึ้นมา
Not going to be an easy kill. He
Oi.
switches to the headhunter, and this time it's not instantaneous. The thing is, they've thrown out that Nightfall, and they got nothing. They just got delayed through
Oh, no.
Luca enough that ult basically just
Oh,
found
no.
the tag. Okay, sure, it got rid of the Viper's
Oh,
pit,
can
but that
I
wasn't
anti
worth the
fire?
trade.
And this has allowed Optic to reset
น่าจะปิดอัน
completely,
ติ
even
ให้
healing
เย่
Yay
หรอ
up, getting him on an angle. They had an orb up to block any sort of a peek coming out of Hookah, so he was free to hold long the
อ้าว
entire time. And
แปดโดนไปไม่เจอ
over site, getting onto it doesn't seem difficult. Getting the spike planted will be 20 seconds
ยื้อ
left.
ได้
on the
ด้วย
clock.
มิเนต
Orbital strike online for Marv. The nade coming through from
เอ้ย
Victor. They are denied the control for now, and as they
แล้ว
step
มี
back
อันติ
in, you can see the ulti and
นี่
Marv going down from above.
นี่
Marv has taken the kills, and with that, probably the round. They need a plan.
เอา
And it will be denied.
โอ้แคชชิ่ง
Closing the round, and Optic are hot on Loud's heels.
ภาพผมหายไปแล้วว่ะ
Fantastic ult usage
ภาพ
all
อาจ
the way
จะ
through the round.
ไม่ค่อยชัด
Like that
ที่ดู
setup, I
มา
don't
เมื่อ
think
กี้
you could have got much better. You
Yeah.
had
แล้ว
the
เราจน
Viper's
ไง
pit almost baiting them into pushing into Yay. Man's not
Oh,
going to miss
sorry,
the
Yay
shot.
ไม่ตาย
And then on the other side of things,
Yay
he was
ไม่มี
just
เกาะ
ready
เลยเนี่
to
ย
plant
อ๋อ
the
ไม่
knife.
มีเจ็บ
Even if it was earlier in the round, you still bought enough time for that rotation to come all the way back through and have those separate peaks with the denial utility. That was an expert round from Optic, and we are starting to see those ultimates diminish. Like that was a showstopper and a Nightfall used in that previous round, which ultimately garnered Loud nothing.
And now look what they're working with. Next to nothing on the attack. Victor up top here. He's in a little bit of danger. Nade going to be deployed. The Prowler hitting him and everything. Marv back at the wrong moment. Control removed. A weapon upgrade. And a Loud's hands.
ทำมาทั้งหมด
They've got a Viper's Pit, Tom. They can put this down, and the round all of a sudden starts to look favored towards them.
have.
They're healing up as well.
No have.
But no, this
Oh.
Viper's Pit is not on the site. It's in their spawn.
Yeah.
Loud are
Oh,
looking to take the
ปิด
fight.
ตาย
They are forced them to waterfall out of heaven,
แต่
which
มัน
is
จะเวิร์กหรอ
often
พี่
to certain death.
Yeah.
But for now, no one's watching it.
The thing is, though, is to play from distance is
work
not going to be
thing,
particularly easy for the remaining
เวิร์ก
players.
เวิร์ก
They can
มัน
get
มีคน
towards
เลื้อยไป
that
แล้วดิ
spike, almost wrapping around the Viper's pit. So this really could be problematic for Loud that they might
กู้ได้นะเนี่ย
have
เอา
to
จริง
start playing out of it in a matter of second. The orbital strike is going to buy them that time. They expected this to happen, but the
Oi.
trades are coming through once again. I think they even have the
Oi, 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 oi.
time as they start to win every single battle. It's left onto Pancada. He has delayed them a little bit. The
Oi.
shot connected eventually, and I think the
Ah,
time is gone. He might have just done it off of that alone. Loud will delay just enough. And Optic just couldn't get on the spike.
Oh my
What
god
a ludicrous round. That is not one that you will have planned for.
Oh my
you want
god.
to see that in Prax? I mean, that was
หมด
madness, pure chaos.
มันโดนกดดัน
harnessed
เหรอมันก็จาก
by
เอ
Loud to get onto the
ไม่เสียว
side.
จากกะตีอะ
To find, I mean,
Yeah.
even the
Yeah.
distraction
Yeah.
play around middle as the duel was coming in.
Yeah.
That's when you have the swing coming through.
2-0 ทีมไหน
Pancada
พี่
takes the fight, takes the
Loud.
control.
อ๋อพี่เอ้ยอย่าเพิ่ง
Gorgeous work.
ไม่ก็ยังไง
Three
ก็
chances now
แบบ
for
สุดท้ายก็
Loud
ต้อง
to
ลาวอะ
close out a
ลาว
map
น่าจะได้
that
ไป
even
ต่อ
the best in the world
Good
have
idea.
failed to
Optic
do
on,
up
Optic
against
on.
Optic.
ออปติกน่าจะต้องไปสู้กับ
It's
ดี
not a
ข้าง
death
ล่าง
sentence, but it is a
ที
statement.
มสายล่าง
Come in
พี่อย่าเพิ่ง
to bind
พี่ว่าใจครับ
a map even in the past they haven't been able to beat them on.
ไม่ได้มัน
Look
ควา
to
มความ
take the
ก็
lead
คือ
in
ค
the
วามจริง
series
อะ
that could send them to the grand final.
เราไม่ฝืนไม่ได้
Still, the
ตาม
weaponry
ภาพ
ความ
not the
ความ
best
จริงก็
for
คือความ
Loud. It's
จริง
still a better purchase for Optic just because of the cost of the previous. And 3 rounds in a row for Optic. Well, we've seen them do it a million times.
โอทีช่วยเลยว่ะผมว่า
No, it's
กล้าที่เขาโอ
certainly
ที
not over. And with an
Ning and
initial
ว่ายังไงโอที
taking Sadik.
โอทีว่ะ
I'd
And
say
he's
Sadak
at
as well.
14 HP. He can't get healed. No one on this team can help him out. Now he's
ที่
ประเทศผมยังไม่ได้ลงดันเลยอ่ะ
with Trailblazer already used. Dedicated spike carrier. That's his role from now on.
ดันอะไรอ่ะ
50 seconds on the clock.
ไม่
They're
รู้อะไรก็
looking
ได้
for B. And look at Optic's setup.
ที่มันเสียพลังชีวิต
They've got a
90
wall. They've got a Sky to flash
ได้
through that wall. Potential retake coming in from Victor, who still has his nade online. And then we mentioned Yay, who we saw at the start of the round holding this angle. He hasn't moved ever
โอ้โห
since.
ได้
แซนแท็กโดนระเบิดตายดูทรง
Waiting for them
กด
to
เป็นแย้มเหมือนเดิม
make It looks like a trap, and Sadak is so
โอ้โห
desperately low.
แล้วโดดลงมา โอ้โห
Straight away, the orb sections
คอมโบ
remaining players apart, and the spike is down on the
ต้อง
site.
ให้พี่เอ๋ยบอกพี่
20 seconds left.
อะไรนะ
He
พี่
might
กา
have
พี่
time to hold on to the weapons, especially now.
ความจริง
Pancada
ก็
on
คือ
just 3
ลาว
HP.
2-0
There's nothing
โอ้
that
เรา
Loud
ส
can
อง
do in
ศูน
this
ย์อีก
round
แล้ว
again.
ไม่ก็
They
ลาว
walk
2-1 ตอนนี้
into the trap.
พี่จะผิด
The
ที
optic
ม
is set, and double digits will be held.
มันไม่เอาแล้วเนี่ย
Oh, Victor may be a chat, but he
ไม่
was
เอา
looking like
ไม่เอา
beta
headshot ไป
rays
เลย
right
พี่ดูเลือ
there.
ด
2
ฝั่งขวา
nades thrown in 5
ไม่ลด
seconds.
เลย
This
เกาะ
guy
ก็
was
เต็ม
just lobbing them out. Nothing Loud can
My
do.
God.
Diving through a Viper's orb, into a nade, into bullets, into
Like
another
that,
nade.
wow.
Round was done before it even got started. A great
OT ช่วย
response
อะไรวะ
from Optic.
โอ้
And
ที
they didn't
ปั๊บ
even
สุด
need
ท้าย
the
เอาที่ชนะอันเนี้ย
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
ชนะอะไรนี่
An alarm
เจ
bot
ต้องมาขอบคุณ
essentially
เล
a
ย
cipher cam for that
Oh,
round. And
oh,
wow,
oh,
we need so
oh,
much more the rest of the time.
Oh,
Now the
T.
crowd getting
Oh,
behind
T.
Optic, the chance coming through for them to push us to an OT. 2 more rounds, and look at Loud. They're putting it all on the board here.
เขาโอทีได้บอ
All their investment will
Mau
come down to
ni
this,
dia.
and that's why they call a timeout. You do not want to just blaze into this round and end up throwing away your chance to close it.
Yeah, the
แพ้
funny
นั้น
thing
มา
is
ไง
with the
แพ้
weapon
ลาวมา
control by Aspas, I
ลาว
think
แบบ
that is
ตบยับ
exactly
เลย
what
อะ
he's
2-0
gonna
อะ
do. But plays into
มี
the
แมป
round
แรก
like
ที่แบบ
trying
ว่า
to get
โดน
as
คัม
much
แบ็ก
space as humanly possible.
จาก
Unfortunately
9-3
for them, it's not even like they can, okay, let's work the orbs, get
หัว
ourselves
เสีย
set
เลย
out
เล่น
online,
ต่อ
fight
ไม่ได้
for some extra space. So, there are actually no ults online throughout the entirety of the server at the moment. And to try and clear out some of these positions is going to be difficult. Now, one of the ways they managed to really punish Marv in one of the earlier rounds was that Sadak got past his Molotov. That was the only reason that he sort of caught him out into those showers a couple of rounds ago. I think that's something that's going to be quite a bit more difficult this time. So maybe they're just going to go for that
ขอบ
aggressive
คุณครับ
pressure
ขอบ
instead.
คุณพี่ส้ม
Try
ด้วย
and
ค
force him
รั
out
บ
of position.
ขอบ
That
คุณ
takes
500
away
ดาว
a
ด้วย
lot
นะครับ
of the
ผม
delay
ขอบคุณนะค
utility,
รับ
especially when it
ขอบ
comes
คุณ
to
มาก
this
ครับ
A site.
ได้
The
อยู่
thing is, though, it seems
ไม่
like
เหลือ
Optic
พี่ต้ม
have a pretty decent read
ยิง
that
เลย
in lower economy rounds, in weaker rounds, a
ของ
lot
ยิ
of
ง
the
เลย
time you're going to
ขอบคุ
want
ณ
to
ครับ
try and pressure into this A site.
ลาว
There's
ที่
a
เป็น
lot
เพื่อน
more
บ้าน
favorable
ใช่ครับ
angles, a lot more
ฮะ
space to take.
That's what we've seen so far now. As we
เซน
come
ติ
out
เม
of
ต
this
มากกว่า
timeout, take a look at where
Optic
Loud
เห็น
is
เรา
standing.
เอาแน่นอน
There's only going to be a couple seconds on the clock. I
เซน
don't
ติเมต
imagine
พวก
they'll
เรา
be
แบบ
rotating
การั
all
น
the
ตี
way around.
บู
And
คาร์ด
I'm seeing blast pack in, flash.
บอกแล้วว่ารอแบบว่า
It's
ใคร
on
ได้
its way.
ใครได้
It's
แชมป์ถึง
popping.
จะได้มาเจอเรา
The blast pack Aspis is already up close. Now the molly goes down. The control is theirs. They can grab an orb. But that is the trade that Optic are
ไอ้
willing
วอล
to
แบบ
make.
นี้
You
มัน
can
ดี
have
จริง
your
เหรอวะ
control and your orb. We'll keep on ranged fights.
Well, that's the thing as well. Optic already have hookah control
มันก็ดีแหละมั้ง
and deep B long control. So they're not going to be rotating anybody off any of their angles on the A site until it is ultimately pressured. And that's going to be Pancada's job. If he kills Finesse, there's a pretty decent chance the Optic setup completely falls apart.
Pancada
Instead, though, they're taking their time. Just hoping that someone on the other side of things over-aggresses. And at the moment, with this double stack into mid, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, very disciplined play from Optic. They know where their point of contact is. And outside of that, everyone else is spotting their angle, holding for extra
โอ้โหเย
information,
มันน่ากลั
but
วอย่าไปเล่นกับมัน
ultimately waiting for these guys on mid to get the fight. And it looks like it's coming their way. 40 seconds on the clock. No ultis for Loud. But still a flash to play with here for Sadik. They'll assume there's a player holding this angle. Whether they decide to fully commit, there's the flash. Okay, they've seen him up top. He turns!
เชี่ยเกือบโดน
I thought it was a kill. It was damn
เกือบ
close.
โดนนะเฮ้ย
Take a few
Victor
steps
ไง
closer. They've lost a player.
Oi!
And then they've
เฮ้ยลงมา
recovered.
เรียบร้อย
What are those fights for Sadik with a double kill? Optic are now having to play retake.
โอ้ย
เฮ้ยแล้วเจอเฮ้ย
โอ้โห
A couple of kills coming through, but they just wipe out the remaining players.
กล้าลา
A
ลงมา
faster play in towards
Okay.
that mid push, and the battle's being won by Sadak and Pancada. Loud are going to take themselves by. I think that was something that most, including myself, thought was an impossibility.
แม่งตบ
And
หมด
the
เลย
terrifying prospect for Optic is, you look at the next two maps, Ascent, probably the best map of Loud, and Breeze, one they smashed them on earlier in the tournament with an 11-1 defensive half. This is now, well, what seems like a landslide first map in terms of the fact that you now have to climb that mountain once again.
อีกแมปนึงสู้ไม่
It's
ได้
a crazy thing to imagine. I mean, Optic have rarely come into this map and had more than 1 or 2 rounds versus a team where they look a little
ตอนแรกหน้ามันจะ
confused,
ยิ้ม
where
แย้ม
they're
อยู่เลยอะ
caught off guard,
นี่
and they have to call those pauses and say, okay, but they figure it out afterwards. That's always been the difference. Right here, Loud kept them on their toes. They had so many ideas of where they wanted to take things, and besting Optic on Bind, I agree with what you said earlier. It's not a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. This was a close game, 13-10. Ye still performed. The
Man, they
reality
ยิงฟรี
is,
จังวะ
though, This map was guaranteed for Optic, and now the series is wide open for Loud to take it on one of the next two.
Yeah, they've done this before in the upper bracket of an international event, just been able to make their way through into that final, and then we saw Optic return to prevalence. The question will be, can Optic now do that within this series? They are not a bad Ascent team, but at previous events they've lost to Loud, they lost to Exet earlier in a close series, and now they're going to have to step up and show why they are a team that always makes it to the top 3, why they are a team that's widely considered the best team in the world right now. It's an uphill battle for Optic,
อยากมาก
but it's a fun one.
อยากมากเลยเหรอ เอาเลยป่ะล่ะพี่
ใช่เหรองั้นเดี๋ยวพี่ครึ่งชั่วโมงพี่มา
โอเค ใครอ่ะ go back ลงเลยป่ะล่ะพี่
ได้
ครับ ไม่บอกไม่พูดไม่กล่าวว่าเราหรือเปล่าทำไมพี่แดนนี่อยู่ข้างบนคนเดียวอ่ะ
เพราะฉันคุยไม่เก่ง
แสดงออกไม่ใช่ใครก็บอกหรือว่าเขาเดาเองว่าเธอรักว่ายังไงพี่แดนนี่ทำอะไรครับเล่นเกมอยู่เล่นอะไรเล่นLeague of Legends ใช่ไม่คุยด้วยแหละ ไม่คุยด้วยแหละ อะไรคือไม่คุยด้วยแหละวะพี่แดนนี่ดูบุรีเอ้ยไปเลยเอาละพี่ปะตา
ฮะ
พี่ปะตามาเขารู้ไม่ใช่ใครก็พอ Can you invite me bro
I'm joining the game entry the game with a sec
Wait a sec
อย่ามาก็จะลงไหน
เอาที่แบบว่าอันเนี้ยผมมีอยู่180อันไง180
ลงในนี่2 รอบไง
ลงอะไรพี่ป่ะลง2 รอบ
ร่วมมือ
ใช่หมดคูณก่อนป่ะพี่ป่ะ
ต้องนะ
พี่ชวนได้ไหมผมทำให้เป็นวะ
ได้พี่ทำให้ได้เสมอแหละ
ขอบคุณครับพี่
พี่ออกจากบ้านแป๊บ
ผมยังไม่ได้ทำบ้านเลยทำไงนะพี่
ก้าลองกด ESC แล้วมองไปขวาบนมันจะมีคำว่าสร้าง
ฮะ
นั่นแหละแล้วเราต้องไปคุยกับ NPC ที่อยู่ข้างหน้าเราผู้ชาย แล้วก็ตีมอนในนั้นเพื่อที่จะให้ของดอกมาเพื่อ
โอเค
ต่าง
จัดไปพี่ลุย
จบที่ไปเล่นนี่กันมาก้าไอ้คาร์บอยอ่ะ
ไม่เอา
ทำไมอ่ะ
เฮ้ยเมื่อไหร่มาเนี่ย
เนี่ยพี่เอ้ยแข่งเสร็จ
เมื่อไหร่มา
เอ้ยพี่เอ้ยชวนก้าก่อนพี่
กล้ามาต้องมาแล้ว
เนี่ยพี่เบสกับเอฟไปแล้วนะก้า
อย่างเดือดเลย
จริงป่ะเนี่ยพี่
พี่เบสเล่นอยู่ด้วยเหรอ
ใช่พี่
ป่ะพี่กด
เขาใช้ชื่ออะไรในเมืองอ่ะ
เพิ่งเข้าวันนี้อะพี่ผมไม่รู้
เดี๋ยวพี่โปเต้ยังไม่กดเลยไม่หมายถึง
กำลังเดือดเลยตอนเนี้ยกำลังแบบมีเรื่องเลยอ่ะ
ใช่เหรอพี่ออย
ด้วย
ใช่
ไม่ได้ละชนแก้วนะครับอ่ะ
ใช่คือเราต้องการเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะกำลังพล
เมื่อวานไปเจอโจรใช่ปะก็ไปจับมันไปยิงมาเสร็จสักพักมันขอต่อรองบอกขอดวลปืนแล้วเดี๋ยวมันจะคืนเงิน ดวลปืนเสร็จมันบิดอีกรอบนึงกำลังกลับเมืองไม่รู้ไปดวลทำไมมันบอกว่าถ้ามันแพ้มันจะคืนเงินถ้าชนะเป็นโมฆะก็เลยคิดอยู่นานอ่ะตอนแรกเอาดีป่ะวะ
ทำไมพี่โดนบิดบ่อยอย่างเลยอ่ะ
นั่นดิ
นั่นเดี๋ยวพี่
เขาอินตามโลแบบเขาเล่นโลชนเผาอารมณ์แบบว่าบิดอะนักบิด
เชี่ยเงี้ยเลยนักบิดขอบคุณจิรพัฒน์ด้วยครับ ขอบคุณจิตรภาดาด้วยครับ
เสียงหล่อไหมพี่เอ๋ย
ตอนแรกพี่ก็ไม่เข้าใจว่าต้องทำหรือว่าแต่พอไปเล่นป๊อปใช่ปะมันโดนกลืนกินไง
ผมไปดูแบบมีแต่คนทำเสียงหล่อด้วยกันน่ะ
ฉันว่าเราไปทำงานกันดีกว่า
มันมีแต่คนเสียงหล่อฉันไม่เข้าใจ
ขอบคุณครับ
เหนื่อย
คาร์บอย
บอกเลยเมื่อวานเล่นไป5-6 ชั่วโมงโอ้โหลงสตรีมมันเหนื่อยมากเหนื่อย
เหมือนต้อง
ดับ
พาก
เสี
ต
ย
ล
ง
อดเวลา
ใช่
กล้าเป็นคาร์บอยนี่แหละ
อะไรพี่ ผมเป็นไม่เป็นนะดิ
เอาคาร์บอยจากอันนี้ไงภาคตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือ
แมนบอ
แมนจะเป็นคาร์บอย
แมนบอนอ
ค่อยมาจากตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือ
พี่โปเต้แต่มัน
อ่ะ
ทำไมมันตีแล้วแค่ครั้งเดียวเองมันปรับแล้วใช่ไหมเนี่ย
ตกเหว
ใช่ไหมพี่โปเต้
ตีอะไรนะตีได้ครั้งเดียวคืออะไร
ไอแทงลงมาจากบนฟ้า
ใช่ มันได้ครั้งเดียวมากสุด
อ่า
สองครั้งต้องแบบแทงตามซอกจักรแลที่พี่เอกบอก
มันโซฮาร์ดบรัวทำไมไม่ตายสักที
โอ้โหดูเจมันยิงเป้ามันดิอูว่าแล้วทำไมคนกระโดดผ่านมันยิงโดนเชี่ย
โอ้โหเล็กนิดเดียว อุ้ยไอเสื้อทองเฉย ได้ไงวะ
มายูฟอร์มจะโซทอน
อย่าซอทอนแกงสตาร์อย่าซอทอนแกงสตาร์
Executes when they were coming in, they came in brute force, utility flying, and trades were going out as well. You know, like they had Victor and we call it get right, which is close right on A.
You call it cubby, I think.
Yeah, in the cubby. Everyone else will call it cubby, but we've got weird call outs. But what I'm saying is Victor there was isolated. He was only able to get one before instantly getting traded. And
พี่โปเต้เคยเข้าไปยัง
other soldiers were coming in, like trading
ทำไม
out,
อ่ะ
ต้องพีทุกวันเลย
trading out towards the backside as well. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know you're supporting Loud right now, so you're probably getting a little bit overexcited as we head to the next map. The question is,
ซอกเหลือบตีตรงซอก
can
เหลือบ
Loud keep this up?
Yeah, definitely they can.
ไม่ไหววะ
Ascent is already an area where they're favored, I
กลับ
think.
ไปเล่นตัวเดิมดีกว่า ตามเมียโหดกว่าเยอะเลย
Their attack side not so much. And listen, Optic's good
ใช่ไหม
here, but
โหด
the
กว่าวะพี่
first map was the one that they're the most, or rather the least
ก็
favored.
จะเล่นปืนน่ะเหรอ
To the next two.
กลับไปเล่นปืนเหมือนเดิม ผมชอบเล่นปืนมากกว่า
The advantage they have, I think, because we've seen Optic be good in both of these maps, but specifically on Ascent, it should be a great matchup where Loud have all the momentum.
Yeah, and when I was kind of thinking about the matchup,
แต่นี่มันก็แรงอยู่นะ
I honestly thought Optic won a 2-0 here. They want to win bind, they want to win out Ascent. Looking at what I thought what the comps are, I don't actually know what comps they're choosing yet. But what I know that they do, they have that triple initiator comp. And against Loud, they run the same comp as us with the Killjoy and the Omen. So if they keep up that tradition, I think the triple initiator comp really kind of slightly has a higher win
พร้อม
rate.
อะไรบ้างวะเนี่ย
We're heading to the agent, the Prime Gaming agent select here.
เจ็ด
Even.
เคพี่
And,
พี่เบสเข้าเลดเดดออนไลน์เมื่อกี้
I think
ใช่
what
พี่
I'm
เบ
looking
ส
for in particular on the side
พี่
of
เบสลง
Optic
มา
is
ตั้งแต่
it
เมื่อวาน
does
อ่ะ
look
ก้า
like they'll return
โห
to
พี่
the
เบส
initiator
ติดจัด
comp. He's barbed. I think people have critiqued him a little bit this tournament. He's been a
พี่เบ
consistently
สบอกว่า
world-class
จะไปเข้าไป
controller,
ควบม้าใน
and
นั้น
he hasn't quite hit that
เจ็ด
mark
เค
in this tournament. But a
จะ
map
ไป
like
ย่า
he really was performing,
Yeah.
particularly on the
Yeah.
defensive Ascent when he's
แปลกๆ
playing this Astra. It's one of his most comfortable roles where he
แปลกๆ
has
อ่ะ
that consistent performance as an anchor on that A side.
กระโดดตีดาเมจไม่เยอะแล้วอะมันปรับแล้วอะน่าดูดิ
I feel like it's a great map for him, but you
มัน
kind
ได้
of
แค่รอบเดียวเองอะ
got to punish Loud.
Yeah.
The way that Loud play on their attack side
ถ้า
is
เป็น
very
แต่ก่อนอะมันได้
execute
แบบ
heavy.
2-3
They don't
รอบ
work
เลย
the
มั้ง
map as much as some other teams. if you can stop them getting rounds here, you set yourself up much better for the next half.
And I think it's really important for Loud here to actually take that mid control. If they have a good mid default and are able to kind of push Chamber off, push the A off that kind of close angle, then because there's no trip, there's no info utility, they should be able to kind of work that beat
Gonna
split,
ตีเฉย
split, you know, really kind of send out some fakes and
มันก็แรงอยู่นะ
Optic will be left kind of running
ผมไปเล่น
around
ไป
in CT spawn, not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, and that job largely falls on Auspice. He's normally that guy who's clearing off of his
แรงโดน
zone
ตี
to
เฉย
take space in mid and set them up
มันก็แรงนี่หว่า
for split executes that they like to do.
แต่
These
พ
two
ลัง
teams
หมดไว
are
จัง
familiar. They've played against each other on Ascent before. This one should be really close.
Yeah, it should be a close one for
มัน
sure.
ก็ไม่ได้
But
แย่
Optic,
นะ เอาจ
they
ริง
have to win this map if they want a chance to go straight into that grand finals. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can.
แต่พลังหมดไวมาก
Well, the final hope of North America needs 2 maps in a row to continue on, or they will be jumping down to that
แต่อันนี้
low
แรงกว่า
in a little bit of danger. I mean, this has already been a surprising result
โด
to
นอัน
start
ตี
it
เข้าไป
off. Coming into this map, I think we both thought Loud have got to be the favorites. You still
Yeah.
sticking with that now?
But look, Mitch, Optic, they have gone to 3 maps in every single series in this tournament so far.
ป่ะ
So
เดี๋ยว
if
เราไป
anybody
ดู
can
ต่อ
fight
ก่อน
back
พี่
from
เดี๋ยว
this
ค่อยลง
moment,
ต่อ
it is going to be them. I will say they have to have a good first half though, because Loud on the defensive stat are ridiculous. Over the last 3 games they've played, they are 21 in 3 in defensive rounds. Like that is
เหลือมาก
absurd statistics. Now,
มา
obviously
แล้ว
in a lot of cases they've still had good attacks, but that's still like 6-0, 7-1, like 8-2 defensive halves. So you need to start off strong if you're Optic, otherwise it's going to get tougher when you go into that second half.
The last pistol round we saw, it looked like Optic were going to win both of them. But we had less. A hero stepping up with 4 fantastic kills. It was the high-speed moment over in the break. And now as barriers go up, we're going to see Loud on the attack. Less playing the killjoy for now and the turret clearing out mid. They'll quickly take the space on the back of it, moving up through market. Good kill on the Yay already. And with the control now taken, the opportunity out of play. It looks like a hard retake.
What? He's a madman. Absolute madman with the flash. It's even better. Even still though, Sadak and Pancada managed to come up big. It's going to be left all on to Crash. It's not pretty on the first, but he still manages to get the kill.
Even dodge the paranoia as well. Here's the steps coming behind him. Isolates 1 duel, but he can't keep it for too long. 3 kills for Pancada in this. As Loud pick up the pistol. Said it's important for Optic to start strong, but it looks like they're going to have a buffer of a few rounds before that's a possibility.
Yeah, and I just like the sheer pace of which Loud are already coming into this map. You can see the strength that they have, even just by the stats of them on Ascent.
นี่คือยังเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
There's at least the silver lining for Optic that they were the one team.
ยังไม่ได้เปิดไมค์นะ
That
พี่
is true. That is true. I mean, you look back actually for Optic.
พี่เอ๋ย
I feel like this map, it's not somewhere that I look at and think,
Oh,
well,
Loud
they're playing this so
2-0
that they're at a disadvantage immediately. It's just more so Loud are so strong here.
ทำไมมันภาพ
But that
2-0 วะ
also
พี่
means there's a lot of VOD, a lot of
2-0
tape
จริ
out
ง
there
น้อง
on
ชาย
how they like to play. And you know how difficult rematches can be. We've seen this one happen again
Yeah.
and again. Over on Loud's side, this attack is
Oh, that's
a
Recon.
bit of space. They're only up against classics. The headhunter in play as well. The
เฟย์วิ
utility
กเตอร์ไปทำอะไรมา
แต่ไม่สามารถ
too much with the door
แล้ว
closed.
แปดลูกเลยหันหลบเฉย
And
โอ้แม่งหันหลบเฉ
well
ย
handled by Loud. They looked in control
Yeah,
from the
why
get-go.
ทำไไมเขาเริ่มเร็วจังเลย
And
พัก
Aspas not that far away from getting the knives online as well, which especially going
แล้วนี่
into the
2-0
bonus
ไปแล้ว
would
ด้วย
be
พี่ดู
very helpful if
ใช่
he's
พี่ไป
able
อุ่น
to.
ข้าวมา
Even still though, this is where things should
โอ้โหแม่งหันหลบ
They're going to have the rifles, every single player. I think Shield's only missing for Ye. Utility not looking too bad either. The question will be what sort of ideas the Loud have here. Sure, they've got a few rifles coming in themselves, playing that sort of extended bonus round with some extra weaponry, and by the looks of things, they want an early challenge into mid.
You can see the arrow
Wow.
wiggling as Sassy was waiting to swing through and fire it. The reveal clears close. With a smoke down, there could be a player sneaking up inside of it, but I think the reveal was there just as it bloomed, so it should be clear enough on that info. Unfortunately, Sassy then found out there's a player on short the hard way.
โอ้ยไปโขด
But
หน้า
they
มัน
still
แตก
forced
ๆปะ
Back
นั่นดิพี่
จะไปกดรีเฟรชอีกแล้วนึกว่าผมเน็ต
แตกจั
กา
ด
ก
stuck around.
Oh,
And after that opener, you can just see from Optic. They put themselves into a solid position. It looks like Aspas is just going to dive into the site again, though. The same as the previous round. This time it's being watched for by Marv. He doesn't connect the initial shot, though.
Paranoia didn't land on it, it's still good to fight. As Sadak goes down, utility on its way to clear Marved out, but Ye is holding strong. Kill after
Oh,
kill
yeah,
going
they
his
got
way.
it.
With finesse, landing
Yeah,
one
dude.
through the smoke. That round goes convincingly into Optic's hands. I mean, Marv
Yeah,
surviving
dude,
like he did, dodging the paranoia and being able to cut off Static, stopping any extra utility from making its way to the side, and well, Ye just had free reign from that point while they were focused on Jenny.
That's the thing I really like with Marv, is I feel like he truly is that controller specialist.
Yes.
Like, seeing him on Breach, KO, I've not really had anywhere near the same enjoyment, but you give him the utility to play around, and he truly is that superstar. He truly is the person you
เอ๊ะ
even
ของ
put
บอล
in
จริง
the
ว่ะ
conversation with Ye.
ถ้าไม่มีเจภาพมันจะเป็นยังไงวะเนี่ย
You know, I mentioned that last time these guys played over on Pearl, when I was doing the Telestrator, I said that it was Ye was 1-0 in opening duels. Marv was 6-1.
Yeah.
And it's so often that Ye will be there trying to get the early
Yeah.
duel, falling back, and then Marv plays
Oh,
nasty
oh,
able to
oh,
capitalize
oh,
on
oh,
the
oh,
gaps
oh,
in
oh,
spacing. Right here, you see that
Yeah,
face
oh,
to
oh,
face
oh,
aggressive
oh,
early
oh,
duel.
oh,
It works out, and he doesn't
oh,
even
oh,
need his
oh,
TP to get out of there, sitting
oh,
comfortably with a man advantage.
ไม่ได้
The thing is, that's their lurk down
ได้
as
หมดเลย
well. Les
Jump
is
in
normally
here.
looking to try and hold on to one half of the map while they pressure
ใครแต
elsewhere.
กน้อยกว่า
This means
ป
that
ริ
Loud
ภา
have
พ
to be
แย่
a lot
มาก
more
เลย
careful of all of these aggressive positions that could have been taken, and a lot of the time are taken by players like Ye. Falling back into what looks like an A setup, and
เนี่ยดูต่อขยับโหเป้าหายเลย
there's
อะ
still 3 players within B, so maybe a slight misread
วัน
here.
ก่อนวันก่อน
I don't know
ไอ้
if his
มั
spot
นมี
was
ปัญหา
actually checked whatsoever, and they're still holding on to the short.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
เอ้า
Definitely
โอ้โห
not
เลยไป
able to
วัดสู้เฉย
roam around. They've caught Marv though, taking down the first man that they saw. The spams coming back find nothing as the current comes in. Loud regain the advantage, and with the ult online, Static is going to stop any
มัน
heavy
ภาพ
utility
แตกๆหน่อย
retakes.
เนี่ย
This
ตอนวิ่ง
it could mean that Optic run the clock down a bit more and wait for it to be gone,
แฟ
but
ชชิ่ง
then they'll have such limited time on that clock to get in. They
Yeah.
really need to
ภาพ
force
แตก
some
จน
fights
ชินคืออะไร
without the utility, and well, dry swinging into the angles isn't
ปวด
always
หัว
the
เลย
best approach. With kill after kill going Loud's way,
เฮ้ย
they're still going for
Oi,
it.
Victor!
They go through, and Victor's got 2.
ก็เห็นไง
Counter below.
Oi!
A good
Let's
kill,
see.
but he needs to
Ante,
survive.
Ante!
Up close now,
Ante!
Crashies could get him, but the TP. He's
Oh!
got in the line. He's
สวย
buying
นั่นแหละ
time,
Ow.
and he
โอ้
won't
โห
cancel. Instead,
Ante, ma,
he'll
lao.
use this position to
Stop.
deny the defuse.
เออ
โอ้
The
Let's
round
go
is saved
แก
by
พี่ไม่มี
Bad
ธนู
Bad
เหรอ
with a Red Bull clutch. 3 rounds for Loud.
กำลังดีใจอยู่เมื่อกี้ก็เลยไม่ได้
Shot darts, I believe, on Crashies. You
Yeah.
just know what? If he fires one of those in, he
300
basically
IQ
wins the round,
anti
probably
หนี
not
เลยละกัน
realizing how low Pancada was on the other side. This from Victor, though, was just absurd. And I think he actually digs up the final player as well, almost solo retaking
เนี่ยเป็นท็อปเล่น
versus
เหลือ
the
10
entirety of
โอ้โห
Loud.
หัว
The problem now is what's left on the other side. Weaponry in the bin. Okay, one off the tour de force for Ye could be a game changer. The fact is,
Không
what
thật là
do
làm
they
việc rồi.
challenge for if they challenge for one at
โห
all?
ไทยก็แตกอะเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
อ้าว
Well, it certainly looks
น่า
like
จะมาจาก
Main
ที่เดียวกัน
is under the
มา
control
ที่
of
เดียวกัน
Loud. They're not going to be giving any
งั้นนู้นดีกว่าไหม
บิลเลตไม่พอ
Ye sitting passively on the A side will just be
ฝรั่งเลยเหรอนะ
hunting this
ครับ
round.
ฝรั่งเหรอ
Again, if he
โอ้
goes
โห
โอ้ย
So much damage.
โอ้ย เอาอยู่นะ
Back to back, and the entirety of the team, bar and Pancada is actually tagged. Also with delayed
เข้ามาได้
ability
เข้ามา
as
ได้
well, going through this would have its risks, especially now there's 4 players here and a 5th
งั้
rotating
น
in.
น่าจะดี
Oh,
หาย
this
ไป
is a
ร้อย
bad
อ่ะ
read.
โอ้ย
Loud
Oh.
are walking right into the trap. They find the first. The spam is
Oh,
good, and the
what?
follow-up there. The weaker weapons really a saving grace for the attacker side.
Utaye.
Not up against the heavy
Oi.
weaponry. They
Oh.
could have been. Some kills still coming back for Optic. The round
Back.
yet to be decided. And it's Marv sitting on the site. Spectre in hand. They know
Wicked.
about Victor. He's an accounted for property. Marv might be able to catch them
Oh.
by surprise, but he's being spotted. And with
Oi.
that, the round seems to be
Nong.
over. 18 health left as he swings into heavy traffic.
โห2-0 วะ
Will be Brazil taking an extra
Oh,
round.
kaya ba
The
2-0?
lead becoming more and
Kaya
more
ka 2-0.
exaggerated. Optic
Tao
has
nè,
got to
score.
start sweating at this
ผม
point.
เกียร์ออปติก แต่ก็คิดว่าลาวน่าจะได้
When it comes to the defensive
อันนี้คือ
side
แพ้
for Loud,
แพ้
they're
ไปสายล่าง
phenomenal.
ใช่ไหมพี่เอ่ย
So going in with a deficit
Ui, tại
would just
Optic
be
mình
an
hết sải
absolute
line rồi
nightmare,
nè,
and you're going to
cho
see Optic taking themselves a pause. Now, they come in, tour de force, rifles, you've also got the null command, like in terms of
แล้ว
ultimates
Optic ก็
and
จะ
in
มา
terms
ย้ำ
of
แค้น
sheer firepower, they are going to be favored going into this one.
ไม่หรอก
The
เดี๋ยว
problem
เอ็ก
I
ซ์ต่าง
have
หาก
is
ที่
I
จะ
feel
มา
like
ย้ำแค้น
Loud are already in an
Muhaha,
okay spot if they were to go
muhaha.
into the second half like this. So now they can be a little bit more
DRX
creative with a lot of the
Lao
ideas they
pushing.
have. The only difference is that I think when we saw against Liquid, Optic managed to put up a really heavy attack inside, but that is also up against the Phoenix.
We do love those comms. We do
Not the
love
best
those
on the
comms.
defense.
No, well, you know, it depends how you use
No,
it,
well,
but
you know.
yeah, we have to agree there. 20 seconds on this timer. And Optic must be deep in discussion.
เรา
Chat's
ไม่
been
ต้อง
thinking
คุย
in the
กันเลย
background
ได้
all
ไหม
these
เพราะ
rounds,
ฉัน
observing,
คุย
seeing
ฉัน
the
คุย
flaws.
ไม่เก่ง
For Loud, though, I mean, I'm not even sure they need to worry too much. They don't need to change too much. They've been looking
ไอ้
fantastic.
นะพี่เอ๋ย
I will say
ต้อง
Victor,
มีคนชู
the
ป้าย
2 kills that he
เซลทา
has
ริก
were incredible. The flash through the
Yeah.
smoke, I thought that too
What do you
before he
have?
was not going for it. Like, I was no
ว่า
way
ไงครับ
that
พี่
they're
ชน
going for this. And then the flash,
What
the
do you do
double
ครั
kill
บ
right off the bat, it looked incredible.
ทำไมพี่พิมพ์พร้อมกันเลยอ่ะเราพิมพ์เหมือนกันด้วยอ่ะ
Different spot right now.
Really
If he
good.
manages to
เป๊ะ
just
เลย
hit one more shot to the body, if a shock dart has
เป๊ะ
said
เลย
goes
เป๊ะเลย
in, it could have been a completely different round. But the fact is,
Different
Pancada
round,
currently at
different
the top of
round.
the board,
พี่ชน
8-1
ช่องมันแตกอ่ะ
on that
ใช่
open.
ไหมมัน
He's
จากฝั่ง
been
นู้นใช่ไหม
incredible, as said throughout this tournament. One of the best controllers we have in the
ส
world
วัสดี
scene.
ครับเดวิดครับ
Some early information going to be
Flash.
taken. Ye is just
นี่ไง ท่านพ่อเย
We spoke about this man.
ผมว่า
The
แตกว่ะ
desk said that
ก็มันนั่นเอง
he
จริง
can't put everything on
พี่
his
ว่า
shoulders,
หัว
but in
ขา
this
ดว่ะ
round it looks
ผม
like
ว่า
he's
ไม่ว่ะ
trying.
He's only died once so far, Pancada. This could be the
อีก
set.
นิดเดียว
มันรู้ปะ
The
เนี่ย
jump spot
Hey, no,
shallow
no.
each time. If he
ก็
goes
เห็
out
น
that
ว่าตอน
little
แรก
bit
มันเห็น
wider,
นี่
ไม่เห็น
there's
ขอ
no
งพี่
telling whether Ye hits
มานั่งเล่น
the shot.
Looking like
In
a
fact,
strategy.
I'd say he probably does.
อันนี้ถ้าแบบคิวจอย
Knowing
ปาด
that
มา
it's
นี่
Ye.
แบบแห้งอะ
But
นะ
that's why they're being so
Yang
cautious
Hey.
and careful about giving away these advantages. Smokes haven't yet been
นั่น
thrown
ดิ
out and bloomed
ทำไมมัน
on
มั่น
mid.
ใจจากว่า
They're
ขวา
waiting
จะไม่
for
ปา
a
ด
late
วะพี่
round take. There's the
แล้วก็โดน
smoke.
หัวแตก
Yeah.
นี่ไง
And now they'll try to punish from the connector,
โอ้โห
but he's already made it away.
หลุดวงโคจรไปด้วยเมื่อกี้ต้องกลับวิ่งกลับเข้ามา
โอ้โห
Interesting spot. They're actually
เน้นๆเลย
holding deep towards A in case there's any level of aggression. But it's a very,
Hey.
very passive hold. Other than Ye pushing and probing, everybody else is sat back on the
ทำไม
map.
ถึงกล้าเล่นขนาดนี้
This position, though, from Les might actually catch
เอ้า
the rest
คุ
look
ณภาพยัง
pressure.
กาก
แล้วยิงเข้าไปแล้วภาพยังกาก
Again, Victor in position, but he's
เอา
not
แล้ว
going to be able
Victor
to
จะ
pop
ตาย
the
อยู่
flash
แล้ว
out of the
ยิง
smoke.
เข้าไปแล้วภาพยังกาก
Fully suppressed.
ภาพหายกากแล้ว
Here we go, though.
แล้วเตรียมแฟด
กูยังไม่ได้ทำมาเอ้ย
Potentially
นี่
trying to
เตรียมแฟดเข้าไป
through. We saw
เรียบ
last
ร้อย
นี่ไงขาหมด
Victory
กระโดด
is
ขึ้นไป
his.
ข้างบน
It could be Louds as well, as
Oh my
every
God.
single kill seems to go their way. Only losing
Wow.
Sadik, and for the control they got, that is
2-0 แบบไวด้วย
worthwhile. Crashies alone, credits in the bin. 4.2k on Ye. Nobody else can afford to buy. You wouldn't blame
แชมป์
him
เหรอพี่
if he saves,
เรา
but even then, what are you saving for? And the economy for Loud is going to get out of control.
แชมป์วะ
Yeah, I'd just bring in
Camp
something
there.
into the next
But
round,
that's
I
an
guess.
optic
A
also,
hero
yeah,
rifle.
we've had it.
Again, though, just so
Camp
impressive
there.
from Loud on those takes. The fact is, initially they get hit. I think by the KO9, 4 of the players, as they look to try an entry in,
Yep.
they're a little bit patient as they look to make their move. And then you just see, as the utility comes back
Oh.
online, the spams take Victor almost
no,
all the
ภาพ
way
มัน
down.
โดนจับ
And even then, the flashes that come through on the other side just leave him completely blinded. Clearing out that site looked way too
Yeah,
easy. And okay,
Phantom.
Les has gone down right at the end, but as you mentioned, financially it's meaningless, and they're going to go running to try and take this gun away.
You can't understate the importance of taking down Ye in those early rounds. Crashy's not surviving this. Wrecks their economy completely. I mean, they had a potential hero right
เฮ้ย
now
เดี๋ยว
to
อ
be
อฟติก
saved.
ตีโหดมั้ง
Instead, well,
ล่าสุดตี 93 ป่ะหรือ 12 เนี่ย
okay, he's going in for the open light shields. So that's going to be
Game อ่ะพี่ว่าไง
the hero.
Oh.
That needs to be something
ก็ต้องเป็นอย่าง
that
นั้น
pulls
2-0
them
ฟาด
through.
เกม
But
ไป
I can't agree with you anymore, Tom. That push that came through on the A side
โหดจัด
just looked too easy. When you've got the numbers there, when again
คุยกันดี
you're
มาก
able to pop your flashes and
Big
so on,
mouth.
but it seems like Loud are expecting that.
โย่
They know,
แล้วพี่ไปไว
okay,
เกิน
KO was there. Smoke is there. Now he's able to flash. Let's just spam
Another
around the
round.
smoke. Oh, look,
Tingkir
he's
nun.
basically dead already. A frustrating round if you're Optic, though, because it feels like they set up for their plan
Another line,
and
another line,
then never
you
got to
did.
actually execute it.
จะไปดูหรือดูนี่ต่อ
Patient
ใช่
default.
พี่มันอันตรายตรงนี้แหละ
Less, well, his impact of taking down Ye in the previous round can't be understated, almost seeming to have a hard read on what he was wanting to do, and
hard
almost
read on.
forces Optic to play slightly more passively until they've actually cleared this man out of position. In the early round, you're going to have this
เข้า
double
เอกแล้ว
spot
วะ
towards short, like basically anti
ทั้ง 3 คนน่ะมันดูแบบ
Victor.
ตีง่ายขนาดนั้น
The
เลยเหรอเนี่ย
angle being held by Ye. They've got the right read on where this is going.
เข้าเอรัวๆเลย
Stop them.
เข้า2 ทาง
ยิงก่อน
So
สวย
dangerous.
โอ้โห
ยิง
So
แดน
first
อุ้ย
round
ร้อน
โอ้โห
of the
มี
set.
เยนะ
The operator of Ye that I'm worried about
Hey.
is blinded up, though.
แล้ว
a
วาร์ปไม่ได้
fantastic
แคท
power
ชี่
play.
จังหวะ
Could be a hero here to step in and do some damage, but only the one.
Oh.
The Sheriff, not the gun that you want. And the lead extends
Yeah.
even further in the Brazilians' favor as
แต่
Loud
ไม่แน่
are now
ไม่แน่
set
ไม่แน่เราอาจจะ
for
ดู
the
มา
guaranteed
ดูอยู่แล้วเหรอ
worst
ทีม
case
ขนาดนี้
scenario.
ตรงกลางอาจจะไหลไม่ได้
And knowing how strong they are on the defense with this being their map pick and
Sheesh.
having taken a title off of Optic for Bind. I mean, the last time that Optic
Oh.
lost, and I mean let me say, the last time the players on Optic lost, because they weren't even Optic at the time, it was last year at Champs up against Ascend. Like, they don't lose that map, and when they do, it's to the best teams in the world. Like, for Loud to have that already and now such a strong lead, I mean, we need to see Optic put rounds on the board now.
Yeah, Operator and BA again. They've been able to counter him in most rounds so far. The utility out, especially from Sadak, the flashes that we're seeing, combined with Pancada's paranoia. Marv now looking to get a little bit aggressive as well. They haven't seen anything, but instead Shock Dart again, like Crashies has been at least chipping away at a couple of these players, and he's caught Sadak.
โดนทุกนัด
Through
โดน
the
ทุก
wall
นัด
to get them the opener.
ไอหมอนี่มันนัก
Question
ล่า
is,
ของ
can
จ
they
ริง
convert it? And they
Huh?
need to.
That is such
I
a
am the
unique
hunted.
early duel. I mean,
Okay.
especially with the shock darts, they seem magnetized to his feet, just landing perfectly on him. Sadak did not have a nice time. And, you know, Aspis has stood here, of course, rightfully so, waiting for a repeak, waiting for something else, and it never comes through. They've pressured A again and again. Optic, stay heavy on A, heavy on Y. Need to take Sassy down there, but
แล้วกำลังใจ
the
มา
objective of this
แล้ว
round is to take the B site. The thing is, with limited numbers now, they cannot afford to even
Oh,
end up
when
in
is he?
trades moving onto the site. They need to be convincing in these duels, and they've been slowed down completely, pushed out of mid. There's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it, but this rotation back is going to be impossible. You've got Marv already playing deep. They're going to have to try and switch this up again. They look like they've got a little bit lost in those rotations.
Oh,
Not the prettiest of fights for Les either, and now the remaining two. I don't even know if they can retain the site. They definitely
นี่
อ๋อแล้วฟอร์
for
เรส
absolutely nothing for
วีน่า
Optic
มี
to
สัมพันธ์
เวลา
apply
ซูม
getting flawless
ข้าง
just
ๆจะได้ยินเสียง
moments
ไม่มี
later.
ครับ
They have at least taken
ไม่
their
ใช่
second
counter
round, but Mitch, they need so much more.
เคาน์เตอ
They
ร์
really do. That was a fantastic attempt by Loud, by the way.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
this attempted push and almost fake on the A side. They move to
Valo,
B,
ไม่
they
มี
look to go, but then there's so much meeting them on the B side that they have two players run back down the mid. It was Pancada and Aspis. They rush mid, they run up short, they're stampeding. They're letting them know, we're
เป้า
coming
มันสั่น
back,
จัง
we're
วะ
faking it again.
โอ้กำลังจะบอก
And
แล้ว
then
เป้ามัน
that's
สั่น
when they try to take the space
Like
with
you-
less,
you don't think
walking
about
through
it.
the smoke to catch them on rotations. The panic on A of, oh, they're coming back, I need help. Everyone moves out of position. Les gets in with a great flank. Unfortunately, that reality isn't the one we live in. They've just been shut down. But fortunately, if you're a North American fan, because that was a round Optic needed, they would have been out of cash completely, and Loud would have ran away with this half. Instead, it's still up for grabs,
หลอก
at least
แต่
to
ไม่เชื่อ
equalize.
Look, they're using the Killjoy ult just to get rid of that Hunter's Fury. In the meantime, they're
Oh,
looking at pressure on the
oh.
other side, and Aspas actually gets
Oh,
away
good
with
body.
that. Now you have the Hunter's Fury.
Oh,
to try and take
man,
it
man,
down.
le.
Has nowhere to go. It's a double early
Oh,
opener,
yeah.
but at least
What?
there is a trade,
Oh, man,
a little
oh,
bit more
hell.
searched for by Ye.
โอ้
Second Pancada forced out into the open.
ผู้ชายคนนี้
Brings it back into a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, he
This
could have
guy,
just
bro.
tanked it. It was only a nightfall coming, but instead,
This guy so
ends up
good.
going down, trying to
ขอบ
evade
คุณ
it.
วินสวินด้วยครับ
Some
ขอบ
extra
คุณสิทธิ
info,
ภาพดาวด้วย
great
ครับ
lurk again from
ขอบคุณ
Les.
นะครับ
This
ขอบคุณ
guy
สิท
has
ธิภาพ
been
ดาวครับขอบคุณ
unaccounted
ครั
for
บ
in a number of rounds,
Oh,
and the
you
block
love
he
it,
found almost every time.
เออ
Finesse trying to break the door,
Nana.
almost meets his demise.
Oh.
That fight could be everything, and with Finesse
Yeah.
down, Ye on 10 HP.
Oh.
This is
Oh,
done.
Flynn.
He knows it. He'll pick up the op and run for the hills. Loud
ไป
may
ก่อ
let
น
him
นะ
save it. A
เฮ้ย
little
มายังไว
consolation for the half now
ไม่น่า
guaranteed
จริงๆไม่น่าเสีย
to
วันนี้
be
เลย
a
อันตี
loss.
ไม่ต้องเสีย
7 rounds on the board for Loud.
แล้วก็แบบ
Frankly,
จะ
ridiculous
ไม่
start
เห็น
to
อัน
this
ตี
map.
ดี
สาม
I'll be honest. Optic are looking out. Like they're looking like they're going to that lower bracket already after losing the first map and just the way that Loud have come into this, the opening duels. And I feel like as well, a lot of the times, even in the last map, where we would
มันคือ
see
เสียงอะไร
that
อะ
sort of 3v5, like a couple of rounds go the way of Optic from being down a man, this time Loud looks so much more stabilized. Les has been an absolute demon at just catching them on lurks in every single round. Like we saw him have a fantastic map on Viper. I think he's even better when it comes to the Killjoy. And then, as said, just the amount of assists that is currently just really stacking up for both Sadak and Pancada when it comes to just taking that space, leaving players in the most awkward of fights. That even Ye getting 2 kills off the back of the operator is not even close to enough for them to win a round.
You can see the frustration on the Optic players' faces there as we swap to the player cams after the replays. The timeout called, and no doubt they'll be attempting to reset not just their game plan to get more rounds on there, but also put some more smiles on those faces. I mean, this team is looking dejected right now, 7-2 behind on a half that we, again, at least in theory, expect to be Loud's weakest.
ไม่มีภาพเลย
2-7
The timeout will at least lead through with a buy afterwards. No command online is the only ult bar that Cosmic Divide, which I think Marv has had online for quite a while. Setting up Ye has been a lot of them just trying to almost post him somewhere on the map, have him have that early access, but the fact is with mid control going mostly the way of Loud, they're able to set up these lurks, they're able to set up these splits, but more importantly, they're just taking close range battles that he can't really get involved in. We've seen them so much like fight towards that tree position
ยากละจริง
in the early stages of the round. I want to see that challenge like we did early on from Ye, even though it didn't go well, just something to not allow them all of that control for free.
We had Pancata start this map out incredibly hot. Now Sadek really stepping it up, but for me, Les is the most important player so far, purely because he is consistently changing Optic's game plan. He is a thorn in the side anytime they try to set up. Look at even the last round, 3 players heaven. Yeah, you have to. You have to. And this is the thing. Some of the other fights you lose, you're like, I lost that duel, that sucks. For Les, it's like you are thinking constantly, where is this guy? What is he doing? Is he behind me? Is he going to push the smoke? Is he... That is so irritating. And if you can get in your opponent's head like that and make them adapt to you, you're already winning. A lot of the time, at least 2 hostiles detected up close, one on the A side a little further back. This has prompted the ult out of them, the panic ult almost.
They popped it just before. It will force almost a reset, and actually still just leaving one-man post on the other side. The thing is, though, Loud have been very happy to play into the lane.
ยังไม่ไหวแล้ว
Patiently.
แล้วเยเหมือนจะโดนลุมเยหรือเปล่าวะพี่
Nobody
ฮะ
in position to help out Ye. Is this the round he takes over? It's not
Oh.
looking likely. He's completely surrounded and has to fall back to the
โอ้โห
side.
Crashies was jump
Oh, yeah,
spotting,
you're right,
left it open as they walked on
Oh,
through.
oh,
Ye is
right.
gone. Despite that trade back
ยิงช้าไป
that
9
they had just moments ago, the round seems to be going into Loud's favor. And it's less.
คมจี
A quick double.
โอ้โห
วัน
โด
นี้
น
นี่มัน
ยิง
ทั
ยั
น
บ
เกิ
เลย
นอ่ะ
Marv,
Late
the
enough.
last man standing,
Late enough.
1v3, low HP on Sadek, but that's about where the benefits end. Has a cosmic divide we don't expect to see used in time. Well, it's the least of his concerns with those numbers against him and a smoke that he'd have to walk through.
Well, of the players left in the tournament coming into today, he did have
อะไร
the highest clutch percentage, but
มันเหมือนออปติกไม่ได้
try
สู้เลย
anything
แบ
here
บ
would
แทบ
be
จะไม่
to
ได้
risk
เล่น
the
เลย
rifle. And honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't mind it so much. Of
อะไร
course, I don't expect him to necessarily
จับอะไร
win it, but they need something.
มันไปเล่นกับหมา
This
นู่น
team needs a hero to almost just
ไอ้
bring them back from the brink, because at the moment, well, this is probably the most shut down he's been the entire
ตายแล้วหมา
probably.
It's the most shutdown I've
Oh,
seen
wait.
Optic be, I think, just period. I mean, Loud are playing an absolutely incredible game. As we said, sometimes you get these upset games and you're like, I kind of feel
ไม่เห็น
that was close. I kind of feel like the favorite team like messed up. They didn't play their best game, like all this sort of stuff. And sometimes that's true, but you cannot take anything away from Loud. They are playing such a clean game. It was tangible from the first half on Bind, and it got even better as we watch this team warm up into the series. Whereas Optic, they seem to be ice cold right now.
มึงทำอะไรดิโมงไอ้เหี้ยเลยสัตว์หนักขนาดนั้น
The buying from Optic, not the best, but they
Why
can still be
no?
going
Why?
for purchases at this point.
Hey, look, the little crouch. He got spotted by the recon, so he just pops a little squat there, like, hey guys, I'm over here. What
Này
you
là
do? They've got the A side completely.
Yeah, there are 4 players currently outside of it. They're looking to try and pressure into mid. It's something I mentioned just a round or so
Oh,
ago.
that's
That
why,
this has
นั่
been
นดิ
somewhere that has been taken
Lao
for
เข้า
free.
A
Loud
โอ้
have
เจ๊ง
เราเข้าเอรัวๆปุ๊บปล่อยเอ
waiting.
เจ๊ง
I guess as
Right?
well with no aggression from Ye,
Right,
which has been a
Gang
staple of this A site. There's at least less information. Well,
และ3
2
just
That's
trying to hold
all.
on to that cross. I
ไปแล้ว
imagine
ไง
he's just going to try and catch somebody as they go past the door.
ยาวไป
อุ้ยเราเลสมันอยู่ตรงนี้ตลอดเลยนะ
น่าจะรู้นะเยน่าจะรู้โจทย์เก่าเยน่าจะรู้โจทย์เก่า
He doesn't get this again. They've destroyed the turret.
Đi
They
cho-
know
มา
it's
ดิ มาดิ
no kills. Optic
Yeah, but
coming
cô tôi
ahead
cho
now,
hùa buồn
5
lắm,
versus
bụng
3.
ní.
They lost the site. They may well concede a plant as well. The retake is set up to be in their favor. They've got a cosmic divide as well, and that basically
เอาดิพา
forces
เพื่อนมา
Loud
ด้วย
to play
จ้า
on site.
พาเพื่อนมาดูหน่อยเนี่ย
Make their move back through.
ตามลุกๆเลย
อุ้ย
You're going to give them a little bit of
Oh.
information.
Phải,
This is
nó
looking much
ออป
better
ติก
from
มาแล้ว
Sassy.
Đàn
buộc, đàn buộc, đàn buộc.
Maybe to put the final nail in the coffin. He's looking for the lineup, and while body blocked and taken out by Marv. A much
Đàn buộc
better
với đàn
round
buộc.
from them. A complete almost takedown of everything that was being attempted on the other side. And I like the idea, especially from Crashies, just basically, my job is get 1 kill on the Crown. That's exactly what he did. Another Prime Gaming flawless, by the way. 2 of the rounds that they've won have been flawless, but every time, Loud swung back instantly.
Oh, your dad.
And I mean, to be honest, the adaptation alone is just a great face. Get rid of Les, send a player with Ye, make sure he's gone. You keep Ye alive in the late round, fantastic. But if Les comes up behind you at any point, and this is the thing. So I said Les has been forcing them to change. He's been getting in their heads in that sense. Well, now he's been shut down on that. And he's going to have to change his position a little bit. Could have off-put the pace of the round. Last one of the half. And Loud
again. The 3-man stack into mid, the exact same thing out, and by the looks of it, they're looking to pick up the pace. Because they've thrown in that null command, I don't think he can do the same recon. So that just means that they're going to have this site almost for free, and Crashy's desperately hoping to try and find someone around the edge of the door, but he won't.
This could be a problem still with Cosmic Divide. So you know these players
Oi,
It changed it up And they played on site. This Cosmic Divide doesn't lock them out nearly as much as Optic would hope it does. Instead, they're willing to fight, losing the duels. 2 versus 3. Only the man underneath now remains. One assassin up in the round. We will end up at 9-3. Loud have put on one of the best performances on this attack side that I've seen from them. This is scary if you're a North American fan.
Yeah, as I said, I want to reiterate, over the last 3 times they played this, they are 21-3 in terms of their defensive rounds. They go in with one of the best attacking halves we've probably ever seen, and now they go on to their favorite side of the map. It is going to be a brutal uphill battle for Optic to get back into this series. Well, I want to know if there's anybody on the desk who believes they can do it.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. 9 rounds on the attack, meaning this is a dream start for Loud.
Yeah, it has been a dream indeed, and one of the guys leading the charge for this squad has been Sidok. I've been really impressed with Loud being able to consistently just lean into these 4-1 executes where Optic realizes where they're going, and still they're getting away with the rounds. I think a big part of it has been this guy. He's really good to help Osmus being that second entry and setting him up with those flashes. Marv is always anchoring towards A, and you have those deep flashes to be able to shut down. But on top of that, Loud's adaptations have been great.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Loud starting off with that A main control, making sure that Astra's pressured and making sure that it's the hardest place for Optic to get info back. Then they end up going back, pushing A off the middle, and then they end with an A execute. Knife goes in. It means any util gets thrown out. They can't throw util for another 8 seconds. Loud wait, and then they just hit again with an flash, util, job done.
One of my biggest, one of the things I love the most about how Loud approach that as well is they don't commit to the A hit and get caught by any utility that wasn't turned off. They just hold and wait for all of those swings to come out. And this now puts insane pressure upon Optic heading into the next half. And when you look at how they've been playing their attack side, I think Ye's been the most interesting part of it. This is attack side kills from Ye, and he's getting a lot of kills in their spawn. He's going and working mid in a lot of these rounds, and the rest of the team pivots around him to set him up for these looks. Kind of how Paper X plays with Forsaken. The problem is, I mean, this is just almost an unwinnable spot. Louder averaging 9 rounds on defense this year. That is just absurd. Ye can't do all of that. Yeah, Optic can't do all of that.
It has to be an entire team effort for them to even have a chance in this one. But we saw some moments. They take that nice retake at the end of that half. The fans are chanting for them. For once, Optic has a crowd behind them. And now the grand final, having that clean run, it relies on this half. It relies on a miracle.
I honestly think it's just about this pistol round. If Optic get this pistol round, it's like what I'd be thinking about. I can bring it back, boys. I can do some nice calls here. We can work the map and we can end it.
Well, let's see if Daddy can do that. Mitch and Tom, back to you.
I'm sorry, Tom. I don't want to get your hopes up, but
Bosa's right here.
Loud of 93%.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So we mentioned this coming into the game. We heard it from the desk. Like, this is the half we expect Loud to put up the most numbers. That's not possible. They're gonna put up 4 and it's done.
unless we go to Mega OT.
ออกติด
Maybe.
Crowd is
Not bad.
behind Optic, that's for sure. We need this pistol to go their way. Loud have won 2 out of 3 of them with big individual performances stepping it up. Not even a game plan that took it across the line. For Optic, they're taking it slowly. You know, you can feel how much this round means to them. This is not one that they go into and look for some loose kills. They need to take every advantage they can possibly get.
This is bad
3 players and a 4th looking to hold on to the
อุ้ย
ball.
เคลียร์เคลียร์
He's
เคลียร์
having trouble just
เดี๋ยว
breaking
มัน
the
ยืน
turret.
แบบ
โอ้โหมันยืนจิ้วๆเลยนะ
โอ้โห
นี่ไง
He gets hit by a shot.
นี่ไง
Demolishing 2 members. It is a
ปวดหัว
shambles
เลย
all the way through, but Marv might have just rectified it.
Oi.
The ping up is
Oh.
going to give some information, but the
Oh.
trades are so good on the
But
side
they're
of
not
Loud. They're low though. There's a chance.
Back.
Could be a problem, but
Esalakat.
Four
Esalakat.
kills in the first
Esalakat.
round. Double digits for Loud.
Oh my God.
And while they are moments
Then take
away
what
from
horse?
getting themselves into the grand final again.
It certainly seems that way. A tale is told this time between these two
Oh my
teams. That rivalry not going to end in Brazil, or sorry, in North America's favor for now, it seems. Another pistol that follows the same pattern. We had a 4K, a 3K, a 4K, individuals on Loud, stepping it up. You can see Optic in a moment, they get a little bit tunnel vision
Yeah,
into
what
finding
a
those
hole,
kills,
yeah.
expecting this is the last guy on the site, but then there's 2 more. They ran into the stack and realized it too late, and now they're left to classics. This should be 11 rounds for Loud, and then a basically flawless half if Optic are to have any chance in this series.
I feel like there's very few believers at this point. The
Crowd
crowd
seems to.
The crowd will them on. I'll say
แปลก
that.
ๆแปลก
Okay, well, Ye's managed to win a battle.
แปลก
Alex probably going to want that one deleted from the VOD.
ๆคือประเด็นเลยนะ
Doesn't matter.
ลาวแม่ง
His
กันทุกคน
teammates are there. As said, we've got so
Team
many
Empower แม่งโคตรโหดเลยอะ
strong performers on this squad.
อันนี้ก็โหด
And now
Oh,
it's
team
on
people
to
now.
Finesse.
ต้องยอม
He's getting spammed up. Would need some
ดีไม่โดน
classic magic, and it isn't
โอ้กับ
happening.
ทุกคนเลยอ่ะ
Still
โคตรแม่น
a
อะ
decent round,
Hello.
but
เดี๋ยวก่อน
ยังไม่5 ทุ่มเลย
ยังไม่แตะ5 ทุ่มเลยพี่
Yeah, it's a silver
ก่อน
lining
พี่โปเต้
at
จะไป
best,
พี่เปา
but
ลงดัง1 รอบ
you got to capitalize on it.
ได้เลย
And so far, Optic have struggled to get anything on the board. We have rounds where Ye's pulling up 2 kills with an op, and then they still just get rolled over coming into site pushes. Victor had that fantastic 2K.
ถ้าบราซิลได้แชมป์ปีหน้านี่
Yep,
oh
เดือด
no.
เลยนะ
it's been
ที่จัดที่
shaky.
บราซิล30 ทีม
And I think I don't know
เออว่ะ
what's leading to it, but Loud are playing some of the best Valorant I've seen out of this region, out of
Look
this
at- they're
team,
pushing
DIX
of anyone.
They've got so much control already, and with the weaker weapons, this is just the perfect positioning for them to be in.
DX น่า
They're not
จะ
going to
เป็
be
น
able
1
to
ใน
take any of that
30แน่
control. Instead, mid. It's going to be 4. It's not going well for Marv. That's going to be a rifle into the
Stinger มา
hands
ยิง
of
ได้
his
เหรอวะ
opponents.
เมื่อ
And
กี้
they came into this with
ลง
mostly
มาฟลาย
stickers.
อุ้ย
Oh, and Aspas
Dip.
even shuts down
Dip
Ye.
chat.
Another rifle
Oh
to be
my
retrieved.
God.
Control and a trap
อย่า
gone,
บอกนะ
which
ว่า
means
ตา
no
ที่ชนะ
information
อย่าง
for
นั้น
Optic
เหรอ
anymore. There are 3 players stacked up on A, and they basically need to commit to it.
Oi.
She's is kept out for a moment, but okay.
Oi,
They've got
oi, oi,
Savage.
ใจเย็
Now
น
they can look towards the site. You've got an Omen
เอา
here.
ไป
They
แล้ว
know
ด้วย
that the paranoia already put out, and so
Oh.
he's the last
อ้าว
one standing on the
แปลก
site. As he goes
แล้ว
down,
เปลี่ยนปืน
it's a
ครบไง
2v2, but look at
แล้วแก
Crashy.
ชี่เลื่อนเหลือ
A
1
man has
นะ
got 1 health left. Victor, he had a 2K earlier on. He had 2 more kills since. We need to see this as a round where he delivers, because I don't think Crashies is going to have it in him to win these duels. Luckily, there's no damage dealing utility, so they will have to do it with the bullets.
Timmy
วางไก่
disagrees.
โอ้
ไก่โอ้เอ้ยเดี๋ยวไก่ยิงใครอ่ะ
One bullet from the turret could be enough. It means there can't really be a swing, and they're just looking to try and
Nice,
play
Kalia.
off of each other. Victor almost just going to hide in the corner, trying to use crashes.
เนี่ยมัน
as
เช็คได้หมด
bait. They won't check it the second time.
เฮ้ย
ไม่รู้
He's
ไม่
still
รู้
just lurking around this angle.
Oi,
Does
Oi,
Aspas actually
but
go
man,
back
mình
to
lúa.
the peak? He does, but he loses the fight.
Let's
And they
do.
know roughly where Les is going to be.
Let's
He's
do.
just sticking this defusal. Look at
โอ้
it. And he lets go and lands the headshot.
เล่นตัวโหดจังวะ
Unstoppable this series. And 12
มันให้เม็ด
and
เดียวเลย
9 match points go the way of Loud.
This is looking over. It was already there, but this round, the insult to injury, the stick that comes through, and then he just pulls off it after a whiffed swing from Victor. Great kill onto Aspas, but look at this. 2 bullets
Oh
fired.
my.
He didn't commit. And then he swings back out into the bullets, into the pre-fire. 9 chances to close this out. Loud have kept this energy up from step 1, and this guy's got an Odin in his hand. Sassy, I love you, man. Scary thing to play up against, that's for sure. And a judge for Sadek. Of course, yeah. No, naturally.
Yes. Taking a little bit of early space. Aspas eat the
ยิงไม่โดนด้วยเหรอ
เหลือกี่ต้นแล้ว
might give the bait, but there's
เดี๋ยวต้องเอาโฉนดไปจำนองแล้ว
second player. They're almost being funneled towards this judge. It does seem like Optic are going to lose this game, but you don't want to lose it to
Not
that
like
gun.
this.
โดนหมดไง
Not like this. Okay, Victor's making a good call. Well, maybe not. I mean, there is an op here, and the
โอ้ยเมื่อ
bullets
กี้ที่เข้า
ringing out
เข้า
from
ช็อตที่
West.
ไส้แตกนะ
Their
พี่น้อง
distraction.
โอ้โหโดนอีกแล้ว
The fact that Aspas
พี่เอ
was here, he will tank that KO knife.
เย้
Nowhere to
เสีย
go.
ทรงมา
No
แล้ว
utility to get him out.
เจะทรง
They
จัด
all got hit by the knife on the other side.
มันโดนจนหลอนน่ะ
They
รอบ
know
เนี้ย
that basically the
เราเนี้ย
entirety of Optic are in mid.
Ui,
They have
Fat.
40
กล้าเล่นขนาดนี้
seconds
เลยเหร
to
อ
play with.
เฮ้ย
อ้าว
What the fuck
Look at that! That has probably put
Bro.
Optic to bed
ไปดิ
here. Crash is even taken to half.
โอ้
And
จบ
it's
ละ
left onto him to try and clutch this out, but Aspas has had enough. A knife needed to be connected,
Yeah,
but
I'll
instead
change.
it's less to put them
Let's
down.
go.
Loud dominate Optic to make their way through to the final.
maybe they
We
have
already
that.
know we're heading to Brazil at the beginning of next year. Loud want to take a trophy there.
They want to
Oh
go
my
with the crown into
God.
the next year. What a
Loud,
fantastic
Loud.
display. Map number 1 is
Yo, like,
Optics.
what?
We knew it from
อา
the
ซีกลับมา
get-go.
แล้ว
But they came through and
Brazil,
delivered
Brazilian
so
man gonna
far
hit.
beyond what we expected. Putting Brazil on the map for the millionth time.
Yeah.
Getting themselves into the grand final. They might have a rematch on their hands, but after their performance here today, I think anybody will be scared to face Loud. This team has decimated Optic. 13-3. A loss the likes of which they haven't felt
และกระ
for a
ตู
long time.
But that's the thing, we talk about Brazil as a region as being very top heavy. There's been
พูดออกไปต่างหากของจริง
now Loud leading the way, but I imagine if you're one of the teams from that region right now, you're going to see, this is what we have to play against week in, week out. This is who we have to try and beat.
เยี่ยมมีบราซิลเข้าจริงไปแล้ววะ
Every single time. They looked unstoppable today. And again, this is the thing we've said the whole tournament. It isn't one superstar. We're not looking at an Aspas. We're not looking at maybe a Durka. We're not looking at someone having to just win or basically put up crazy numbers every single time. The fact is, we have seen every single member of this Loud squad step up. Even just looking at the frags, it's like 5 between top and bottom. And every single member had their impact. The supportive players of Sadak and Pankada have had world-class matches throughout this event. And honestly, at this tournament, this looks like the most complete team.
That is for sure. You can have 1, 2, maybe even 3 players have a bad day. It doesn't matter. There's always someone to pick up the slack. And the reality is,
จะไป
every
แพ้รอบ
time
ชิง
these
แน่เลย
guys have played, it's gone to 3 maps at least. I mean, it was
แพ้รอบชิงปะวะ
3-0 even in a BO5 to Optic. Never have they been dealt a hand like this. Unbelievable stuff from Loud from the get-go. And I mean, sure, there's a couple of rounds that came close that could have put more on the board for Optic. But even if they win a couple more clutches,
นี่เลยอ้อนน้องแพทมาได้แล้ว
solid from Loud.
ขอบคุณครับพี่แพตตี้
Get-go, and they never let their hands off the reins.
โอนให้พี่เลย
500 นะ
ถ้ายืมตัวพี่โบเต้ต่อเวลาครับ
งั้นให้พี่เอ๋ยเลยครับ พี่เอ๋ยโอนเลยครับ มาพี่โปเต้ชวนอามาตูมาติงเทเลเล่
อามาตูคืออะไรเดี๋ยวกลับมามาตูก่อน
เอ้าเพลงไงพี่
อามาตูเหรอเมื่อกี้
เดี๋ยวพี่เพิ่งกดปฏิเสธยังไง
พี่ปฏิเสธคนไม่เป็นก้า
แป๊บทำกับพี่ป่ะ
โอ้พี่
วิ
ว่าก แล้ว
เตอ
เพล
ร์
ง
แบบ
ไหนเบ่ง
เมื่อกี้เห็นวิกเตอร์เคลี้ยงของปะ
เครื่องของเลยพี่
มันเคลี้ยงเลยแบบไม่สบอารมณ์หัวร้อน
เนี่ยทิวเหรอ
วิกเตอร์เหรอพี่เหมือนเมื่อกี้มันโยนอะไรสักอย่างนั่นนะโยนเครื่องใส่
ใช่
เลย
โยน
พูดแล้ว MVP เป็นโค้ดด้วยอ่ะดูดิ
ฮะ
เท่จัดเนี่ย MVP มีแอสปารากัสเลนแล้วก็พานาคอตต้าแล้วก็โค้ด
โยนถุงร้อน โดนหัวคิงไปที
คิงบอกกูผิดอะไร
2-1 เดียเอ็กครับ
DRX 2-0 ครับ
เย่เย่
เป็นยังไงคู่จริงก็ DRX กับลาวครับ
เย่เย่
จะสั่งอะไรมากินตอนดูวะปะ
ป๊ามีกระเพาะปลาอยู่ข้างล่างแต่ป๊าอยากกินอยู่เหมือนกันครับมากินกับป๊าได้นะ
มึงมากินกระเพาะปลาอ่ะ
ก็กินแค่น้ำแกงก็ได้แล้วก็มันก็มีไก่มีปูที่เรากินไก่กับปูก็ได้
โอ้โห ได้แต่ของกูเรือ
ไม่รู้
บัตสุงเดเรีย
อะไรอ่ะ
มาดู
เบสูมาเรียน้องแมท
อะไร
โอเคเป็น DRX กับฟันพัดใช่ไห
ค
ม
รับ
น้องก้า
ใช่แล้วโคตรเดือดคู่นี้ สายบนไม่ค่อยน่าดูเท่าสายล่างครับ
สายตะเกียกตะกายแล้วแบบพลัง ไม่ก็เสียทรงไปเลย
เสียทรงกันมาก่อน 200,000เลยเหรอมึงอะยิงไรแรงขนาดนั้นนะขออนุญาตแทงสวนเฮ้ย ไม่มีทาง จริง มันคือ DRX ซานซินเดเรียมาราดู
พี่เคยฟังไหมเพลงที่ก้ากำลังร้องอยู่
ไหน
อาปาดูอ่ะ
มาราดู
ไม่เคย
เดี๋ยวพี่เอ้ยเราดู Watch Party กันทุกวันพี่
อ๋อเพลงไอ้ตอนรอนะ
มาชิเตเรียใช่อ่ะ
โห เอาจริงก็ไม่เคย
โอป้าทั้งใจครับ
ฟัง
ฮะ
มาฟังไม่รู้
เอ
เลย
เจียพี่เอเจียจริง
แต่มีเพลงหนึ่งที่ผมจำได้ แม่งไอเพลงแบบหูฟังช็อตอะไอ้ มาที่ไรผมปิดเสียงตลอดเลย
นึกว่าไฟช็อต
โอ้
ปึ้งอ้อยทำไมมันเกลือดาก้อนเอ็กทั้ง ใส่เมติก2 โคร 2โคร 2ซามยา มันดูแรงไหมหรือมันดูเบาช่วยบอกผมที
ก็ฉันคุยไม่เก่งก็ไม่ต้องคุยกันก็ไม่คุยกันเลยได้ไหม
นี่ไงเซียนๆเลย
พี่เอยเชียร์อันนี้พี่เอยเจิมใครนะครับ
เดิม FPX ไป 2-1
โอเค เดี๋ยวอีก20พี่ ผมอ่ะ
yes น้องก้า yes
let's go
let's go DRX
let's go DRA โอป้าสลังเฮทั้งใจ
บอกเลยว่าหลอมฟรีวินฟรี
มันดีมาก ผมพยายามหา3 ดาวอยู่แต่ผมแบบงบไม่พอละ คือมันเอ็นเกมอ่ะ มันสามารถแบบใช้ยาวๆได้ ผมก็เลยแบบพยายามหาอยู่เหมือนกัน แต่โคตรเปลือง สุดยอด พี่โพสใช้อะไรอยู่อะอาวุธอะ
พี่ใช้ไฟฟ้าอยู่แต่พี่กำลังจะไปเปลี่ยนไปอันนี้แหละ
น้ำแข็งเหรอ
ไอ้กายภาพ yes
เดี๋ยวทำไมพี่ไปเล่นคอเดียวเหรอ
ช่แล้วล่ะ
จริงปะทำไมอะ
มีมันปั่นจักรแลไม่มันแล้วก็โคเดียไม่โคตรมันเลย
จริงเหรอข้อเดียวสนุกเหรอพี่สรุปแล้ว
มันสนุกมากเพราะว่าแต่มันไม่ได้สายตีแบบว่าใช้อาวุธนั้นตีเรื่อยๆเรื่อยๆจนอันนั้นตายแล้วมันสายสลับอาวุธอะมันเก็บเกรดไวมากอะแสนตี
ตรดคิวในเรา โอ้โหดูเลือดดิ
นี่รักษา
ว่าไง
อยากกินมอปัง
เรียกยังไงเรียกไม่เป็น
โจมตี
เอากระเพาะปลาใส่
กายภาพ
ใส่ถ้วยแล้วก็เอา
อะไรอะ
เอาเส้นหมี่ใส่
ว่าไง
ใส่เอาเครื่องใส่กัน
ว่าไงทุกคน
กี่นาที
มากันทำไม
เวทสัก2 นาทีก็ได้อ้วน
ได้เลย
1 นาที2 นาที
เอาโดนตี
ขอบคุณครับเอาถ้วยใหญ่ๆเลยนะว่าง
ได้เลยกระมังไหม
กะละมังก็ได้ เพราะว่าฉันชอบกิน
ได้เลย
ที่ฉันอ้วนกินไม่
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Youngsu, and I have Mimi, Boaster, and Saisho with me. As Tom said at the end of that cast, we are heading to Brazil. And Saisho, it's time to invest.
Yeah, come to Brazil and bring a trophy with you. I love that because that's exactly the form that Loud seem to be in right now. I don't know how Optic could have won that game. Loud were just in unreal form.
เอาเรียบฟอ
Every player's popping off.
พี่โบเต้ได้ปล่อยแบบว่าพวกพึ่งบ้างไหมตอนกลางคืนนี่
Yeah, they
ไม่มี
ฮะ
I think
พี่ไม่เอาน้ำผึ้ง
ไม่ปล่อยเอาอีพีนะปกติแล้วอะ
เอ้าเหรอ
อ่ะอีพีพี่ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่
ดูไงอะ
พี่ยังไม่63อยู่เลยใช่ไหม
ใช่2 ล้าน เต็ม2 ล้าน 7
นั่นแหละ คือของผมมันอันนี้ไง64แล้วไง700,000อะ
I mean, as you heard FNS say, what is going on? You don't often hear him question those
พี่เอ้ยเราจะแข่งอยู่แล้วเราจะซ้อมเมื่อไหร่
performance from Loud.
เราแข่งวันไหนนะ
พรุ่งนี้
But not like this.
เดี๋ยว เอาดี
ยังพี่ยังสายออก20อะ
ก็จบแชมเปี้ยนน่าจะเริ่มแล้วมั้ง
ใช่ ไปวอร์มแฟนทอมบ้างดีกว่า เดี๋ยวเล่นทาวเวอร์เสร็จ เอาไงนะ ไอ้น้องปิง เดี๋ยวก็โดนแบนหรอก พี่บูมบอกพี่บูมลงแถวพี่วัดหรอ อันนี้น่าจะใช่นะ ถ้าแบบว่าดูจากสถานการณ์หลายๆอย่าง แต่น้องปิงอะสถานการณ์ไม่ต้องโดนแบนแล้ว อันเนี้ยโดนแน่ อยู่ที่พิจารณาของพี่สายใหม่ๆเลย พี่ว่าไงผมว่างั้นเลย
And I remember I was speaking to Sassy back at the features. This was way before the event actually started, and we talked about like the Iceland performance, them getting to the finals and coming second. And he talked about his young players, like it almost got to their heads a little bit, like getting to the finals on their first ever event.
ใครมันวิ่งตามมาอยู่วะ
Out at Copenhagen, and now they kind of had that little reality check, and now they're back here at this event, and they're showing their true form.
ว่าบ่ได้
Yeah, one of those young players, of course, is Pancada, and I know you've also been really impressed with him here too.
เราไหวไหมไอ้น้องปิงเราไหวไหม
I mean, in those kind of post
เราไหวไหม เราทิ้งพี่ไว้อยู่ประมาณเกือบชั่วโมงครึ่ง
runs in situation, he was like
เราจะพูดอะไรอีกฮะ เราจะพูดอะไรอีก
that really hard brag, and that's something to really difficult to
เริ่มเลย เริ่มเลย เริ่มเลย
search for those brags. They always want to hold that W key, but he was kind of sitting it back, ice cold in the veins, and yeah, owning it.
Yeah, and he's facing the guy who's known for being ice cold in the veins in Marv, and I think that
พี่โปเต้สร้างบ้านอะไรบ้างอะ
one-sided. Pancada has been an icon of consistency.
พี่สร้างทุกอย่างที่สร้างได้
He's been looking like the best controller of the tournament thus far.
อย่างที่สร้างได้ มันให้สร้างเลยเหรอดู เราไม่มีคำอธิบายน้องปิง
Yeah, from stellar performances from some of our LATAM teams to now this squad in Loud looking on course to maybe even win the tournament. This really has been the event of South America stepping up, and for Loud in particular, it's such a big achievement. That lower bracket is going to be insane. FPX or DRX, Optic, only one of those teams will have a chance to face them.
Yeah, a lot of dangerous players on the side of Loud as well. Before the break, we asked you guys
ซามูไรโอนิกิริ
player of the match. The results
มันสูงจังวะ
and you guys voted for Les here again. Both of one of those.
เลส
You have a couple of young players on your roster as well. How do you keep them kind of humble and calm in these situations? Because this is another big grand final for them.
Honestly, it's a
ไอ
lot
เกมนี้มันมีแต่คนอายุน้อยๆวะพี่เอ๋ย
ไอ้พวกตัวจี๊ดๆอายุน้อยๆทั้งนั้นแหละ
อายุน้อยๆทั้งนั้น
เอาเพอร์เชอร์เซคันด์
โหพอฟาเจอร์นี่ของจริง
Yeah, well, now they have two players to keep those young guns in check, and one of them is Sassy. He is standing by right now with Chrissy and Verizon post-match.
Thank you so much, Ian Su. Yes, I am standing by with Sassy right now. Congratulations, by the way. Massive win. Not just a win, but a massive win, especially on map 2, right?
Yeah.
Does it feel good?
I mean, it's our map, right?
ไอเจน33แล้วมันไอเจลไงอันนั้นไอเจลตัวจี๊ดตัวจี๊ด
Our draft was pretty good. Like, you know, the beginning
ตัวจี๊ดเลย
we felt pretty comfortable. So after our wins on Bind, I mean, yeah, we had a pretty good chance to win this series.
And that
Team
had to
up.
be a good feeling, too, to win on their map pick as well, right off
Bye.
the bat, knowing you're going into your map pick next. You're in a super comfortable place. Obviously, Optic is a team that you've gone up against a lot.
โอ้โห
You know, in Reykjavik, they beat you. They knocked you
Phantom
out
ว่ะ
of Copenhagen very early on. Does
ใช่
this
จะเกม
feel
17
like redemption to you,
อัล
or
ฟา
do
เจอ
you
ร์ก็
feel
17
like it's redemption
ขอร้องล่ะ
in Chain at all?
I mean, honestly,
Alpha
it's not
2 อะ
bad. You know,
Yep.
the history can repeat itself. So I'm working to to make it not happen. So yeah, I mean,
You want to bring home that trophy
yeah,
first
yeah.
before
I
you
mean,
say
I want
anything.
the trophy this time, you know. So
But it's got to be a weight off your shoulders to know you've secured your spot in the grand finals. You're going
Yeah.
there, have a day off, kick your feet up, relax, get ready for that,
ก่อสร้าง
that next.
yeah, it's like it's a big advantage, right? We can like still watch the game from Optic.
ไปสำรวจป่า
Still don't know who we're going to play.
หมดป่า
who
ที่
they're
ไหน
going to
วะ
play against.
Yep.
But you know, it's a pretty good advantage, and still we have more bans on draft. So yeah.
ค่ายไฮด้า
So, irrelevant to this
ได้หนมแล้วครับ
specifically, but just a
หนม
question
อะไร
I
อะ
wanted to ask you. As someone who, you're at the top of the ladder
หนมอะไรนะครับน้อง
right now in the world. You're the first team to secure your spot in the grand finals in the biggest tournament of the year. What advice would you give to young gamers who want to be in this position one day standing on this
Oh, wow.
stage?
I mean, you know, I've been like gaming for like 8
Gaming.
years, I guess. I've come like from League of Legends, so now I'm like playing Valorant. It's like it's pretty strange, right?
เฮ้ย
And you know, honestly, I'm glad that my parents support me. So I mean, never give up. You know,
Oh,
Gaming
wow.
is like it's a
Never
really
give up.
professional sport. You know, so you just take serious the game, and you take far away.
ค่ายไฮยีน่า
It's brought you all the way here to Istanbul.
Yeah.
Hopefully, next year, we're going to be
นี่เราต้อง
coming to
มีการมา
Brazil,
ทำ
and
บ้าน
we're
อีกแล้ว
gonna
นะผม
come
ไม่ชอบ
visit
ระบบ
the
การ
trophy
ทำ
there,
บ้าน
right?
เลยวะ
Oh, I hope so.
Hope so.
จาก
Absolutely.
ดองกี้ ฮะ
Where's this one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
We'll bring the trophy back
Oh.
to Brazil, and then we'll go get another one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I
Well,
hope
thank
ตะ
you
เกีย
so
บประมาณ
much.
27 มั้ง
Congratulations.
26
Looking
27ปะ
forward to seeing
ไม่
you
ชั
in
วร์
the
วะ
grand final in
โอ้
2
มันไกลจังวะ
days.
เนี่ย
Hope you have a great day off tomorrow, relaxing, prepping, getting in the zone. We're going to be taking
ยัง
a
ฟัง
break
โซเบต
now.
ครับ
When we come back, it's another rematch. It's FPX
โซเบต
versus DRX. I
โซ
will
เบ
see
ต
you over on the desk. Stay tuned.
Let's go เดี๋ยวอีกมันลีลาจัง นี่ ถ้วยแชมป์
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan.
ถ้วยแชมป์
$30.
แล้วนะเรื่องต่อไป
Verizon for just $30?
พี่จ่ายไหมพี่จ่ายไหมอยู่ไหม
I'm switching now. Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from
ไม่ไหว
Verizon.
กับไอ้น้องปิ้งละ ผมได้อันนี้มา1 ดาวถือว่าโหดไหม6 นาทีตึง
กล้าลงริวทุกวันไหนเหรอ
ทุกวันพฤหัสบดีสีแสด
เขาให้ลงแบบถ่ายแบบว่าถ่ายหน้าด้วยไหม
ได้หมดเลยพี่
พี่อยากเห็นกล้าลงแบบเวอร์ชันแบบว่าอันนี้ด้วยใช่ไหม
ฮะผมได้นะ
แบบถ่ายหน้าหรือไม่ก็อะไรที่แบบว่า เห็นอะ
พี่คิดถึงหน้าผมขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
ใช่เมื่อกี้พี่เพิ่งไปดูติ๊กต็อกก้ามา เห็นหน้าพี่ก็ฮาแล้ว
ฮะ
ติ๊กต็อกก้าอันนี้ก้าทำหน้างงอ่ะ
ปวดหัวเลยปวดหัวเลยพี่วาโลแรนต์อยู่วะบรอ
ไอซ์บ็อกDRX ทรงไม่มาเลยล่าสุด เพลงนี้มาอีกแล้วไอ้จริง
ไอจีนี่เหรอ
จะละล่ะ
อุ้ยเจนดันมาแล้ววะ
อุ๊ย
เย็ดเคตอนแรกก็กดไป32 ตัว อยู่ทีมกับน้องกินด้วยเหรอ ย้อยหัวคุดชี้หาแฟนทอม แต่วันนี้รู้สึกว่าสะบัดก็โดนนะจะดูต่อดูครับดูคู่แบบว่าเป็นคู่ที่ผมอยากดูที่สุดละมาพบเจอกันอีกรอบในสายล่าง แต่กดไวไปกระสุนมันก็เหินเว้ยทุกคนหมายถึงแบบว่าเวลาแท็บกดไวไปกระสุนมันจะชอบเหินอะเหมือนตอนที่เรายิงเสกแล้วเราแบบทำไมกระสุนไม่โดนวะมันแบบคือมันไม่ได้รีเป้าไงมันไม่ได้รียังไม่ได้รีกระสุนเราก็กดรัวๆมันก็เลยแบบกระสุนมันก็เลยเหินวะ
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul and our lower bracket semifinals between DRX and Masters Copenhagen champs. Fun plus Phoenix is up next. We just saw Optic and Loud. Obviously, Loud, absolute decimation. I'm Chrissy Costanza, and joining me at the desk is Mimi, Achilleos, and of course, Paper X's Benkai. Welcome back to the desk, Benkai.
เป็นใคร
Yeah, it's my
จะมาย้ายไปเล่นปืนแฟนทอมเหรอรู้สึกว่ายิงแท็บสนุกดี
DRX.
ไอมีนแบบว่าเหมือนวันดอลผมไม่ค่อยเข้ามือเลยวะ
Like 2/4 of the fan club over here. Next time we'll get the owner of DRX can up on the. We're just gonna keep building if DRX keep winning. There we go.
Just 2/4.
กดเลยไหมพี่ว่ากดเลยไหมพี่ว่ากดเลยปะล่ะ
I didn't mean to discredit the fan club.
Fan club is
Well, we'll
huge.
see. We'll see. This is gonna be a very fun rematch on day 9. DRX sent FPX to the lower bracket, and now they meet here again. Except this time, it is elimination time.
เย็ดเค200221ของแสลงละอย่างเงี้ย
Incredible, but this is the 4th time now that they are meeting against DRX. I kind of teed this up the last time that they faced off. These guys just seem to be fated to meet, much like Optic and Loud.
Yeah, and it is the second rematch. We saw DRX win the first time, FPX win the second at Copenhagen. Could be the same story here as it was DRX to take the first matchup at Champions.
And it's really incredible that DRX, don't kill me for this, are still here. They have broken their 5th, 6th place first. FPX, on the other hand, they're trying to become the first ever back-to-back winners here. They're competing with Optic for, first team for 2 international titles this year, but they're the most recent winners, so for them, this would be back-to-back titles.
มันมารอบลึกจริงว่ะ
It'd be absolutely massive if they could pull it off, and once again, they would have to
ซุยกันสู้
really affirm them as being the best team in the world if they can make that happen.
ทำไมชื่อมันสั้นแต่ว่า VTRX เนี่ย ไม่เกิน4 พยางค์
I think it's still so damn
ไม่เกิน4 ตัว
FPX, they are a completely different beast. This is a team that is really hard to knock off.
มันถือเมาส์แพดแบบอาร์ติสัน
Every
เปล่า
single time we see them, they are typically very fired up.
But on the other side, it's a DRX who has been looking absurd, and now at this point, Benkai, they are the flag carrier for the Asian region. They're the last team standing from that entire part of the world.
Yeah, all of my hopes and dreams lie on their shoulders right now. It's all on them to do what I could not in Copenhagen, and they have all of my support. But I just want to talk about like the win conditions for DRX right now.
มา
Because
นี่ไง
what
พี่ป่าปิ้งใครมา
I saw last game, they have to let Buzz off the leash because I feel like he's very restrained right now with the way that
แหวนเขายังครบอยู่เหมือนเดิมนะ
they structure
ดูจากทรง
and I feel like he needs to be less afraid to make mistakes and just take those risks. bit more.
ทำไมเป็นใครมองอยู่คนเดียวอะ ไม่เข้าใจ
win conditions and the styles of the two different teams. DRX is
พี่เอ้ย
they like a lot of prep. They like to
เป็นใครมองอยู่คนเดียวนั่น
opponents and kind of get into the head
ตอนพูดอะ
of who they're going to be up against. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah,
มอง
I
กล้อง
mean,
อะนะ
this team just has the four coach buff. They
ที่
really
ดู
put
ช่อง
in
ไท
the
ย
time
พูด
and
อย่าง
effort
นี้
to counter-strat their opponents. This round versus Loud, a great example. They know how that cypher setup is done, have a shock dart to get rid of the
เจัง
utility.
ว่าเป็นใครอยู่ในคอร์ดลำ
Scaling
คอ
out of their
ก็อ
entry
ย่าง
and
นั้น
buzz to set them
ก็
up
อย่า
for
เป็นอย่างเงี้ย
success. This
เหมือน
team
พี่ต่อ
loves watching back on the tape,
โคตร
coming
เท่
up on ideas to counter, and it's part of the reason that
เนาะ
they've been so good when they get into these late parts of tournaments and their opponents have showed a lot.
โอ้ยพอพูดถึงแบบนี้แล้ว
Yeah,
เสียดาย
they
ให้
actually
เสียดายแทน
since
เป็นเฟลิกเลย
definitely
เอ้ย
have
DRX ดิ
DRX, and they're gonna realize that DRX is a super heavy prep team.
เหนื่อยจัดเลย
How
แบบ
they
นี้
can counter that is just to recognize like the kind of timings that DRX have and their entryways, and just like just play around it.
Yeah, and on the other side here for FPX, this is a team that has a lot of different looks. It makes them incredibly hard to prep against if you're a team like DRX.
ไม่เล่น Heaven กันเลยเหรอ
Multiple comps on pretty much every
เอา
map.
เล่น
If you look
สาม
at all the
สาม
maps
บอล
they've played
ไอ้
thus
จะบอก
far, they have at least 4 maps where they have shown multiple different iterations, multiple different compositions thus far at this event. And for teams that are going into them or flying into them, particularly if it's a rematch for the second time, you don't know which FPX to expect. And I wanted to ask you about that, Benkai. This is an IGL. When you're prepping against a team like this, they can show you so many different options. How does that change how you set up for a match?
Honestly, for me, the thing that my team did against FPX was just to play our own comp and just go with our own game plan and not try to counter what FPX has in store for us, because they just keep switching up almost everything that they have, and you literally can't study them. And it's gonna be
โอ้ลั่นลั่นลั่น
DRX because they rely so heavily on their entry strategy.
เอ้ย F ไปขี่ม้าแล้วนี่หว่า
ใช่พี่เมื่อกี้กับพี่เบสด้วย
เอาแล้วถึงเวลาแล้วกล้า
Right, is there an advantage in Benkai when you're kind of thinking about how you're going to play against an opponent? How much
ถ้าผมไปขี่ม้านี่คือวาโลผมไม่ได้เล่นเลยนะ
เอ้ยขี่ม้าตอนกลางคืนเนี่ย
time can you spend just doing what you think is going to have your team be set up for success the most? Because I think that's something that FPX have done a lot of, is that they know what they're good at, and that's why it's hard to counter them, is because they can do so many different things.
ตอนกลางวันก็ยิงไปก่อน
Very delicate balance between the two, because on
เหนื่อย
one
ปุ๊บ
hand, a team
วางปืนมาจับเชือก
has in store for them, like in terms of anti-strategy, and on the other hand, like take my team for example, we thrive on just being able to do what we do best and what we think will work. And I think FPX is the kind of team that
จบ
will just follow
จ
whatever
บ
the
Valorant แล้วเจอกัน
team knows how to work. So I'm kind of excited to see what
คิด
DRX
ชื่อไว้ก่อนดีกว่า
is doing in terms of prep.
Right? Well, for more on this matchup, let's hear from a man that knows his team inside and out. Is FPX's coach, Rose.
It felt amazing to get the revenge on next set.
Oi.
It's a bit tiring, but we got to win 2 times in the same day, so I'm happy. I think the map Vita was a bit different. We banned Breeze, we brought in some new comps on Pearl, we had a little bit more preparation, so that always helps us.
Bloom draw Bloom draws it.
DRX is one of the strongest teams in this tournament, both strategically and individually.
กล้าคิดชื่อเลย
the guys in the team as well. So I think
Ah.
it's a really great matchup.
พี่ชื่ออีลิกม้าของพี่ชื่อแอนโทนี
เจ็ดเค
Really strong. The things we have gone
กล้า
through
ชื่อ
this whole
เจอแกน
year,
คอปไหม
if you put any
What
other
the
team
fuck?
in this situation, I don't think they could do as good
อยู่
as
ดี
we
ก็
are.
เป็นโค้ชบอล
Confidence is always high.
มีคนชื่อเจอหลาด
We can
มา
win it,
ชื่อแอน
but
ฟิล
always
อะว่าไง
take it match by match. Matches are harder,
อยาก
some
ไป
matches
เจอ
are
เลย
easier, but in the end, you know, we can win it all.
Well, I for one am very excited to see what happens next between these two
ถ้าผม
teams.
จะ
I
ชื่อ
cannot
อัง
wait
กฤษ
to
เหรอ
see
ผม
who
อยา
the
กชื่อ
outcome is, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow in the lower final. So with that being said, let's get down to the stage to get into map selection.
โมฮัมเหม็ดซาลาห์
นี่
Last
ผม
time
ว่า
these two teams
ผมจะ
played
ชื่อว่า
is of course that rematch, and we got to see
Samson.
Breeze and Icebox.
Samson.
Seriously, by the way, but there's at least some history, and now I think the biggest question with this
นาม
veto
กุล
is
สร้าง
does
สวนเสือ
that
พี่ว่า
repeat
ไง
itself? At least for the versus ban, it will stick the same. FPX loves getting rid of this Breeze.
Yep, I think
มี
this
ม้า
is
ชื่อว่า
pretty
ซูซี่
unsurprising.
นี่
DRX
มาไง
was
หมา
the
ชื่อ
best
ซู
on the map
ซี่
throughout
เจ้าของ
the
ชื่อ
entire
แซมสัน
tournament. And, okay, it's gonna be the bind. This
แซมสร้าง
throughout
สู้
this
เสื้อมา
stage,
สู้
stage
สิ
all of stage 2, DRX were actually very much favoring going here, but it's a lot of respect being shown to
Good,
FPX that they take this off the board.
Yeah, now a lot of interesting maps are left open in this one. The Icebox, for example, is one that FPX has looked quite good on, and DRX just kind of showed this for the first time fairly recently. So, well, I think that is one that leans pretty heavily towards FPX. They
Cigarette.
show a lot of the map.
We saw them
What
floating
did you
for a second
cigarette?
last time, but obviously it was a 2-0 for DRX. We never got to go there, but then we saw DRX
ฮะ
play it for the
มันต้อง
first
เป็น
time
ชื่อนั้นไม่ใช่หรอ ใช่ไหมพี่
did not
อารมณ์เหมือน
look
แบบ
very
ว่า
really handled them well on that, but with
เอ่
Haven being
อ
open, this makes
ซิก
sense
กี้
that
ไบเดอร์
they look to go here. This is a map that we have not seen from FPX yet.
ชื่อทิกกี้เหรอ
Curious to see what they
ซิก
have.
กี้ไบเดอร์อารมณ์เหมือน
I mean, again, Ben kind of
สมัยนั้นป่ะพี่
conversation of how do you prepare for a team that hasn't even shown this
ไม่ได้
map?
ดูหนังเลย
Do you
เนี่ย
expect DRX is just going to go for maximum comfort
ฟริก
on
กี้
it?
ไบเดอร์
คาวบอย
I definitely think they're gonna go on the offensive right now because just from what I'm seeing right now, they picked the tag.
ชื่อแบบคาวบอย
Pretty sure they really have a lot of things really prepped for them. I think they're just gonna try and steamroll them on the first few rounds and just carry that momentum throughout the series. But I'm not really sure if they're gonna be able to translate that into Haven.
DRX have really been trying to stay away from this Pearl, and that's what they do ban. Fracture comes up as that decider. I think either Pearl or Fracture would have been a solid map for the side of FPX if we do go to the distance.
Have we seen Pearl from either of these teams during this tournament so
FPX
far?
has shown it twice versus XSET. They haven't been able to get the wins there, but
So no success has been shown this tournament.
but
No.
DRX has not shown Pearl at all. They haven't really even been willing to float this map as a third decider map. They just look to avoid it.
Yeah, they really have been. And I think that's wise. Even though FPX have lost twice in the past, I think they're still a team that has a really strong intent and has been dedicated to improving that map. They've now shown 2 compositions there. What I do think is interesting is, my brain was a little fried, but it is flipped back and forth. Last time Haven banned, this time the Breeze. So the Haven comes through, and that is something new for FPX.
Yeah.
Well, with the map picks locked in, we're going to take a quick
แม็ก
break.
ไว
with
โซชา
DRX and
เดี๋ยว
FPX.
โซชา
Try and say that 3 times fast. We'll be
Choppy.
taking the stage in just a few minutes. You're not going to want to
Billyเหรอ
rematch. Don't go anywhere.
แย่บิลลี่ว่ะเท่นะพูดเล่นไปถ้าอยากแบบว่าชื่อสมัยโดนก็มาโคสนี่
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
แซมสั้นซอย
เฮ้ยแซมสันซอย 4 มีมาสซูซี่ นี่ ว่ะ
แซมสันซาโซ
นี่
4 จะพูดแล้วก็น้ำลายกระเด็นอะนะ
Welcome back to Valorant
Sam
Champions
Van Soy.
Istanbul. We are about to kick off our lower bracket semi-final between the best of Korea and the best of EMEA.
ซิก
It's
อะ
DRX
ซอย
and
4 แน่ๆเลย
FPX.
แซมซัน
Let's head to the stage with the Prime Gaming agents left.
ใช่แน่
สรุปเธอจะเล่นจริงเหรอเนี่ย
แม้ว่าน่าหนุกดีนะ อยากไปขี่ม้า
มาว่ะ
เวลาเข้าไปก็ต้องทำเสียงแบบนี้อะนะ
ไม่ต้อง
ทั้งวัน
ๆใช่เลย
เหนื่
ใช่
อย
เล
แท
ย
นอ่ะ
โอ้โห
แต่
น้อง
แต่
แพท
ถาม
มาถูกทางแล้ว
ถามน้องพีนะว่าต้องทำอย่างนี้ไหมไม่เขา
ไป
อยู่ดี
พี่แพทเล่นเลยพี่แพท
มัน
เน่
เป็นแบบว่า
ช่วย
ไม่
กัน
พูด
สู้
ก็มีนะ
แล้วพี่เอ๋ยล่ะ
ฉันว่าเราไปขี่ม้ากันดีกว่า
เราไปขับเคลื่อนสิ่งมีชีวิต 4 ขานั่นกัน
ถ้าเป็นจะเอาม้าไปติดเทอร์โบเนี่ย
ฮะ
เพื่อคืออะไรอ่ะที่ไม่รู้จัก
เทคโนโลยีใหม่เหรอพี่
เทคโนโลยีใหม่
คือเราต้องโรลเพลย์
นี่
เป็
แฟนบอยเยอะ
ก่น
แอ
ใช่
น
ไหม
เจล
อะไรนะว่าน
ต้องโรลเพล
อัน
ย์
โต
เป็น
แสน
ผมทำเสียงคาร์บอยป่ะ
เท่าไหร่นะยุคก่อนเหรอ
เข้าไป
ใช่สมัยก่อน
ตัดหญ้าบอนี่เป็นไง
เฮ้ย
นี่ไง
ได้ชื่อแล้วเต้ชื่อของเต้อะมีน้องช่วยคิดมา
ว่าไงพี่
อันโตแสนสั้น
แปลกๆอ๋อ อันโตเหรออันโทนี่แสนสั้น เนี่ย เดี๋ยวใกล้ าก็จะมาเล่นเป็นคาร์บอยที่มาจากภาคตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือของแพทนี่
นั่นแหละ
ใช่หรอ
เขาก็จะไปรู้จักกัน
เขาก็จะไปรู้จักกันนำเมืองบ่อ
เงียน
ฮัลโหลเฮ็ดอียังอยู่เนาะพี่เอ๋ยชื่ออะไรนะในเกม
ผมทำเสียงก็หล่อไม่เป็นเสียงผมเกรียนจะตาย
ไอ้ก็จะไอ้อีลีกเฮ็ดอียังอยู่
ไอ
ไอขอหมอลำเนี่ยค่ะ
ว่ะก็ได้นะพี่
นะให้เสิร์ฟติ่มเมื่อคอนเทนต์นะ
จะมีใครอยากเล่นกับเราไหมพี่ดูทรงแล้วคุยไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
Yeah, both these teams have so many fans in attendance for them. DRX, a lot of people coming all the way out from Korea to cheer them on. Some members of the org, just some fans of the team, and some people here from Turkey that have gone over to that side.
อัปเดตคะแนนสะสม
เวลาแบบไปประชุมคุยกันอะนึกถึงสมัยก่อนอะบนตึกอะจำได้ปะใช่เลยอะ
เดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยจำได้ด้วยเหรอสมัยก่อนน่ะ
จำได้ดิ
คิดถึงจังเลยพี่พาโบ
ฟิลนั้นเลยฟิลที่ห่างหายไปนานโคบา
โกลา
ชอบกินอะไรซ่า
It's really surreal when you hear the crowd cheering for you for the first time. Like I was the first team to play in front of the crowd. So
ดูใบ
I kind of miss it. I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, it's just so nice to just watch the crowd cheer for these other teams as well.
For FPX though, they've been here so many different times.
เซนนาน
This is the
DRX
most experienced team for
DRX
DRX. You can see artists just having fun, enjoying his time in front of the fans. For DRX, they've had a little bit less experience in these stage games. It's only here at Champions that they've got
พยายามเข้านะภาษาเกาหลีอะไรทั้งวัน
outside of their home
เกนชนะ
Korea.
เกนชนะ
เดี๋ยว
They've already broken that.
ไม่ใช่พี่
Now they need to see if they can break further than that.
ไฟติ้งไงเขาสับเลย
ไฟติ้ง
ไฟติ้ง
ไปตี
ไฟติ้ง
ต้องเป็นฮอนกูนะไฟติ้ง
Giants are going to be picking for this a massive rematch here. What are we expecting to see here, Seth?
Perhaps some changes given how things went last time on Icebox for them. I misspoke earlier. It was versus Fnatic with that 17-13 loss that DRX did suffer. And yeah, we are
โอ้
actually
โหทีมไทยพับจีตอนนี้คือติด
going back over to the
ท็อป
chamber. This is something that we've
6 หมด
only
เลยเหรอ
been seeing from him on Fracture thus far.
เรือทอนยังไม่มาท็อป 6 เป็นโอ้โหเซเวรัสนี่แม่งโหดจังวะ 3 แชมป์เลยเหรอเฮีย ไฮสกิ มีแบบว่าเว็บทวายให้ดูไหมฮะแบบ
On the other
ส
side,
เต็ป
though,
อะ
to talk about it, FPX, this team has shown two different comps thus far. An iteration with the Raze, an iteration with the KO. Both have their strengths, but it seems like they're again landing on this Raze comp. It really enables Zipan to step up as an
อยากดู
individual.
สเต็ป
Ben, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I think not having just having the solo fade on FPX right now is gonna make DRX's job a bit easier for their chamber because sometimes the fade dog, like the prowler, doesn't detect like the high angles that chamber can be playing at. So I'm gonna be looking onto their chamber player to make a lot of impact in terms of the early round stage.
Yeah, and as long as Buzz can stay up, if he can find value on this chamber when they get over to that defensive side, can shut down Zipan on that dive, it could be massive. But they start on the attack, so it's going to come down to what can they do on these lurks, what can they do on these slower rounds to be able to find space and deny an FPX, who is a comp that is very heavy in shutting down those plants, in letting you in and punishing you with traps on the Raze.
Seth, how do you think DRX counters FBX here? What are their chances? How are we looking?
I think you say Buzz go
Hey, what?
kill. Buzz needs
Buzz
to
go
have
kill.
an incredibly strong game. We've seen him pop in the past. Stacks as well, somebody who's kind of bringing up the rear in their series versus Fnatic. If he can have a normal Stacks performance and everyone else is operating on a similar level as we saw versus Fnatic, I think that this could be taken by DRX. But FPX, they are the rematch masters. There's a 78% chance for them to be able to take this one statistically. They haven't lost a rematch yet.
All right, well, let's find out which team moves one step closer to that crown and send it over to our casters. Here's Doug and
กระดาษ
Bala.
เธอมีจดไปเยอะแยะวะนะ
Thank you so much, Chrissy. The crowd is electric. The vibes in here immaculate. I mean, you can feel the tension building.
โอ้โหเลวิทกูไม่เอาอะไรเลย
It's literally dueling chants right off the bat, multiple times, and we haven't even gotten started.
I mean, the rematch history between these two teams, not just here.
Yeah.
Right. You
Yo.
rewind time back a little
ทำไมน้องแจ็คไม่ได้ลงอ่ะทุกคนเย่มาเนี่ย
Yeah, Copenhagen, DRX gave FPX problems getting out of groups. That was the first time they met up, and this will decide who's going to take the lead or DRX to tie it up.
Final fist bumps across tables as we once again turn our attention to Icebox, the opener in this best of 3 elimination on the mind. Potentially a dance with Optic tomorrow.
เอาเริ่มละ
Bracket finals.
ใช่
One more
นี่แหละ
step, one more chance for both of these teams. The last hopes for their respective regions. The last opportunity for a podium finish for both of them. FPX, potential second one, and DRX, their first ever.
I mean, they've already defied expectations. They've already laughed in the face of a curse that was before them for so long that plagued them the entire year. For them to get further is just icing on the cake. But you know their eyes are set on far much more than that. You see a DRX starting off on attack. They're going to make their way over to A, and it's really just...
Yeah, they're playing retake FPX. Yeah. And look, all 5 members are already rotating through. They want to use the utility that Zipon has. Paired up with a bunch of other stuff too. Back in this fast and there immediately the season and
ของดีบอกเลยรออยู่แล้วอันเนี้ยผมบอกเลยแผนเคาน์เตอร์มาแล้วกำลังจะบอกเลยว่าให้วางจริงๆเหรอ
ของดีจัดอันนี้ด่าน2ครับโทษ
As the wall goes down, the artist is there to greet him. But you're right, lineups are going to be a problem. Run it all the way to half. Has to peel back. Buzz waiting for the challenge. Boy, did he get one. But can Mako? I don't know that it's going to be enough. Yeah, Angel's just going to stick it. Not enough in the post plant.
Only one Molly
พี่เอ๋ยปืนพกพี่
all the players that he was leaving to fight
ดีแล้ว
went down immediately too.
2-0 เลย 2-0 เลยครับ
ยังพี่ยัง
That series as well.
เสีย 80
Turco went absolutely crazy.
สายล่างยุโรปเสียงดังสุด
The same type of fire that sees nade right off the rip.
เหมือนคน
It's not usually something you're seeing DRX
คนมารอดู
be
คู่
caught
นี้
off guard by. They're usually the ones who are bringing in that prep immediately. And the first
คน
challenge
รอดู
here.
คู่นี้จริง
Do some damage to this anti-eco of FPX.
I know DRX is set up towards A, but look at that brutal setup down B long. You've got Artis with a Vandal and Zipan with the Guardian.
Immediately getting a heal off too, so he gets happy to face check there.
ไม่โดนได้ไงก่อน
Risk.
นั่นน่ะสิ
And the wall funnels them too. They're playing this anti-eco very well so far.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have Angel now rotating over. Ready
มากด
potentially
ซื้อโค้ดมา2 รอบเล
for
ย
a hot when this wall comes back up.
กะมาตัดเหรอ
Our Prowler swinging around the corner. You see patience out of Sax. Remember, he was the one who just got destroyed by the Season 8 combo previously. Still holding the spike in the same spot he was in before.
Hey!
A couple of spams didn't quite get long, nothing doing quite yet.
ก็ยังรอด
Oh, here they could be really up close though.
อุ้ยโอ้โหทัมมิ่ง
โอ้โหน่าจะตาย
ได้สวย
Shao's already spotted the first. A little bit of spam through. There's still time to pivot if need be.
เซตมาเซตย่อเลยครับ
Now
ช็อต
they
นี้
stay. Now they hold their ground. Committed to getting into A at whatever which
Hey!
way possible. And Buzz from up top of the head is going to get one down. 4v4 here. The fact that they've gotten this drop, the fact that they've gotten spiked down is impressive in and of itself. But Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke shows he's pretty impressive himself. Now you see DRX start to fall apart. Sugetsu has already gotten 3 on the round. And while Mako has 2 this time, surely. Oh,
เฮ้ย
โอ้มีภาพ
เฮียลั่นจัด
He says too.
มีอะไรอัพอีก
Down though. And oh my goodness,
Artis
he's just gonna hold it. He could definitely hold it through that even.
โดนแต่เม็ดเฮ้ย
Artis goes up top. Mako so weak, he has to back up.
นั่นดิ
No more post plant to deal with.
เฮ้ย
Artis has a
แล้ว
massive
มันโดน
decision
นะ
before him. Artis on the tap.
โอ้
Artis stops disaster.
ถ้าไปอยู่ตรงเอลโบได้นะ
The 1v4.
My goodness.
That was so ridiculously close.
เชี่ย
But talk about
โค
gold.
ตรจัด
โค้ดของเขา
4 kills on the
ว่าแล้ว
round,
มา
and
ซื้อ
that
โค้ดมาทำไม
is not something that happens to FPX.
เฮีย
No, with a ghost.
เชี่ย
โอ้โห
Good night.
It's 2 plants now too for DRX. Huge buy available for them. FPX,
ไม่
honestly,
มีของส่งแล้วมัน
they're looking like
กดดัน
they're mostly saving here.
Yeah, remember they invested 2 Spectres, a Guardian, and a Vandal. The Vandal's the only one that survived.
โอ้โคตรนะ
They're still gonna go for it. But look at Mako. He
คู่
has
นี้
his
เดือด
weapons
อีกแล้ว
line already. So win condition
เอา
here
ห
for
น่อย เอาหน่อย
FPX.
เอา
Make
หน่อย
sure they
อย่า
don't
เอฟ
get
กู
on
ไป
the site,
ทำไม่ได้ครับ
especially this B
เฮ้ย
side.
เฮ้ย
รหัสที่มันน่ากลัว
เฮ้ย
กล้า
เฮ้ย
น่ากลัว
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
มันใช้สกินอะไรนี่ ต้องไปโดนไล่ โอ้โหขาว แต่ไม่มีใครมองหรอ
อาทิตย์ขาวเหมือนกัน ไม่ข่าวเพื่อนเหรอ
นี่
เอาแล้วได้วางครับ DRX
วิมองอย่างนี้ดีจัง
That wall, I mean, there's no way you can get those nades in.
โอ้ยต้องมาโกมีแล้ว
โอ้โหพลาด
โอ้ยเล่นน้องแพททำมองอย่างนี้เลย
โอ้โห ยังไง
ต้องมาโกมีอันตีไวมากอ่ะ
ข้างหลังมีคนเนียนเข้ามา ข้างหลังไม่มีใครมอง เฮ้ย
สายบ้าน
โอ้โหเซต
สุดอะเมื่อกี้
แล้วโดนลงไป
How has Sax got to this point of 1v1? Sugetsu on the swing.
Woo!
Anything there? The Red Bull clutch for Stacks.
เฮ้ยหวาดเสียว
The Red Bull Clutch
It was fireworks.
ขายของเฉย
It was so electric the last two times these two teams
มา
played,
โก
especially in that
โอ้แต่
first
โดน
map.
จัดเลยหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
We're 3 maps in, and it's got everybody excited for what's to come. Look at this.
DRX
The dive down from the FPX player, Shao. I mean, he almost got 2 even.
he did.
And Stacks holds strong. That is ridiculous.
เกือบละ นี่เขาโบนัสมาแล้วเนี่ย
Bonus, so FPX have their pit of their own now.
Bro, if every round is going to be like that, we're in for a wild ride.
Look at that slow.
เดี๋ยว
Oh, the
เฮ้ย
it failed.
เชี่ยเหมือนพี่บูม
It just failed.
มัน
And
มัน
you
มัน
know
ขัด
that
ได้อะกล้าเนี่ยเพิ่ง
everybody's
รู้
thinking right
ใช่
now. The chip on the
พี่บูม
shoulder
ก็
coming
ทำมา
with FPX, and that's what happens.
เขาก็พี่บูม
Oh my gosh.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Oh, trying to get away.
จำได้มุมเมื่อกี้เลย มันต้องโดดลงไป
Just
ใช่ปะ
ridiculous.
เคยเห็นเชี่ยโคตร
And the entire game plan was set
Mark
up
of
to
it.
มัน
use
เป๊ะเลย
เอาเหรอ
So we'll see what happens
ไม่
here.
ใช่
But
รีแมตช์นะอันนี้
รีแมตช์ปะ
Sugetsu has
อ้าวเหรอ
to with just his wall. He didn't
ทำไม
even
อะพี่
get to put his orb.
หมายถึงอะไรนะพี่
พิษมันติดอยู่ใน
มันเป็นอย่างนั้นอยู่แล้วพี่ ถ้าไม่โดดลงไปอ่ะ
And they still have
ใช่เหรอ
that
ใช่พี่
massive post or denial potential
heart.
with Zip on
Eh.
stage.
Hey.
Even if it's slow, they still
พี่
have
พี่
his
ว่า
wall.
น้ำแข็งไม่ขาด
A Molly as well to combine.
น้ำแข็งไปติดสโลว์ไง มันก็ไหลลงไม่ได้อะ
อ๋อ
เชี่ย
พี่บูมก็ทำพี่เอ้ย
Efficacy in those tools in the past. This time it's going to be
Uh,
slightly
uh.
different flavor.
ตาย
Sax is going to take some damage.
เกือบ
ไปโดนอะไรมาวะเนี่ย
Top and back.
ไม่พัก ไม่พัก
And they back
มัน
up.
ตั้ง
หวั
ใจ
ง
ขัดหรือเปล่า
Now
จริง
Buzz
จริงจริงจริง
โดดลงไม่ได้
anticipating someone to be
ผมก็ไม่รู้อะ
ยากเลยราวนี้
Well, FPX patient on how they
โด
approach
น
this.
ละ
Now you see
สงสัยจะแพ้
work
1-2
in the sky and dump onto the side, and Sax wants to go aggressive. He's just waiting on the other side.
Hey!
And it's flashed up to high heaven.
Hey!
Can't see a bloody thing. And Stacks is gonna do. He tries to go up high, but
Ôi,ยังไง
cleans it up.
โอ้โห
It's the jumping classic.
จำเป็นคลาส
Cleans
สิก
up Shao
เข้าชาร์จจาก
and gets DRX to 2.
Just
บู
wild.
มก็โดนสโลว์แบบนี้เลยเหรอ
Very slow approach there. I mean,
Lovely.
because they lost the first player. On the other side of the map. They're really, really
Yeah,
slow
my
rotating, so
move
Zip-On's
lên
not
lẹt.
there to deny. Everybody has to play off the
ทำยง
side.
สมิดาแปลว่าอะไร
นั่น
So that cascading effect from the pit missing.
ทำยงสมิดา
เหลือคนหนึงมั้ง
They still have tools to fight in here. Yes, the buy looks a little scrubbed.
ทำยอง
ภาษาเกาหลีเหรอ
ได้ทีมเกาหลีเนี่ย
I mean, very scuffed.
บอกว่าอยาก
Showstopper the
ซัม
tour
ย
de
อง
force if they want to pop it, if they find themselves in a situation where they get a pick, and you've seen artists work magic with the
ผม
guard.
นับ1 ถึง 10 เกาหลีได้นะ
ไหน
ไหน
Choosing
1 2
to be the one to take the
3
weapon here
เฮ้ย ถูก
เจ็ด
มันถูก
is
เจ็ด
artist, and that's
แปด
exactly where they're pushing.
ใช่ไหม
You
เหมือน
see
ป่ะพี่
DRX.
ใช่
ซัม
ใช่
ยังได้อยู่ แต่
ซั
ไม่
ม
รู้ใช่หรือเปล่า
อันนี้คือ30ซัมเป็นไง
อุ้ย
33
พี่แพท
เนี่ย
Sniff
เหมือน
out
ปะ
ใช่ใช่
the fact
จริง
that
จริ
artist
ง
is over
อัน
on this
เท่าไหร่
side.
อะพี่แพทเท่าไหร่
33ไง
He did get a pick.
And Sugetsu
Sam
at the
Jing,
exact
Sam
same
Sam.
อัน
time.
นี้จริงเลย
But the
ไม่
res
บอก
brings
ความรู้
RB
เลย
back.
30ซัม
Remember here, the weaponry.
ซัม
Not
ชุด
great
ซัม
for FPX.
Bugs is so difficult to deal with.
Just a little something.
ไม่
he
ยุ
looks
ได้วาง
into.
ตลอดเลยอะแล้วก็ไปแบบว่าไปเซตย่ออะ
See Stacks.
เฮ้ย
Close by, Mako waiting for any sort
เฮ้ย
of rotation through mid.
And
โอ้โห ดัก เฮ้ย เซต
Zest able to take this fun.
Look at that patience from Zestu. He could have gone for that kill, but he falls back into his team, where he can be more
มีวอลหรือเปล่า
effectively traded. Sugetsu's getting a lot of space here, though.
ลูเกส
Playing up top, the party
โอ้ย
finds
โอ้ย โอ้ย
nothing.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยภาพเดิม
Let's find it all, including the lead.
ภาพจำยังช้า
DX ถ้าได้วางแล้วมัน
That
โห
was that
เก่ง
low
อะ
buy
นั่นดิ
around. Remember, Artist purchased a little
ปล่อย
bit
ก็
more because
น่า
he's
จะ
going to use this
ยาก
tour
กว่า
de
ดูแล้
force.
ว
แต่เราแรกผมคิดว่าเขามีแผนมาสู้แบบว่าให้วาง
Right off the bat, I mean, even that, just that second round, the heroics that we saw from
โอ้โห
Mako.
อุ้ย
อุ้ย
เดี๋ยว
ตัวสองรีเฟก
ยิงก่อนแล้วค่อยหันด้วยเมื่อกี้
กดไปหันเลย หรือแฮกก็พี่
Very composed DRX right off the bat. Specifically Zest there.
อย่าเอ็กซ์เรีย
Other
ใหญ่
players too are B, Stacks.
เข้าชิงกับเรา
Everybody super strong
ไปแก้มือ
โอ้โหภาพใน
to
ฝัน
start things off.
And again, seemingly unfazed by the
แล้วคัมแบ็กกลับ
historic
มา
run that they're making right now.
ใช่เลยมุมนี้เฟดอันติ
The artist who had the tour de force, as you mentioned, starting to control mid map. Oh, has he gone up far? The Nightfall going to clear out A. You see the knife, you see the prowler, you see the
Oh,
Viper
that
wall.
Huh?
But it's the nade. You're right. That changes things.
As soon as they're setting up to actually use utility on their execute, they're all behind this pipe's position. So they use a nade and a seize. And it's perfectly placed.
แฟร์เจอแฟร์
Zipan can cause so much trouble with the showstopper.
I mean, he's just waiting for the cue, right? Whatever
แล้ว
it
มี
is.
โจสต็อปเปอร์
They
นะ
show
โอ้
willingness to go
เซ
up
ตมันเอา
utility
จัด
to the scene, and there
นี่
it
ไง
is.
โจสต็อป
Patient! The
เฮ้ย
wall up into the
เฮ้ย
mountain
เฮ้ย
kills
เดี๋ยว
But
มาไง
Mako
ก่อน
does.
ไม่ตายอ่ะ
Nobody's swinging with him there. Shao way too far away from the wall. Doesn't want
ฮั
to
ลโหล
go through the
แล้วตีม
decay.
มันหลุดปะขอเช็คหน่อยดิ
Stacks playing close by. Is
สั
now
กคนหนึ่ง
Shao. You mentioned he was one of the few that
โอ้โห
remained.
วางแล้วแบบว่าหายเลย
Having to deal with that
รอ
man
นี้เลยครับ มุม
They
ยิง
get
ได้
through one
มี
kill.
วอลรีเทคอยู่
Artist he has to find value out of this tour de force here. He still has a vandal. He's managed to
โอ้
help
แล้ว
him
ให้
as well.
อาดิ
โอ้โห มาโกะ
Artist with the ult. Oh, the timing's not good.
โอ้
Shao do it on his
ทามมิ่ง
own. No. Mako gets 3.
เหี้ย
Artist
เอา
did
หมด
4.
โอเคอยู่
เหี้ย
สั่นกลัวเดี๋ยว
Incredibly solid
หลบ
start here from
DRX.
DRX. They force the eco again. Maybe there's a force
สิ
here
บอ่ะกด
in
ไป
the
สิ
cars
บ
for
แล้วว่าดูดิ
FPX. But it's 4-2. Remember the start in their last game was a brutal beginning of this half against Fnatic in the hands of Durka and his team. And this is a completely different look now.
เฮ้ย
That different look seems to be paying off. They've won the last 4 rounds. Cozy on money. Still have a couple of ults to work with too, including RB's.
There's 2 players here
โอ้โห
close.
แต่บ้าน
Zipan and Artis. And remember,
กู
Ben
แล้ว
Kai
อาดิ
mentioned the
ดิ
height difference
ไม่
with
รู้
these
คิดว่ามีคน
prowlers.
เดียวไง
Absolutely right.
คิดว่ามีคนเดียว
Oh my goodness, he is with nothing but a
Bye-bye.
Spectre.
It's not clearable that position. They're still fighting for this though. They're gonna actually
ยิ้ม
push.
เหนียวโอป้า
Gonna swing into him. Oh my gosh, they're gonna swing into him.
โอ้ย
Oh!
แฟนทอมพี่เอ๋ยแฟนทอมจริง เฮ้ย
ไม่ได้
Why are the knives out? They're just not committing to that push.
แค่ดูการวาง
They'll fall back instead.
เท่โคตร
Hesitant, apprehensive.
เฮ้ย
อุ้ยหมด
โอ้โห
Really, every decision.
Oh.
วางการวางวอล
Indecision is failure oftentimes.
โคตรดีอ่ะ
There's just little precision on that approach. Walking up close. I think maybe they're trying to scoop a gun.
ปัดกันพีด้วยนะ
And that could have made a difference,
โอ้โห
but
บุส
แมตช์แรก
บุส
you
มา
know you
บัส
didn't
มา
have that space. You know they walked
FPS.
past you.
เชี่ย
So for sure you're
ไม่ได้เล่น
expecting
เลย
fights.
คอมแม่นไม่ได้ใช้เลย
There's the timeout.
เชี่ย
Absolutely needed here as they get the guns online.
Uy,
Artis gets
man.
the op online
โอ้
too.
แล้วเป้าแบบผมไง
And he needs to start
เขา
being
คิดเลย
able
ต
to
อน
take
เนี้ย
these first contacts. He's just not finding the right side so far in this game. He did swap over to that B site, but only when he had the Guardian.
จี
Every other time he's rotating in super late.
แบบนั้น
And
น่ะ
for the
ใน
most
ในกระเป๋า
consistent
นี้
player of
5,200
FPX.
แฟนทอม
ใช่เลยพี่เอ๋ยใช่เลย
You need to find
แฟนทอมอันนี้ด้วย
value immediately. So I'm looking for a mid push here from Artis, something like that to
Man,
try to
happy
challenge
guy.
Mako's.
พี่เอ๋ยพี่เอ๋ย
You have to see him getting involved early, not late, not trying to rotate in past the Viper's
ฟัน
wall
พลาสฟิสิก
while his teammates are really making the space
ฟันฝ่า
gathering
ฟินิก
that he needs.
DRX's approach has netted them a 3-round lead. They're not running a duelist at all, so there is no crazy go. right? It's been a bit more methodical, it's been a bit slower, and it's cost FPX hits. You're right. Artist has not found as much value as we are used to seeing him find here. And maybe this round is where they can turn it around. You see the operator in his hands, light armor.
5,200
We'll see where he's set up. DRX have found a lot of success towards A.
คือที่ผมปรับภาพเพราะว่าด้วยเป้าด้วยเปล่าวะเป้ามันสวยกว่า
That seems to be where they're headed. The
ผม
Viper
ว่าประมาณ
towards B
12 นะ
to suggest a little something, but you see Artist set up. There's going to be a challenge as well.
เต็มแม็กเลยเหรอเต็มเหนียวเลยพี่
เอาเต็มแม็กเลยแต่เอาแค่ปืนพกพอ
right here from Artist. He's just
ไอ้บิ๊กอะ
of Gen.
Can he deliver?
You can easily dodge this angle.
โอ้โหตรงนี้แล้ว
There's no satchel or anything to go fast off of, right? There's got to be flash.
เดี๋ยวเอาไม่แกล้งหรอ
Right past him, or at least attempt to.
แปลก
Potentially the worst player to fall here for stacks on this attack side.
Absolutely.
No
ว่ะ
save roll now.
เป็นเจ้าเล่นเฟดด้วยว่ะเพิ่งเห็นแปลกตา
I mean, it's been so pivotal to their plan. It's been so integral to their identity in this half. The Prowler, the shot, and does it again.
มาแล้วครับ
วอฟอ้าวไปไม่ได้
มันชอบแบบยิงหนึ่ง
โดน
แล้ว
จับ
ชอบดื้อไม่กลับ
เนาะ
No TP available there either. Pulled it back immediately.
อุ้ยเราในแม่โดนหมดเลยครับ
That pings them up, but there's no follow-up, so they
หลอน
can
อย่าง
easily
นี้
wait
หลอ
this
น
out.
อาการหลอน
A
มัน
little
มา
concerned now about the flank because Buzz is down, so look at
ดู
all
หลัง
the
กันหมดเลย
basically
ยังไม่มี
watching
เสียง
the back.
กูลุก
And with the noise not being there for them, you have to consider that.
Yeah.
Still utility to get through here.
ชัดมากอัน
They
นี้
still have the siege. They
ชัด
still
จริง
win.
4K
30 seconds.
อ้าวเช็คอีก
เอาแล้วโดนแอมบิฟาย
อ้าวโดน
กัดแมวโอ้โห
ทำไมโดนเช็คโอ้โห เฮ้ย
สายป้า
สิบปานสักปาน
พวกนี้มันรอบข้อนะมันรีเช็คตลอด
ใช่ไหมมาโกะ
He's already started Zipan. Who else is there? Spots them both. 13 seconds left.
They got
Yeah.
to their side.
Down, and it's a game of chicken.
โอ้โหแต่ไม่กับตาย
Challenges them to swing. And
เห็น
he
มากโกรธเลยเพราะ
finally
สุดท้าย
does.
ใจคอไม่ค่อยดีเลย
It's the op as well. Zipon
Lan
for
na.
sure has been good on this
เมื่อ
roll
กี้คือเวลามาเหลือ
specifically.
กี่วิหรอ5 หรอ
He's been really close to
Yeah,
Artis on any
he's
sort of
wow.
statistical leaderboard. And also contributing so much to the entries, no matter what role he plays.
โอ้โหหลายอัพ
But it's
โอ้
just
สาย
much
ป้าน
more captivating to see him play this Raze
the
on this
world.
map instead of the KO, which, by the way, DRX completely taking that old comp that FPX was running.
Yeah.
ทำเอาเลยเหรอ
That
นี่
XPX
กะเอา
kind
เต็ม
of
เหนียว
gave
จ
up
ริง
on.
ๆกว่ากะ
Yet so far, it's not
แต่
showing
คู่
up.
นี้ 2-1
Fnatic gone, but still here in spirit. The first engagement that they had, FPX were winning a lot of those clutches. We're winning a lot of those crazy moments. So far, DRX are the only guys who've really shown up
So
in that
far,
regard, except for that last round there with Zipon.
Yeah.
Remember, Artist started off that round, and RB
No.
just walked through a wall. Look at this FPX, complete A side.
ตีแต่เอไปเลย
Open. They're just using the Prowler to get Artist set up here. Sugetsu finally rotates in, but they get the wall so they can funnel him in.
อยู่ไซด์เดียวจริงๆเกม
Look,
นี้
RB. It's
โอ้โห
actually
แล้วก็โดนอยู่ก็ยิงโดน
Yeah, it all works out. Angel's already fallen. Wall goes up. Remember how important that's been to their success. There's got to be a challenge.
โอ้โห RB
And RB does not.
เอฟเอ็กจากประเทศยุโรปครับ รวมๆมา
จบเลย
A 5v3 in favor of DRX off of the timeout. And it seems gorgeous. Full control in this round. Full
โอ
control
เปอ
in
เร
this
เตอร์
site.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้เลยในอันติไวเปอร์
จริง
Looking to
Oi.
do anything about it.
จะสู้หรอ
Still has the op, trying
Mira,
to
la-
find
ไม่น่า
something.
ถอยนะเฮ้ย
That's what they're trying to call it right now, trying to get out of there.
เฮ้ยใช่คน
ไป
บ้
ดีกว่า
Flashbacks to that last retreat they
ฝรั่ง
had.
ก็
They
เสียง
were
หง
lost
บ่อย
to
นะกล้าดูดิ
immediately. It's not going to be the case.
เหมือนพี่เคซีบอกใช่ป่ะพี่ ตามสำเนียงพี่
Find anything?
นั่งตรงนี้เหรอ
อืม
He might be dead. Yeah, he's just
อ้าว
dead.
ตาย
The op is gonna hold this
Attack
angle, right?
cool.
Surely.
เฮ้ย
ว่าเราว่า
What the fuck ไม่ได้วอร์ม
แล้ว
โอ้ย
อาทิตย์
ไม่ได้วอร์ม
Them attacking
ตอน
a
นี้
walk
เขินเลย
ว้ายิงหลังยิงยากพี่ยิงหลังยิงยาก
นี่หมายแล้วออปเปอร์
could end up
โอ้ความมั่นใจลดลงเลยนะช็อตเนี้ยพี่ว่า
That's ominous.
if they can't break the economy at some point this game, this half. I mean,
เสียดายอ่ะ
RB, man, this guy has been
ยิงหลังมันยิงยากทุกคนยิงหลังมันยิงยากเหมือนจ
always
ริง
been
จริง
the
เข้าใจ
punching bag, I
เข้าใจ
think, of most DRX fans and critics alike.
Absolutely.
But this role swap has worked, and obviously now
เข้าใจ
in the top four in the lead so far.
โอ้โห หแล้วอาทิตย์มันได้เอคนเดียวดิ
Gets entries against top tier players here.
And again, if he doesn't swing and get that kill, the spike doesn't get planted. That was enormous.
เคยโดนมุมไหนนี่เช็คทุกมุมเลยเดี๋ยวนี้
This time, DRX pushing towards.
ไอ้มุมเมื่อกี้ไอ้บัตอ่านไม่มองเลย
คุยกันเยอะจัด
Mako, who's making sure there's no one on the field.
โอ้โห
Here, no ultimates on the side of FTX.
โอ้โหแฟดโอ้โหมุมบนล่าง
Just mowed them down.
วอลมันขาดอ่ะ
Break that high-low setup. Just nothing.
เรายืนบนล่างเลยนะ
They had too many players there to break. Obviously, the
Form
knock that they
card.
have from Zest,
Form
and there's just
the lure.
nothing else.
พี่เจมแล้ววินนี้เราชนะละพี่โปเต้
You wonder how DRX will approach this.
2-5 นี่ยังได้เหรอ
I mean, they're sitting cozy.
มันเข้าไม่ได้แล้วดูวอลมันดิ
So
ไม่แน่นะพี่
ไม่แน่
เฮ้ยไม่แน่นะพี่
เดี๋ยวทำไมน้าทำอย่างนั้นนะน้าโอ้โห
ไม่นะทำถูกแล้วพี่นะถูกแล้ว
น้าเดินไปเปิดให้เขายิงเฉยเลย
He's holding back yellow at the top.
เฮ้ยจุกขึ้นมา
เฮ้ย
โอ้โห
โอ้หวาดเสียวเล็กๆ มีลุ้นพี่มีลุ้น
ไอ้ลุ้นอยู่นี่
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Either way, doesn't really matter, but they did
8-4
invest.
จริงว่ะ
Couple rounds left. Maybe you can get one more up for Shout.
It feels like a stretch, though. Yeah.
แต่ DI ยังไม่ค่อยเล่น
Yeah, it felt
operator
like
เลย
that
นะ
round was already won.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
agree with you. A little bit of time to pull off a
operator
lot if
บุก
you
มัน
want
ไม่
to
ค่อย
get
เก่ง
Shout
เหมือน
on
กัน
the
พี่
res
เลย
I mean, there were still 2 players up. So
ก็
let's see though.
ถ้าเพื่อนทำไม่ได้ก็
Sugetsu
หนั
swap
กเลย
now over towards this B side.
ถ้า
Completely.
เพื่อนทำได้ก็เฟี้
Last
ยว
round he was paired up with the 2 who had that high-low setup.
And remember here, the last time they pushed into Artis with the op here, he found a lot of value. He wasn't able to close out.
มันต้องกลับอย่างนี้เดี๋ยวเพื่อน
They're doing a great job disrupting him though. That slow that's landing top pipes, that's Artis' most preferred position to be.
เจอทีมไหนอยู่วะ
So instead he has to find other ways. The top gen peak
ทำไมดู
or
ทรงแล้วมันโย
down
กวะ
below. And obviously that's just as risky as
ไม่
well.
โยกแล้วจบที่บีเดี๋ยวอาดิตัด2
อันนี้เอพี่
Denying Artis any of that early space that he wants. And as Chamber, it's really hard to get back in there without taking immense
มา
risks.
แล้วครับ
And that's exactly
ยิ
what
ง
he's
ไปเปี้ย
doing.
หนึ่งสิ เอาให้เขามาดูจอเธอว่าเห็นหรือเปล่า
Now he's got the rendezvous set up so he can get away safely.
อาทิตย์บอกไม่เล่นแล้วมุมเนี้ย
โหหรือพาวเวอร์ตัวนึง
ไปแล้วดีกว่า
นี่ต้องอย่างนี้
จริง
Very calculated about Artis.
ซัมเบอร์อย่างนี้แหละ
You saw it there again.
เอ้า
ก่อนหน้านี้ไม่ไง นี่ไงเอาไปละ1เดี๋ยวเอาอีก1
มา
And
เอาว่ะ
normally
เริ่มมั่นใจกลับมาแล้วว่ะ
อีก1จริงกว่าพี่
Quick switch up from RB.
มีเสียวมีเสียว
เฮ้ยน้ำแข็ง
โอ้ยตบไปเกือบพัน
เฮ้ย
เมื่อกี้
เฮ้ย
อะไรวะเนี่ย
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
Not able to get the
เฮ้ย
4v3 in favor
อะไร
of
เกิดอะไร
FTX.
ขึ้น
Stacks has his res.
ชุบขึ้นมา
It's behind the wall right now. They want to go for it. They're
เฮ้ย
going for it.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
Artis.
เฮ้ย
But it was a big
วาด
อะไรอีก
ไอ้เหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
ดูไม่ทัน
คู่นี้แม่ง
money.
โคตรมันอีกแล้วอะ
ไอ้
And
ยังไป
mistakes
ยิงไป
remain
กัน
here in
11
this round by
กี่ตัววะ
DRX.
11
I mean,
เหรอ
they
10
didn't
ตัว
have
เหลื
the
อ
pressure
10
they normally do on top
ไอ้เหลือไอ้นี่คน
410.
เดียวสเต็ก
Yes,
Oh.
they know the Artis completely on the back of that site.
กล้าดูสเต็กทุกๆแล้วกล้าดู
Still gets more
แล้วกล้าดู
value,
เขา
but
ได้
ว้าวว้าว
Stacks, Phil. Yeah, that's
ไอ้ย่าเอวก็โหดเลย
เนี่ยลุกอีกแล้ว ลุกอีกแล้ว
absolutely.
อย่าลุก
ถ้าอย่างนั้น5-7ละ
อย่าลุก
แล้วมันตีกลับมาอีกครึ่งหลอดละกล้าดูดิ
all of DRX are. They find themselves as 3 in the first half on FTX's map pick.
บอกว่าอย่าลุก โอ้ไอ้คู่นี้นี่มันยังไง
They're designed to instantly find
ลุก
Artis.
หรือนั่นน่ะ
The tour de force up now in this
เฮ้ย
last
เห็น
round. Doesn't
ไอ้
find
ป้าน
him,
เห็น
so they know potentially he's lurking here.
โห
Here's a cheeky little setup.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้นี่สแต็กนี่วัยรุ่นเอ็มแลบอย่างแท้จริงเลย
Zipans close by up top.
They have a potential to pounce here. You know that knife that RB continues to throw, if they wait for it, Artis can stick it, and Zipon can jump on top pipes here.
About 15 seconds roughly before he gets it back. Maybe even a little less, so we'll see.
แต่ภาพมันหายแตก
And there it is. It's actually it's
นิ
up
ดหน่อย
right
พี่
now.
มีอยู่
Still though, Mako has the threat of lurking down mid.
โอ้
อ้าว
อีกจริงเดียวเอง
You've got
ไอเคียเคียเพื่อนไอเคีย
on
แต่ไม่โยกกันเลยอ่ะ
ไอเคีย
โหแข่งมาก
ผมรู้สึกว่ามาโกะจะเลื้อยว่ะ
RB waiting with the flash and the prowler.
เฮ้ย
Spot the knife.
ไป เฮ้ยสองตัวเจอ
They're
โอ้
gonna
โห
go right back into it. They've already fallen, but Zipman's still here.
โอ้
ไปบ้านเฮ้ย
บอกไงอย่าลุก
เวอร์มาก
ไอ้ รให้ลุก
Monko's not around either. What a play from the duelist. And what a way to close out the half.
ลุกบอกแล้วว่าอย่าลุก
We gotta look at that one again.
That was just
อย่าลุก
unreal. A couple of
นัด
taps.
ตัว
Swinging into, I mean, obviously Sas there doesn't have his utility or doesn't have his gun out, but
นี่มันยิงทีละ
still
2 นัด
just
อ่ะ
gorgeous
จริง
stuff.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
4 there to have gotten 3 and then to re-swing and challenge that angle again.
เดือดมาก
Oh, what a half. What a play. Let's throw it down to the desk. Chrissy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. What a massive half. It is going to be ugly out there. This is a real competition, a real game we have in our hands, don't we, Benkai?
Yeah, you can just see the back and forth between these two teams, man. Like, and you can just see how well prepped DRX is when they're executing into the site, and how happy FPX is to just play back and just play that retake with them every time.
Yeah.
I'm you know, not too worried yet, mainly because this guy is still in the lobby. Mako has been putting up incredible figures, and this is the kind of performance that we need to see from him. Mako was utterly impeccable. He was a big part of why they were able to win versus Fnatic, and right now with the performance that he is showing, it's just crazy to see how he's able to close out these rounds time and time again.
Yeah, he's been so incredible in these clutches, but FPX's great game plans were great as well, Benkai.
Yeah, as you can see from this pistol round over here, they started off with a beautiful C snake, and then you could see them using the elevation to just push in front and create space for the stage to put up the wall and get that defuse in.
Yeah, really good stuff out of them. You even see they have the deep orb there to lean into the retake, a sage wall up to close things out. FPX is really solid with this composition, and the first time that I saw this Raze fade that they were showing on this map, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I felt like they struggled to shut down the plants, but they really were playing well to the win conditions here. Although, as we look ahead towards our second half now, I think the player to keep our eyes on is definitely Sugetsu. He's been really stellar for this team throughout their run at the tournament, and I think on Icebox in particular, he's really enabled when he plays on this Viper role, particularly on this attacking side. He's a big part of when they're scaling into these sites, being one of those guys that's consistently getting the trades to them, and also having those rounds where he slows things down and leads into the lurk. You can see some of those kills that he's getting out towards mid.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this matchup, two of the players that I was definitely going to have my eyes trained on were Sugetsu, were Mako, these two Viper players. They put up incredible performances so far throughout this tournament. Sugetsu is going to be instrumental if FPX are looking to turn this around.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm just so happy about is just watching these two Viper players not play from the back and just play after plant lineups. I'm just so happy that they're so happy to just go in front and just hold it down on the side for their team.
Well, it's certainly going to be an exciting second half of the game, and maybe we'll get a map 3 here. It's looking very exciting between these two teams. Let's throw it back to Doug and Bala and get the second half underway.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. I think the desk hit the nail on the head. This has felt like a slugfest between these two teams where they've just tried to one-up each other consistently, and now we're going to get the chance to see it again, this time with FPX on attack. Remember, undefeated this year in lower bracket runs. An 8-0 record. That's pretty good. I'd take those odds.
If they pull off another lower bracket run, that's just, I mean, they're already so deep that it's unbelievable. Almost every other team in the world would have crumbled at this point.
Oh, Buzz is a lot of players. He takes a little bit of damage, manages to get away. Meanwhile, Sugetsu's playing back towards A to see if there's anyone coming in on the flank, and they still have the opportunity to pivot to A should they choose to do so.
I think that might be a little bit of a remnant of Derek's playing a lot of Jet on this map recently. And expecting these fast flanks.
Sure.
It's just not coming just yet. And obviously, no Jet on this one.
The thing is, Sugetsu also hasn't gotten up super far, right? So they don't really understand what pressure is waiting for them.
50 seconds, a lot of time to work through, but not much utility. Angel's already used his prowler. The nice thing here, look at Artis's position. He's all the way up B. Can easily catch rotations and hit a nasty flank.
And what I like about it, how FPX are playing this, is they're hedging bets on both sides, right? Like they take some space B, pivot back to A. They could pivot back B if they want to. Artist can just hit the lane.
โอ้โหอาดิส
Oh,
Get into him. He's got to get a kill here. If he falls, the rotation back towards B is in trouble. It's in peril.
โอ้โหไม่มีปืน
บีรู้แล้ว
Artist
ทั
trying
น
to
หรือเปล่า
stay alive, but you feel
โอ้
them
โห
starting to swarm. And Artist fights.
ไปยิงมาไปแล้วไม่กล้าเล่นเท่าไหร่
But the thing is, with 15
อุ้ย
seconds left, they don't really have time to go anywhere else. They have to commit to B.
แต่วางหรือเปล่า เอ้าเหมือนเห็นตรงกลาง
Through that wall.
โอ้โหสุดกระตุกมาแล้ว
Shao gets to play it down. 3 turns into a 1v1.
แล้วเหลือ
There's
มา
no
โกเฉยเลย
seconds
ง
left,
ง
and they're still
Oh my
taking
God.
the fights.
The late round call, the late pivot.
Everybody out of position, dealing with Artist's flank and Sugetsu in mid.
DRX
DRX
Boy, did that pay off.
DRX
FPX win the second round pistol. We called it, man. It's a juggernaut match, right? This is a heavyweight fight.
DRX
And this is the second pistol for FPX as well. Look at this from Sugetsu, man. Finds the perfect time
พอดีเลย
to his way in there. Separate the two.
โอ้โห
And even finds stacks falling off the boiler.
เย็ดแม่
นิ้ว
It's a little death slam there
เมื่
for
อกี้
stacks.
เสียงใช่ปะพี่เย็ดแม่
Sunglasses look good, though.
ใช่ปะ
ใช่
ใช่นะพี่เมื่อกี้
ต้องพูดไทยได้ด้วย
มันน่าจะอยู่ได้มานานแล้วอย่าง
5
นั้น
stack from DRX off of the knife, and there's everyone here.
โอ้โหเจอสี่
He satchels his way up. The Prowler's going to spot one.
This is a stack. You mentioned it, all 5 players here, but they're working him right now. Zippo up top, Artist down on bottom, and that nade is perfect to
ตาย
do damage to both him and Zest.
เหี้ยสายป่านยังเอา
So well played from FPX, man.
A far cry difference
เข้า A ไปแล้ว
from that anti-eco in the first half. And they felt out the stack, they got a couple kills of it,
คือ
did
ถ้ามัน
cut
โดด
their
มาแล้วเห็น
losses,
แค่หัว
and took
พออันนี้
the
เห็น
other
ตัว
side. Look
ด้วย
at
แต่ไปเล่นยิงหัว
Sugetsu, he's all the way deep.
If they continue to expose the soft sides of the map like this, DRX are in trouble. I think the fact that we've already seen FPX circumnavigate the defenses of DRX, I mean, it's only been 2 rounds.
Yeah, but it's only been 2 rounds, all right? This is an eco trying to stack them off. Yes, though. I mean, on that pistol round, you're certainly right.
มีน้องบอกเมื่อกี้อ่านปากไอ้สแต็กเหมือนกล้าเลย
Working the rotation.
น่าจะใช่แล้วอย่างนั้น
ใช่พี่ผมบอกแล้วว่าใช่
ใช่แต่หมดแย่เหรอแย่เม็ดเหรอ
ใช่ โอ้โหสุดกระสุโอ้โหคลีนเวลายิง
มันยิงง่ายอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอ
คลีนเลย
เจสูมาด้วย
Very
แล้ว
happy
ล่ะ
to hunt kills there. Not
โอ้โห
only does he want the
เป็น
ult
คลีน
torch,
อันนี้กล้องมันหายไปหรือ
he's
ว่า
only
เขา
got
ไม่
the
มี
ghost, not worried about
อย่าง
losing
นี้
that
ต้อง
to
กลับ
them
มา
at all.
2-1 เหมือนเดิมแล้วสิ
7-7, we're all
พี่เอ้ย
tied up.
ใส่
Heading into the
นี่พี่ช่วยเจิม
main
เลย
part
นะ
of the second half. Huge bonus here from FPX. 4 rifles, excuse me. And DRX also a little bit of a weak purchase in terms of the armor at least. Same thing though on the FPX side. And note, the only Phantom in the server, actually 2 Phantoms, Buzz and Mako. So all that light armor on the side of FPX.
ลุกทำไม ตั้งแต่ลุก ตั้งแต่ลุกก็คือ
FPX cheating towards A. You do have 2 members from DRX here. In Buzz and Stacks. And they're about to have their hands full, man. Oh, he spotted a shoulder. But is that enough to draw rotates? You see the nade, he's got to get away. Buzz looking for reswing, he spotted one too.
เกือบนะ
Now the Prowler down, the
เกือบ
wall
นะ
up.
เอาจริงเกือบนั่นเนี่ย
นึกว่าเมื่อกี้นึกว่าจะดื้ออยู่ต่ออีก
นั่นเด
No casualties for them either. No picks though either too. So they have to stay up close to maybe force them.
สายป่านมาจัดวะ
Make a mistake here.
Sugetsu on the bottom of the mini map there, checking the flank. He also has 2 mollies he can deal with for post plant.
Cheeky position there from Artist. Easily spammable if they find it out. Ooh, what a
โอ้โห
volley.
เรียวว่ะ
So then get this face up, but
โคตรดี
don't
เลย
forget the
จะ
spam.
ได้
It's
ไฟตรง
Artist
เมื่อ
who's
กี้
gonna
เวลา
get
รี
the
เท
kill.
คอะ
อ๋ออยู่ใกล้มาก เดี๋ยวก่อน เดี๋ยวก่อน
Oh my gosh, he's just on the other side, but
Oh, oh.
he's patient and he's rewarded.
โอ้โหโคตรเนียน
แล้วตัวที่ 2 ได้ยังไงอ่ะ
น่าจะลากเมา
You
มา
mentioned
ว่ะ
it was a big
ไม่ทัน
bonus. They
อะไรนะ
convert.
แปล
They
ก
deliver.
ชาว
That's huge.
ไอ้ชาวเลือดมันเท่าไหร่
แปลก
500เหรอ
Potential to
That's
go
fair,
up
lah.
to 9 rounds. The potential to really take control of this game.
น่าจะโดนทะลุ
After
ไปโดน
losing
ทะ
it
ลุ
early in that first half.
แปลก
Shao, I mean, DRX also not super.
เนี่ยมันโดนทะลุมา
Obviously, it's very difficult to be diligent in those positions. There's so
แล้ว
many
หลุด
เนี่ย
แล้วสแต็ก
เอาอีกแล้ว
levels,
เอาอีก
so
แล้ว
many players
แล้ว
fighting
สั่ง
you
แผ
at
น
that
ด้วย
moment.
แล้วจะแตก
Super
มัน
difficult.
เหมือนควบคุมอารมณ์ไม่ค่อยได้ไงไม่รู้
เนี่ยเดินไป
Chow
เดิน
just
ไปหม่งเลย
rips them apart
ไม่นิ่งเลยอ่ะ
because of it.
กลัวมีอารมณ์เข้ามาแล้วสมาธิหายอะไรเงี้ย
Spam too from Angel. Very
เป็น
aware
ตลอด
of
ไป
us lurking in the midst.
ใช่เหรอ
ใช่
อัน
เดี๋ยว
นี้
อีก
เป็นมานานแล้วเหรอ
And he did take. He's down to 48 HP. Yeah, he's gonna get a heal up.
Zest did rotate after the haunt information in mid, so.
Ui.
A little ahead of himself.
Nice shot.
โมยนี่ไงพลังโม
เอา
โห
จุกขึ้นมา
They got
Attack
off though, so
Moho.
plenty of space still helped.
เล่นด้วยความโมโหแล้ว
Not taking any risks here in this anti-eco to the sheriffs of DRX, and there was plenty of these rounds won
ยังไงตรง
from
กลาง
both sides in their initial playoff bout.
Gonna try to rotate back towards B. Now the Prowler
Wow,
only
that-
made its way up from Zest to 410, so they don't really know if there's anyone further back. They still have to respect the possibility that it's an A hit. And it's not until they see something at B that they can pull off.
30 seconds left.
That seems to be enough. They hear the Satchels going
Bắn
through.
nhiên
They're
không
going to
này
start
mà.
to dump utilities.
Plus is in the
like
smoke.
that.
วงใน
DRX have to pull back. And you're
Hey.
right. In the smoke. Oh gosh.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
gets a kill.
แล้วไม่ได้วางเลยตอนเนี้ย
He gets up on the rope. Oh my goodness.
Still playing up so aggressively.
He's
Waiting
got to get the
Oi.
challenge.
The Molly
Oh,
missed.
ไม่ถึง
So the spike's going down.
Yeah, so gets manages to get it down.
ว้า
Artist still playing.
เฮ้ย
มาก
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
เดียวเหรอเดินสายไป
จะสายป่านโหดอะดิ
ยิงหนึ่งมีระเบิด
They're just gonna challenge. Maybe they've missed it either way. Zipan's got a
ต้อ
1v2.
งดันเข้าไปใกล้ๆนะ
Manageable now.
แต่
That
ป่าน
there's
ไม่
not
เสีย
a
ง
vandal on the
โอ้
other side. But it doesn't
ชี้
แล้วมาโกยอยู่
Rocco with the
ลืมเป็น
shots,
ชื่อ
RB with the defuse, and DRX with the clap back.
นิ่ง
0-2แล้วอย่างเงี้ย 0-2แล้ว
The loss of
Hold on,
position
Harley,
early on this plant
โมตตา
forced
14
a massive
ไม่มาของมันลั่น
overstep
เฉย
here
ๆพี่
โอ้โห
from FPX. I
Oh.
mean, you could already see there was
Wabby.
buzz in the middle of that.
Oh.
The one player who Buzz trying to get away on the rope.
นิ่งด้วยนะคนดี
อะไรอ่ะเมื่อกี้
Artist going deep again. Everybody wanted to fight to maintain a little bit of that space and help the players
แต่
who
ก็
are
รวยอยู่ดีไง
to get out of there.
เอฟพีก็รวยอยู่ดี มันจะนับโบนัสมาเด็
Still a huge bang for FPX. Not going to really cut too deep. But that's not a round DRX should have won.
Not at all. And it keeps the map close.
Yeah, I'm all for it. The closer the better.
I mean, it just continues this back and forth, right? Like this trading of blows that we've discussed.
So the ult to note here is Sugetsu. He's got his pit. And FPX have been, so far, very good at getting on the site. So what does DRX have cooked up here? They're looking for a mid. There's so many pits that you could use here in mid.
Maybe
That
a
can
kitchen
cause-
one. Yeah.
Yeah, kitchen. There's the kitchen lurk.
Yep.
The one that goes all the way up top nest.
เอาแมวมาเช็คเลยแล้วเจอหรือเปล่า
Yeah, it is.
โอ้โห
Oh, you
รู้
heard a lot of gunfire on the other side of that.
ปล่อย
Really
เสียง
no
เลยครับ
reason
ถ้า
to
รู้
conceal anymore as you hear him thunder footing up to into kitchen.
Ui.
And Zest is on the other
Ui.
side, but he can't get in. The Prowler
Even
can't
the
get
nest
in.
player.
โอ้โหอันนี้
The
คือ
nest
ได้อัพ
plant
เลย
is
นะ
so brutal to
มัน
deal
ได้
with,
อะ
especially without mid control, and Zippon's holding on to it right now.
Yeah.
And he even gets RB.
It's not a fight more.
เฮ้ย
That spam's getting
เอ้า
by.
เอ้าแองเจิล
แล้วมาโก
Spike wasn't down.
Down B.
And Sugetsu's the Viper now planning.
There's still plenty of time.
นี่ไง
First Ken. The
Nah.
rest of DRX chip away.
แต่อยู่ข้างบนน่ะเอ้ย
No.
Oh my
no
God,
way
Spike into two.
เอาแล้วไง
no way
But I have to ask why
Oh my
again,
gosh.
Artist?
แต่จะขึ้นไปยังไงก่อน
เอาแล้วไง
You have the option of staying in the pit.
ขึ้นไปยังไงอะ
คุณยากมาก
Punished for his mistake, and now it's a 2v2. Sugetsu still keeping the pit up. As the spike ticks away.
ยิง
โอ้โหขึ้นยากจัดเซฟเหรอ
Save.
เซฟดีกว่า
Get in.
ยาก
Nail
มาก
that
เลย
rope
อ่ะ
โอ้โหคิดเช่นทั้งหมดอะ
And
วิ
yes,
อันนี้เพิ่ง
blunders
เคยเห็นเลยว่าการ
aplenty.
พิ้วไปหูมากเลยเนี่ย
โคตรจัดอะดูดิ
So, okay, they did
ไอ้
use
เหี้ย
a
ยันนี่
combination.
เลยเหรอวะ
เฮ้ย หลัง
And the typical place to lurk. He'll get the kill. Zippon's going to potentially
กูได้ยิน
chase
เสียงตอบ
here.
ว้า
โอ้
ว
ตัดไม่มีปืน
They had to
Let's
get
go
out of there with the
doing
plant the way that it was. But to explain Artist, he normally would lurk out from the on the stairs right there where you see on your screen.
because the pit's covering that area. So
Anti
he's
เนี่ย
trying
โค
to
ตร
get
โก
an
งอ่ะ
advantage where they think they're watching. But it
ทั้ง
just
หมดอ่ะ
completely does not work out.
โอ้โหอาร์ดิจะตกใจ
That is truly unlucky.
ไม่ถึงดอกเป๊ะ
Specifically because Buzz is there, right? Anybody else might take their chances of walking into that pit. Buzz with the op.
นี่ถ้า
No
เซอร์
way.
ไปนั่งเล่นใน DI
But it's
นี่ก็
still
เนีย
a
น
round
เหมือน
win for FPX either way.
You
Song
want to
kay
play,
kay.
let's play.
But the guns available. The side of DRX. We've seen this before. FPX. They put Zipan on top. They use that molly to clear out the boiler spot from Zest. And now Zipan a big threat.
I mean, Artist too. They just used the Roomba to get Artist so much space up.
And Artist a very safe fight given the wall. They could always put that up.
เกียร์แถบได้
Chase them through 2 segments of it. And now they can cut noise. Wall's back up. They have to use some utility here by Zest to clear in. There's the Prowler. They're going to push in front of that wall right now. But even that's not giving you too much information.
No.
Could still be up in that kitchen segment. They could still be in the 2.
Off of that, you just saw Sax had to check it.
Zipan had to give it up, though. And there was 2 mollies there. He could have struck with the showstopper. But instead, they'll go for the standard here.
เฮ้ยเซฟเลยเข้าใจปะ
5-man death ball.
Oh,
towards
Save
the
เลย
middle.
30 seconds left.
Zipan has ult. He has no satchels to go with. Oh, and Mako spotted off of the Hun, and now the Prowler's there. He still has the Viper spin, but he's got a nade
Huge
on his
nade.
lap. Oh, but it's not going to hit him. This wall goes up, and he has to try to spam through it. There you hear the ult.
He seized.
Hey!
Oh, the
They tried
cancel.
clearing the
อืม
wall.
โดนมีด
เรา
RP
ไม่
with his no
Don't
command
bite,
double
buddy.
that time, and that showstopper's gone. Mako has his ult too.
แต่
He
มา
can
โก้
put it
มี
down
อัน
at
ตี
any
เทค
point
จะเอา
to
อัน
start
ตี
this
เหรอ
retake off.
จะอันตีรีเทคเหรอ
Patience right now from the Viper players. Buzz trying to clear out back yellow, trying to see what he can find with the op. And he's going to spot a couple
Hey!
of but the shot goes wide. Is there help? Yes.
อืมแล้วอันตี
Is
ไป
help in the way of RB.
แล้วเป็นอันตี
กูแบบ
Getsu playing close. They put a
กู
ball
แบบ
up
ยังไง
around and it easily was created.
เฮ้ย
Right before them.
คือหนึ่งหรือเปล่า
A 3v2 here.
Ui,
Super
ui,
two
ui.
shots
Hey!
on the line, and so
Oh,
far they've
oh.
done it. Can Buzz 1v2? No.
Huge hold from Sugetsu and Shao. And again, it's one of those positions where Shao is just tucked. And he does such a good job at not only supporting his teammates. Right here, Shao
One
โอ้
enemy
สกัดสึ
remaining.
holds on against Zest, where Sugetsu
Man
gets the
ding mạc
first.
เลย
It's
อะ
just
มัน
ping
ยิง
pong
ง่าย
back
เนอะ
off of each other. That was a 2v4.
หรือว่ามันเนิร์ฟแล้วว่ามันได้ยินเสียงหรือไม่ได้
And
ยิน
those
เสียง
fights are so close, man. You can, it's nice
มันเล่น
edge.
แบบเหมือนปกติเลยว่ะ
ดูยิงง่ายจังวะ
DRX call a timeout here. Still a 2-round game. Still close. Still well within reach.
But that's frustrating if you're Stacks.
Spotted one. And Sax actually gets the first kill into Shao. Yeah,
Why?
the Singers are just not doing
Why?
what
Oh,
they're
my
expected to do whatsoever.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but Prime Gaming
เหลือหนึ่ง
lost,
จริง
brings to 11 apiece.
ไม่โดนดาเมจแล้วมันหักลง
And
มา
they
เลย
hold
ไม่
those
เดือด
two ults that we were talking about.
Just feels like the Stingers. The later we get in this tournament,
11
those buys are just
ครับ
not
พี่
gonna
น้อ
come
ง
Let's go DRX
You're right.
It's all tied up in the DRX fans. Back to the
DRX
building.
อุ้ยดีเอ็กซ์เนี่ยเสียงอ่ะ
And it's still not even that good. Actually, that buy is forcing a lot of weaker buys here out of FPX. So a little bit of an over-investment right now. And they have to fight. The better buy here from DRX.
เจอ
And an aggressive
เอา
spot.
ตัวนึง
เฮ้ยโดน
ตัว
ข้าง
นึ
ล่าง
เห็น
Down low, and I don't think they
Emma?
know that
He's so
swung
far
around
ahead
the
again.
corner.
เกือบเกือบ
He's by himself, completely untradeable.
แต่ไม่เห็นด้วย ไม่เห็นบัตด้วย
Extra space, they don't even
เฮ้ย
know.
โอ้ยเราเจ็บ
Oh,
เข้า
Buzz.
ที่อกนะ จุกแทนเลย
It did hit.
เหลือ
I
20
thought it hit harder.
Angel 5 and 18.
แล้วสายป่าน
ตัด
ไป
ไป
เรียบร้อยแล้วไง
นั่นดิตัวลั่นด้วย
Given the game
Game
against
Donnie.
Xset. He was the
Turn
guy.
handก่อน
Instead
อัน
of
เนี้ย
หมาบอกใต้ถึ
Sugetsu
ง
and
มือ
Shao,
อยู่
it was
เรื่อย
him
เลย
and one of those two.
มาละ
He was electric.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย
อื้อหือ
น้ามูฟเป็นดีอย่างวะพี่
Hit the elbow on
น้า
him.
บอกเดี๋ยวแข่งกูก็ขาดอีกเมื่อกี้
โอ้
น้าตัวหม่งอยู่แล้ว
Gotta back
Come
that
on.
thing up. Still holding back yellow. Artist on the other side.
RB still has this, no command, just using. They can't even execute.
เอาใคร
What
กั
is
นเต้นเลยเมื่อ
it?
กี้
This delays them for so
เชีย
long.
เป็นของจริงว่ะ
แต่แกสิ
มันรู้อะ
ไอ้เหี้ย
Yeah, Do you
โดน
pivot?
ยึด
Do you
สเน็ก
stay?
ไบไปจากมือ
You don't have very much time. You don't
แล้ว
have very many options
25 วิ
จะได้เซตเวลามันจะได้เซตเวลาดูนะ
มีอันตีเฟดอีกไม่ได้วางแล้ว
We saw
Stop that.
nothing there.
Good night. That was a white swing though, bro.
โอ้โหอันตีเฟดโอ้โหเรียบร้อย
โอ้
RB trying to keep
ไอ้
them
ยา
back
ใคร
even
จะ
further.
ไป
Sorry,
วาง
ไม่ได้วาง
9 seconds left. They still haven't gotten the spike down now, so you get to trying to do it.
เฮ้ยยังไม่ได้วาง
I don't know, but it was
โอ้โห
There's no time.
เฮ้ย
ขึ้นแท่น
ตัดหมดด้วยปืน
และจน
I think
ไง
I just heard Achilles.
แล้วแพ้เลยดีกว่า
พี่
อย่าเพิ่งอย่าเพิ่ง
สายป่านมีอันติพี่
ได้ได้
What
ได้
a
พี่
good ult.
Both of them.
โอ้โห
Right? The initial delay off of the no command.
That Nightfall literally decayed for RB to get that spam.
ไม่หลังจากที่เบย์บอกว่า
Everybody was
อันเนี้ย
healthy
ภา
on
พ
the
แล้ว
side of
ก็
FPX. We
หนึ่ง
didn't
ส
have
อง
an engagement yet. They just got ulted. The only
อันนี้น่า
person
จะ0-2อ่ะดิ
down the zip on there, they're going to go for it again. This time, there's no key tools from
ไม่ตีสัก
DRX.
กระสือไม่
You
ตี
see
ผ
the
มว่าเอาได้
financial
พี่ผมว่าเอาได้
implications of how FPX have approached the
ตัว
last few rounds. A Sheriff, a Guardian, a Bulldog, 2
โอ้ย
Bulldogs
ไม่ได้ยิง
to
ให้
keep the map alive.
เดี๋ยวไปดีกว่าเจอสไน
Your pit, you don't want a Guardian or a Sheriff. Bulldogs are okay.
แต่มาอยู่บอมมาโกะ
They
ไง
just took a little bit of space here towards B, used a little bit of utility, and then fell back. But look at DRX, they're even closer than they've ever been on that lane. So they know what's up. Zippon has to go huge here.
Absolutely. He's been so
ได้ยิน
good.
ได้ยิน
25 and 17. He's been the guy to
They-
get these spaces
Oi!
done. And
เฮ้ย
oh, he's in it.
Oi,
Oh,
Onion.
no, he disappeared.
โอ้โห
มาโกหายไปไหน
มาโกหายจริง มาโกหายไปไหนเนี่ย
Still inside.
Has to go down.
เฮ้ย
โอ้โห
เฮ้ย
โคตรคุ้ม
But Zipan's still alive.
Yeah.
Still at the
Wow.
pit. Maybe not healthy.
จัด
But he's still trying to make a play on the round.
โอ้โห
แล้วใส่เลยไม่ร้อยอ่ะ
แล้วแพ้
แล้วกู
ดีอ่ะ
13-11.
เอามาซาลังงี้
The first matchup between these two teams went the absolute distance in the first map. But this one a little less draining than that first one. What was it? 6 overtimes.
Yeah.
We're going to Haven next. That's DRX's pick. FPX saw what happened to them against Fnatic and thought they could do the same, but no, not even close.
ให้เอาเงิน
Oh my goodness. What a map.
โอ้มากอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
I even forgot about that.
That just feels so long ago.
สับปืนพกเมื่อกี้นึกถึงเลสแบบที่แล้วเลยพี่เล่นแล้ว
Performance from so many players.
TRX showed some grit.
DRX
The second half got so dominant in FPX's favor.
โซกูด
มัว
Yeah, 6 of 7. Yeah. 6 of 7 start the second half.
ไปต้มมาบ้างเลยปะ
Those mid splits started to come in, and it was
โอ้โหช็อตนี้ก็เวอร์มากสายป่าน
and then FPX tried to work around the same idea and just got shut down.
โห โห ดูคู่นี้กดด้วยกัน ดูคู่นี้กดด้วยกันซะก่อนมาถึงกดด้วยกันเลย
แคนนี่
หามาถึงกดด้วยกันเลยเหรอ
Festival, he's just been absolutely nasty. Just nasty.
And he still has a chance to continue to be nasty. Mako popped off. Buzz popped off. It was a whole team effort from DRX.
มันคือไมฟิกเหรอ MF อ่ะ
Stacks also really good IGLing the coaching staff as well. I mean the timeouts. We
เดี๋ยว
went
นะ
the entire distance. And
ไอคนที่ชื่อ MF นี่คือไมฟิกเหรอทุกคน
พี่เอ๋ยด่านนี้ใครลือกนะพี่เอ๋ยครับ
FPX now down a map.
ด่าน DRX เลือกกันดิ ด่าน 2 ใช่ไหม
Become the Phoenix is up to
ด่านแรกอ่ะ
We'll be right back.
ด่านแรก FPX
ไม่ใช่ทุกคน
2-0
โหคู่หู
ใช่
นรก
2-0
คู่นรกจริง คู่ปีศาจ
เฮเบนก็โดนเนี่ย DRX เลือกมาก็ต้องโดนอยู่แล้ว
แต่ผมไม่เคยเจอไมฟิกจริง ไม่ค่อยได้เจอเลยอะ ไปเก็บน้องๆก่อนแป๊บนึงนะบอกพี่ชายเอาหมามายัง
Welcome back to Valorant Champions, and that was map 1 of FPX versus DRX, and DRX close it out. I know someone at this table might be more than just a little excited about that turnout.
Yeah, Benkai, you hyped up, man.
Yeah, obviously, man.
God.
Yeah, Asia represent. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I mean you can really see how these two teams had such good game plans going into the game, and how DRX, even though like it kind of pains me to see that they had no flanks the entire game, but they had such strong faith in their retake protocols that whatever FPX did, they just seemed to be so comfortable with just going together as a team and just retaking everything with the good utility usage and just pushing them back.
I really like your point around the flanks, because I think that was one of the big failures of them when they were playing on that Killjoy comp. They weren't really setting up those traps, setting up those flanks that are successful with that. They make a change, come out with a new composition here, and are quite successful, Seth.
Yeah, it was great to see here from DRX. A couple of sweaty moments there for me, with FPX running it back, but I'm just glad that this was close. But much improved from DRX given what they showed versus Fnatic. The swaps, having Buzz go back over to the chamber here on this map, clearly working out for them in a good way. But FPX, it's not over yet for them.
Yeah, and what really surprised me was how well DRX adjusted to FPX's mid presence, because on the attacking side, DRX had virtually no mid presence, and just to see them adjust to how FPX was playing their game plan really surprised me.
Yeah, and this was one such example. So get shut down in mid, and DRX just played a really good retake. I was impressed with how they were playing in these retakes in the second half, especially with their composition considered there. FPX tends to be a team that's one of the best when they get in that post punt, particularly when they are playing on this raised composition. So I think DRX again is proving that under pressure, they can adapt. They've already broken through their curse, and they're really dedicated to going further in this event.
Yeah. Well, I mean, while I don't expect that we're going to be seeing the head-to-head in the same exact way with the Chamber v Chamber moving into Haven, unless DRX decides to alter the composition again. I mean, two players that we need to look at are, of course, going to be Artis and Buzz, both of them having pretty similar performances overall, but Buzz eking it out just a little bit more, slightly fewer deaths for him, but I mean, Artis is the guy that FPX needs to be able to rely on. Zipan had a wonderful game here himself, but Artis whiffing a couple shots that normally we know he is damn good for, but it's not looking like the same form that we've seen from him in the past series.
Well, and speaking of Zippin, it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, which obviously goes to Zippin's incredible 4K.
Yeah, this guy has had a really strong performance, even in the loss on map number 1. I think this role on Raze continues to just be an incredible, comfortable one for him. This moment was absolutely absurd. This guy is just a fantastic individual, pretty much no matter the role.
I think that was the moment that I started feeling like I was going to get boomed. Just completely and utterly mentally broken. Zipan, I think he's had a little bit of a rougher go in some of the last series, but he was a monster in the overtime rounds versus Exit in the last series. Now he kicks things off with his Raze, and he's looking explosive. So if Zipman's going to continue to perform like this, and if Artis can find his stride, then I'm definitely going to become quite concerned for DRX's future in the series.
Yeah, you kind of always see the focus turn towards like Sugetsu, Shao, and Artis, the trio of them, but Zipan is really showing up this time, and he's just like showing the crowd, I'm here. FPX is not just like a three-man show.
Yeah. Well, before we head into map 2, let's head into the Aim Lab shoot-around for a little pre-game warm-up with RB. We're going to be following him around.
Yeah, I mean, RB is a guy who's had a lot of pressure placed on him, and I think he really came out and impressed with their previous game to break that curse, get to this point in the tournament. But now as we start to look ahead towards this Haven match, it's going to be another one where I think RB gets to play into his comfort. In the past, they've been switching him over onto the Killjoy. It's a role where I think he's looked really good, and even in their loss on the map, he's been a guy who can step up and kind of avoid that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, just look at him go. The man is just, he's just... RB is one of those players that, like, when he gets, like, really zoned in...
มันคล้ายๆโอสุไหมอันเนี้ยพี่เอ๋ยน้องก้า
absolutely excels. We've seen that in his gameplay. We've seen where he can take over rounds, clutch things for DRX. And it's when sometimes those outside factors start coming in, when he starts getting distracted, that we see the old RB that everyone just didn't believe in the playoffs.
Yeah, his highs are high and his lows are lows, but thus far in the playoffs, I think this has been one of those tournaments where we've been seeing the highs, the good moments of RB, at least largely.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to toss it back into map 2. Seth, how are we feeling? You're feeling good about the odds?
I think given that they were able to take out, get Icebox under their belt, FPX's map pick, especially considering the loss to Fnatic just a couple days ago, I am feeling relatively okay. But their Haven didn't really show much. It didn't leave much to be inspired about when they did bring it out versus Loud. But we'll have to see what they've done to adjust.
Yeah, I mean...
Benkai, what do you think it's going to take for them to turn this around on DRX and do what was done to them on their own map pick?
I believe that they really should just change things up completely in a way that there's no way that Doombros can anticipate what they're going to bring out.
Yeah. But I think the same is true to an extent for the side of FPX, right? They haven't had to play this this map since the playoffs of Copenhagen, since the grand finals of that event. So they've had plenty of time to go back in, make a new change. But I don't actually know if I expect them to make a pivot. They were playing the Fade Raise comp.
ฉันชื่อว่าแซมสันซอย4มีมาชื่อว่าซูซี่แล้วเธอล่ะชื่ออะไรแพตตี้
But they've shown a lot of different looks in the past. So I think for both these teams, actually, it's going to be a tougher one to prep for. But FPX do definitely come in as the bigger question mark.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to stray away from the Killjoy here. It's, we've seen that in and out from time to time.
Mini a single.
I think it was Yinsu holding the sign as well. But I'm curious to see if they stick with that or maybe have even RB flex over to the chamber, which we have seen from him from time to time when they play on Breeze. You could absolutely have that work and then keep Buzz on the Jet where he's able to have explosive performances. Otherwise, another big adjustment that you could do would be have Buzz yet again run chamber on this map and then have RB go for Raze, because he in his own right is an incredible Raze player.
Yeah, what do you think, Benkai? Is there a comp that you lean heavily towards on this map?
I'm always like a big fan of how they run their Breach and Killjoy together in terms of how they get into the bomb site and always execute it. But it's going to boil down to if FPX is going to allow them to have that kind of control to execute into those bomb sites. But I believe that DRX, they have to have one of the agents that can just dive into the bomb site, because I think they're so good at combining utility in a way that their duelists can just create so much space when they go into the bomb site.
Yeah, last time it was Buzz on the Jet. We've seen even in the history of this matchup how good that can be for DRX to have. When they beat FPX on Ascent, it was Buzz on that agent to pound.
All right, let's jump into our Prime Gaming Agent Select and see if some of these Jesk predictions are actually going to come true or not. Who's going to be playing what here on map 2?
All right.
Whoa.
Okay, we're getting weird. Viper on Haven. This is not a commonality at all.
Tell us why.
Because bad?
I don't know if because bad. I've had faith in previous Viper comps. There was a kind of early 2022 where there was like a trend, particularly in NA, with teams starting to pick up this Viper. I've always liked the ideas, but I feel like people have struggled to find that good implementation. The other big question mark is Chow away from the Fade. They don't want that Fade Raze combo. Instead, he's the solo initiator in this composition. Haven's meta has been defined by these multi-initiator comps in recent time.
Benkai, if you see this, and this is a pick that you really don't expect to happen, what are you thinking? Are you thinking they must have a plan to use this to its full potential?
แมปนี้พี่ว่าไง
แมปนี้เหรอ
ใช่
หมายถึงคอมของนี่ใช่ไหม
ใช่
เดี๋ยวดูก่อน
แล้วน้าไปจับโอเบนนะ
ฮาโล
ก็ไวเปอร์แมปนี้ก็ว่าไง
แบบอะไรอ่ะจะวอร์มเมื่อกี้ว่าจะวอร์มตั้งหน่อยคือแบบว่ายังไม่ได้เก็บแผ่นฉีดน้องๆเลยอ่ะเหนื่อย
ไม่อยู่ดีมาขอโทษเฉยเลย
ฮะใครขอโทษอะไรพี่
ตอมอ่ะซอมมันขอโทษบราซิลเฉยเลย
ทำไมหรอ
ส้มมาหรอ
เดี๋ยวส่งให้ในดิส
อารมณ์เหมือนอันนี้เปล่า
ห้องรายละเอียดทัวร์นะ
ดูถูกกันหรือเปล่า
สงสัยกลัวไม่ได้ไปบราซิลแน่เลย ไปแล้วกลัวไม่ได้กลับ
Alright, we're all set for map 2. Let's find out if this one can go the distance and send it to map 3. Let's send it back to
I would like to use.
Thank you, Chrissy. I think I echo the sentiments of everyone at home.
I would like to use this tweet to formally apologize to Brazil. You are super legend and I may have.
Haven doesn't instill a ton of confidence.
Yeah, it's funny because they're risking their entire
ทำไมอ่ะ
มันตรงติงหรือเปล่าพี่เนี่ย
their year to end because
มัน
they
ก็
go for
ขอโทษอะที่มันเคยมีประเด็นเมื่อปีที่แล้วอะ
อ๋อ
FPX picking a Viper here is super interesting. They're starting on defense, and I'm wondering, obviously, they have confidence in this Angel going for something out of left field once again.
ชอบดูด่านนี้ชอบดูเฮเว่นกับส
I
ปิด
mean, DRX's attack side is so
มาไวจัง
crazy good in terms of getting space with their jet, their executes, finding so much value and so many different looks as well. No matter what site you're going to, Buzz is going in a different direction, finding a different path.
ไม่ดูแกงอะมันตุงติงอะ
And it all comes down to this for FPX.
Let's go.
Remember,
Fighting.
tournament champions just a little bit ago. Now putting everything on the line with a Viper on Haven. Heavy the crown, but steady the vision as they turn their attention over towards Haven. One map to potentially send them home or to send us to Fracture.
And DRX is starting off with what Benkai said, the bread and butter. Buzz going to lead the charge, and they're hitting the seaside.
There are a couple of members here. See the fault line through. Buzz has already gotten up though. Angel on the trade.
แต่น้าเอาจริงแน่ร
โอ้
อบ
ย
นี้จับโอ
To
เม
get a
น
second.
จริง
But he's been overwhelmed. He's been
แต่ซู
outnumbered.
ก็
Sax
สื่อ
is
เนี่ย
gonna
ไว
get
เปอร์
spiked
แบบนี้
down. All he
แปลก
has
เหมือน
is
กัน
a
ว่ะ
little bit
ฮา
of
เว่น
veto
นี่
to
ว่ะ
the left. Mako throwing the
ส่งไง
shoulder
เฮ้ย
on the other side. The swing.
What?
Ay, ah.
He still got
Oi.
one though. The
And the
name.
spam
Ow.
fire to
Oi.
Bit
มา
มาแล้ว
บินที่แล้วติดตาเลย วางกลางลานด้วย
แล้วสโมกทำยังไง
Well, I mean, he doesn't have any
วันเวได้เหรอ
smoke up.
It's actually very doable here.
Ui,
for
ยังไม่ได้
Mako.
ขึ้น
And didn't manage to get it to have
Ui.
Mako repositioning, creeping
Ow.
his way forward.
I heard that.
Taking any inch that he could possibly.
Oi.
get.
Oh.
Gonna try to keep him back. Zipman got it to have. Zipman gets the kill, and he's
Plan also not even close to where that one way was going down, so that didn't provide any value.
felt really
SZOMV
That's DRX Classic actually. They like to get
SZOMV ที่อยู่
the
เซน
low
ติเนล
plat-
พี่ใช่ไหม
plant spot.
แมนนี้เดียวเอกเลือกเหรอ ไม่เคยเห็น
We
เล่น
have
เลย
the DRX stat on the line as well. You do have to note FPX. The only time they played this
13
internationally with their starting
12
five
11
was
ตรงไหมครับ
against Paper
เก้า
Round Grand
แป
Final.
ด
8
And they lost that
เจ็ด
one.
เลยเมื่อกี้ที่มันกระตุก
They were relying on it a lot at Copenhagen
Ui,
during
tao mới đạp
groups
à?
when they had their sub cider.
เขาตัดเล็บหน่อยนะ
So pulling it out at the last moment here, knowing DRX is going to pick it into you.
ไม่ได้ตัดเล็บ
Artist holding mid with Marshall. No armor on the side of DRX whatsoever.
เอ้ย
The
โอ้
swing
โหคือคัตชิ่ง
โอ้โห
just clean. Manages to get away too.
Difficult to actually get this plant down, given the decay that's going through, but
สแปม
no
เข้าไป
utility spent to deny.
Dude, Artist is so bold to continue
Oh,
challenging.
oh,
And the
oh,
Artists,
oh.
they fully send in.
เดี๋ยวโอ้โหเมื่อกี้เกือบได้แล้วนะ
And now he's
โอ้
going on the round.
นี่มันเอาคืนให้ดิ
The frenzy too, and just made quick
Team
work
up.
of the rest of them. Just jumped in behind them.
ขวัญใจประชาชนเลยนะดี
What a play from DRX. Taking surprise to the next level.
But no one surprises Artist. Still has that Marshall. And for him, he was re-challenging them, but they never look at him.
Aw.
And when they finally do, it's too late.
ก็4
Too
นัด
many
ไง
people on
โอ้
that
โห
side.
นัดสุดท้ายตายพอดี
It's
ผม
clean too.
จัดผมจัด
Did actually end up swapping off that Marshall.
มาร์ช
And note the Viper pit or the Viper wall that they're using. It's to control this A side, short and sewers, but also B.
ทีมส
And
ตรีม
there's
เมอ
no
ร์ขวัญใจประชาชน
fade to use the C's to combine with the nade, but it's
คนดู
still
รวม
getting
600,000
put down by Zip
ผู้
on
ชิง
to
ยังไม่ไหว
control
อ่ะ
this A lobby. And they've got full of it.
คู่นี้ยัง
Puts
แสนเดียวเอง
Artist in such an aggressive spot into short.
คู่นั้นรวม
Challenge
600,000
that so easily.
Meanwhile, you could also see
แต่ดิฟมันจะได้ถูก
น่าเชื่อ
ฟอน
กู
แล้ว
ดูไฟล์ด้วย
พี่
Getsu who's putting down is top C on that
ใช่
barrage.
อีกหนึ่ง
It's
ศ
a
พ
one way for them. An Angel to just rip off the split.
รอบหน้ามีแน่นอน
DRX love to go for these C splits.
And Zipon seems to be wise to it. You see him playing just
โอ้แต่
outside of
ซิปแพน
barrage.
แมปนี้จับเลสเห็นแล้วอุ่นใจ
First gun round for DRX. They still have a lot of tools at their disposal.
50 seconds in, and Angel has not put a new smoke down. Used the first one at A lobby.
ดีขึ้นมาหน่อย
And since then, he hasn't used them, so they're going to
มัน
be
ตรง
there
ติง
for
ไง
this hit.
มันตรงติงไง
And
One
you
tông
can tell
tiền
they're
à lẹ.
thinking about it too. Prowler in the garage, the cloud burst, that should
Ui,
draw the
hay
rotation.
quá.
เหมือนเห็นนะ
One way that you were just mentioning in Buzz.
เหมือนเห็นนะ
Goes into it. Challenges
อ๋
will
อ
on the other
แต่เอา
side.
ไม่ลง เอ้า
But RB just
เดี๋ยว
หายหมด
อาร์บีมาโก
ยังไงก่อนเมื่อกี้ เดี๋ยว
on the spam. He's gotten 3 on the round, but Shaw's gonna have to do it by himself.
ชาวไงอันนี้คนนี้ชาวไง
And no,
ทำไมชาวไม่ได้เล่น
DRX find their first.
เชลซาเวีย
That's a really good job of DRX.
เฟดแล้วอ่ะ
Not necessarily themselves being proactive at pulling the rotations, but being able to pull the rotations based on the information you're giving FPX then. Eventually they find a timing where Sugetsu's not close. Yes, there's a molly landing at their feet.
โอ้โหได้ยูสี่ได้โคตรเท่
อันนี้คือคอมทีเด็ดไม้ตายไปเนี่ย FPX
From the A-Link outside of B, only spotted one, and that called the rotation over because he was working his way up B. And usually when you see a lurker coming up towards B, you're expecting an A hit.
They are so dead.
Turret up here as they try to control mid.
พักครึ่งผมไปเอามาม่าอ่ะ
Sugetsu A.
พี่แทนนี่เอาให้
Going to peek forward. Anyone dare challenge that
แต่เหมือน
area
จริง
of the map.
เหมือนเป๊ะๆเลย
Has his ultimate.
แล้วไม่มีใคร
And that is
ทำลายตีเมทคิวจอยได้ด้วย
head back to.
ว่า นี่ไงพี่อันติเลส
With their killjoy ults. And remember, no breach in this map,
Oh my god.
so it can't be broken easily.
เฮ้ยเห็นโอ้เฮ้ย
ไม่ได้กลับ
คุณเราตัวคนนั้นน่ะ
Shots
โอ้
are
โห
into
กลับ
space.
วิกฤตแล้ว
โอ้โหวิกฤตจริงพี่
It's actually Sugetsu who's able to hold the line for now.
DRX
And go right beside him. As
โอ้โห
Sugetsu
เจ๊
gets a
โดน
second.
ยับเลย
Sacks in 1v3. And there's nothing doing there.
เชี่ย
มาแล้วไงครับ
That's the
Yeah,
type of
Luke.
round you want if you're FPX
หรือมัน
with
เรื่อง
this
จริง
Viper.
วะพี่
Just easily picking
ไวเปอร์ด่านนี้
แบบว่า
Saw how Artist
Oh my
and
god.
Angel in the last round
Viper
had so
ด่าน
much
นี้
staying power in the back of sight there.
มันเคยมีคนเล่น
Just
แต่
because
นาน
you
มาก
own
แล้
a
ว
Viper,
วันเวสโมกอะแบบ Oh my
and just
god
because you have that auxiliary one way that's going up.
คุณแล้วมัน
โอ้โห
ช่วยแบบ
And
ดี
yeah,
เค
you
ได้สอง
gotta
ทาง
call an early
สามแมป
timeout
เลยนี่
here.
ว่า
We're
แล้ว
not
มันโห
really
ด
get
จั
a
ด
chance outside of the freeze time at the beginning of the game to discuss what's possible. Now you see
แม
it.
ปสาม
Now you see how Sugetsu is using his utility. So the first chance for Glow to really
เกาหลีใช่ไหมที่มันมี4โค้ดอะพี่
on the fly game plan. You
ใช่
need to call an on the fly game
เออ
plan here.
เหมือนคอมมันอะเล่นตัวที่แบบว่าตัวเองถนัดอะสวีนชอบลั่นไวเปอร์ซิป
For
แพ
the
น
Korean
เลส
representatives before, we'll see if they
น้า
can
ก็
again. They
โอ
find
เม
themselves
น
down 2 rounds early in the face of this composition that is again very uncommon,
Oi.
very unconventional, very unheard of.
Yeah, you're interrupting his vlog.
Let's go DRX
The fans trying to get behind the DRX squad, behind the Koreans.
What is the response? Remember, they still have Arby's ultimate. So you see now they've got Mako's too, but the
นอน
buys
เช้า
are great.
It's
อุ้ย
a really
ตี
difficult
หนึ่ง
time
แล้วเนี่ย
now that we see the ults back online as well.
แล้วคู่นี้ไม่แบบสาม
To
ก็
come up with a game
ตี
plan
สาม
and at the
แล้ว
same
พรุ่งนี้ผม
time
ก็จะมา
be
เป็นผู้
thinking
ชายนอน
about
น้อย
how to counter the pit that
คน
Sugetsu
ก็
has up.
นั่น
He's
แหละ
running
นะ
all
ตาม
the way
นั้นนะ
towards A.
พรุ่งนี้ก็ผู้ชายนอนน้อยหน่อยนะ
And there's more than just that. Zippon has his ult. Angel has his ult too. Last time on the eco, DRX went straight into B and looks like they want to do the exact same thing.
And they're going to walk in for free too. They're also going to challenge Link. You see the paranoia out. Buzz has to give some of the space back.
มันใช้ของแบบว่าใช้ไปเลยอะแบบ
Paranoia just
มัน
basically
ไม่ค่อย
cancels the
เสีย
one
ดาย
way attack.
เนาะใช้ไปเลยอะ
On the left side.
เดียเอ็กซ์ครับ
โอ้โหกู้ไงนี่
Wild post plant positions.
โค้ดแพน
DRX expecting
โอ้
the
โห
aggression, expecting
อันนี้มันรออยู่
dodge.
เดี๋ยวมันมีมุมนี้ด้วยเหรอ
Stairs to drop
เดี๋ยว
inside.
เดี๋ยว
เดี๋ยวจัด
มุมเนี้ย
They ban
Copy.
Upper
Come
Side. Gets zest.
ก็เซต
Now the spam
มี
starts
อีก
through shot.
มีอีกเหรอ
Hold it. Angel taking damage.
เดี๋ยวยิงดิ
Hold it the entire way. There's no challenge.
What?
Nobody is able to
Oh
get him
my
off.
god
And Angel pushes forward. Gets
แล้ว
a
โดน
couple
น้า
of
ไถไง
kills.
แล้วโดนน้าไถหมด
How are there two people
What the fuck
at the end of that?
I know FPX won the round, but I'm
ตรง
losing
นี้
my
กดแรง
mind
ต่อ
trying to
ไม่ได้
understand
นอน
what
แล้ว
just
นะ
happened at the end there.
ถ้าโกเชอรี่3 หั
Did
ว
Mark
เมื่อกี้
get a 3K with one shot? Look at this. Oh, it was Angel first. Obviously missing the follow-up spray and then the double. Wow. That's pretty impactful. Hey, look at FPX's money.
นี่ในมุมเมื่อกี้ดีนะสมมติแบบว่าฝั่งรับ
The Phantom, and don't
จะ
forget
ออ
they
กมา
got
ดัน
the
ก็
pit
มัน
out
ก็
that
โดน
time.
after shock เลยอะ
Huge
Kinda
switch in
bit.
ultimate power now. To DRX's side, they got the breach ult.
Hey, they have four. They have four ults.
Very much known to use that breach ult over
โอ้
towards
โห
it.
ผมว่าถ้าอันนี้ยังเข้าไม่ได้นี่คือเสียอันติแล้วนะ
Side because of the Viper wall. They really haven't.
They haven't haven't tested those.
เข้าไม่ได้คือจบเลยนะแบบเนี้ย
You know, maybe even that just being up is enough to dissuade them.
Well, they're not going to ignore the entire game.
แองเจิลมันมองเลยอ่ะ
เมื่อกี้ล็อกขยับนิดนึง
Here is Phantom's
รู้
definitely going to stick out.
เฮ้ย
Has to turn it to the
เฮ้ย
left.
ยังอีกเหรอโอ้โห
เอาเนียนขนาดนี้เลยเหรอเนี่ย
โอ้โซสมาร์ท
ทุ่มเทมาก
โซสมาร์ทจัดเหลือ20
And they didn't get any information about that either. I think they must have some inkling because of how
น่าจะมีสักอันลองยิงซ้ำไม่อยากรู้จะนิ่งอยู่ไหม
นั่นดิ
Artist meanwhile
แน่นิ่งไปเลยผมว่า
down C long has his garage
จิม
controls
จอสก
so they're set up for it. Here's the
อะไรคือ
breach
จอ
on
สกวะ
FPX. There's nobody actually getting hit by this except for Shao Up Heaven. The fast retake is on.
You see double paranoias as you're right. They swing right through, but Buzz has gotten behind enemy lines
Holy
first.
power,
They
man.
got on their trade. No, not able to do anything.
Why?
Drops to his death as he tries to challenge
โอ้
from
มาไม่
heaven.
พร้อมกันนะดิ
แล้วอาดิต
And now Artis with an op in a 1v4.
เอ้า
แล้วได้ยิน
แต่มาครับ
Oh, and
RB
he hears it.
The hunt.
RB.
Yeah, the hunt is on.
โอ้ยอาดิตใจเย็นจะมา
RB,
เล่น
who
ดิ
ate the molly at the beginning of the round, is
อ้าว
เหลือเชื่อ
อ๋อ
Quickly saving. Look, Stacks immediately
แฟน
chasing.
ทอมไง
Mako. Not going to continue, actually. They're
อุ้ย
not
ซู
going
ม
to
ทัน
continue
ได้
to
ไง
pursue.
อ่ะ
Yeah, how bold do they get in this? They have some time still.
ทีมไหนครับ
Either
อ๋อ
way.
ทีมจากประเทศไหน
That was
อัน
one.
DRX
FPX
เกาหลีครับ
was very
FPX
prepared
ยุ
for
โรป
that round. And DRX still brute forces their way through. The Rolling Thunder clears the site
พอแล้วไม่ต้องไปล่าก็ได้เปลืองเงินไม่มี
with pounds of might.
ปั้มปืนกระเด็น
Every single player ready to
วิน
fight
หน้า
back.
มี
That
ของ RB
paranoia
อัน
from
ติ
Angel did not find value.
สงุน
แล้ววิน
เนี่ย
บ
อั
อน ก
เนี้ย
ว่า
เนี่ยดึกแล้วไงฟิล์มกันผิดหมดแล้วตอนเนี้ย
To combo them together. See, miss Buzz. The dart's up at that time, but nobody's getting tagged. It's broken at this point.
โอ้
And Shao was just way too late because he was the guy who got breach ulted. So happy to eat it, but he's expecting his teammates to find value, and that's why he's committed to that dive.
ย้าย
Meanwhile, still, I mean, they didn't really
แต่
spend that
อา
much
ดิต
either.
มันยังมี
RB
ออเปเรเตอร์อยู่เลย
And here's the first time they're challenging this A control.
The nade, the dart. They're able to clear some of it out.
The early verses that FPX has been getting
เอาวะ
inside of A lobby now negated.
อ๋อนี่ไงชาวมีนี่อยู่พี่อันติทำลายคิวจอย
DRX, right, pushing into this.
อ๋อไอชาวก็เลยเล่นโซว่าไง
Artis with the
เอา
op.
มาแก้
เอ
He's starting to pull
ผม
back.
ว่า
in
แล้วปก
lane.
ติมันเล่นเฟด
They have
แบบเนี้ย
4 here.
It's
อู้นี่แต่
for the most part.
แต่ก็ต้อง
it's
เก็บ
an
อัน
eco.
ติไว้เคาน์เตอร์อย่างเดียวเลยเนี่ย
Just artists with the op, so setting up for this, and don't
Yeah.
forget, they don't have that massive coverage.
นั่นนี่นั่นกันหรือเปล่าแล้วจะคอมด้วยครับ
Here too,
แล้ว
and
ผม
he's got a
เฮ้ย
spec.
ว่าบุก
วาร์ปได้เหรอ
บุกกันหน่อย
Oh, Artis does too.
Hyper for the flash.
What a shot.
ๆไอ้เชี่ย
The second, a warning, the paranoia. But they're committing it as Mako is ulted. The wall. The only thing keeping
Oh.
back in
Ah!
Mako gets the kill.
เดี๋ยวก่อน
โอ้มาไงอ่ะ
เดี๋ยว
เดี๋ยว
ว้าย
โอ้โห
เอาเฉยเลย
เราได้
But that seems to work out for
อี
FPX
โค
just fine.
จากอันนี้คนเดียวเลยอาดิต
I need to. I mean, Mako TP'd right next to artist.
หนึ่งครับ
แล้วมาโกะมันทีพีจากไหนอะ
And they still win the round. The guy who was
ทำไมเหมือนอันตี
potentially
มา
going to
ข้าง
do
ๆเลย
นั่นเดี๋ยวพี่ข้างๆเลยปะ
the real big
ข้าง
power
ๆจริง
right behind him.
Literally behind him.
What
I mean, I've heard Finesse talk about how difficult it is to hear these Omen ults. But that just brings it to another level. Wow.
อยาก
Perhaps
รู้ความ
assumed
รู้
he
สึ
was
ก
in
มา
heaven
โกะ
or
เมื่อ
something.
กี้
Well,
Yeah.
ว่าแบบ
also, Angel
ตื่น
just
เต้นไหม
ulted right before. So
แต่
maybe
ผ่าน
that's
มา
a
ไม่
little
ลุ้นอยู่
confusing. A combination here with the Hunter's Fury. Off rip.
เดี๋ยว
Trying to paranoia
ฮั
from
น
B,
เตอร์
but
ฟู
look
รี่
at
ไปเลยว่ะ
Angel.
กล้าคอมโบ
Mako's
นี้
in trouble. Mako's in trouble.
นี่ไง
Mako's been
ฮันเตอร์
spotted.
ฟูรี่เลยพี่
The heavy aggression in A.
นี่มั่วแล้วเดี๋ยวเอ็กมั่วแล้ว
They're not done yet. Angel swinging around. The blades don't land, but Zest's bullets do.
Shao still here
โค
too.
เลียนเจ็ตโคเลียนเจ็ต
4v2 is Buzz and Zest remain.
And Sugetsu's got his orb up. Look at this. It is
Oh.
brutal.
วันเว
โอ้วัน
โอ้
เวเชียร์
Sugetsu holds the line around his
เป็นวันเวที่
utility.
เยี่ยมปะ
โซ
Brutal.
ส
ไม่
ตอ
ก็
มบอมไซส์4โซ
Just
สตอ
brutal
ม
from FPX.
โอ้โห
ก็จะมันโหดเหมือนกันนะ
นั่นเดี๋ยวพี่
มีท็อกซิกสกิน
That
ปิด
was
หน้าบี
a
แล้วก็
really
เอ
nice play. Not only do they have the setup with the Hunter's Fury,
ก็ปิดได้หมดเลย
This is happening right before this. That gives them the
แล้วมี
space
ส
they
โมก
need,
โอเมน
but on
ปิด
top
ซี
of
ลอง
it,
โอ้
look
โห
at Angel. He's
Chill.
literally down in mid right now. And if they weren't
อัน
diligent
นี้
with
โมโหอะไร
the
นี่
utility there, he's getting 2 more.
หรือว่าเราต้องส่องคอนโทรลเลอร์แล้วก็
นี่เลย
And it's an early second timeout use from DRX, their last of the game, and we're only round 9.
พี่ไวเปอร์ปะล่ะ
Only round 9.
ก็ตอนแรกพี่ไปฝึกมา
Viper,
ด่าน
Viper,
ด่านบายอ่ะ
here, it's
แล้วไม่
something.
เหมือนกับ
But for them to
ไม่เอา
be using this
คุย
timeout
กันแล้ว
this
ไม่เอา
early in
เลย
the
ทิ้งหมด
map.
ละ
And it's only 4 rounds down. I think the big thing is obviously still trying to figure out exactly how to play against this complete audible thrown out by FPX.
ตอนบุกก็
on
โห
this
ด
map.
ไวเปอร์
This Viper pick, we haven't seen direct value too much except for maybe that last round, but it's causing a lot of problems indirectly on other sides of the map with the utility that Sugetsu's providing his teammates and how DRX have mentally approached this. Shifted, I mean, a lot of that. Remember, that prior round before this was the first time they really took a lobby control at the beginning of the round. And then they get punished for trying to do it again. Mako getting caught completely alone in that last round.
The buy for DRX, not great. They do have some key ultimates to work with. But Buzz doesn't have blade. I mean, they really have very little here.
เดี๋ยวบอกหน่อยขอลองหน่อยสิ
Stacks back up,
ลอง
but
ซี
they're
เหนียว
going
จริ
to
งหรือ
force
เป
a
ล่า
retake here immediately.
มาแล้ว
ซีดูเข้าง่ายสุดแล้วอะ
Pushing his way forward. This feels a bit
ต้องเข้า
reckless.
ซีลองนะ
That's
อย่า
really
เข้าซีลองใช่
the decision DRX have here. Look at that. On the other
เฮ้ย
side, friends
โอ้
of
โห
Mike Valley
ชัดเลย
going in favor
ชัดเลย
of DRX.
ชัดเลย
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 น้าจะเป็นดูเอลให้แล้ว
แล้วสแต็กมีอันติด้วย
โอ้ย
โอ้โห
บักกี้
Bucky that was picked up off of Angel.
เฮ้ย
Where can he find? He's still dancing
แปลก
around. But Shao and Artis clean him up. There's still a shot at this, but they're so far
โอ้
up.
หลังบอมหมดเลย
ต้องอันติแล้วอ่ะ
Close.
Oh, and Zest is the only one further down. They don't know that Buzz is
เดี๋ยว
Shots will land. Buzz is not able to get any of
เดี๋ยว
it.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้สแต็กอันติชนะเลยอ่ะ โดน 3 คน
But it should have been a round 2 for them. Remember,
ทำไมอ่ะ
they won a light
ฉัน
buy
ก็ลอง
already,
ไม่ใช่หรอ
and they get it close again. This time it's because the gamble in the direction that they're going at the beginning of the round works out. It's only
เออ
Sugetsu.
ว่ะ
พกปืนเลย ต้องอยู่ในไซส์
But there was so much that worked well. The Bucky RB had
แอบมีดวงเหมือนกันเนี่ย
up
ปีนี้
close and personal. And then the wraparound from Buzz, good too.
That was clean there
โอ้
from
โหตัวร
Shao.
องยิงไวมาก
แบบเมื่อกี้เดียเอ็กชนะครับ
ยิงไวแล้วหันไวเลยนะแบบ
Again, another setup to challenge A.
Look at this wall, it's different.
Viper's wall. Yep.
All the way down mid, and that's a huge threat. Given that the kill
Chia,
turret that
wall.
RB's placing always is looking for that mid walk down.
ของจริงจัด
They have to body
เปิด
check
เม
all
ตา
God
and they didn't even realize until now.
โอ้ my god
But they're going to challenge it.
วออะไรวะเนี่ย
No clue what's on the other side of this right now. Finally, the Prowler clears it, so it's all safe.
เปิดเมตาจัด
At least
น่าจะแบบว่าหลอนๆเพราะว่าตั้งตัวไม่ทัน ไม่ค่อยได้โดนของไวเปอร์
Sitman has ult here. You got to be careful. They're all in there. The paranoia.
Oh,
There's
look
the
at-
ult.
Oh.
He's done. Rolling thunder through.
แปะมาพร้อมไอ้นี่
No.
โดนตบ
มาดูซุยดูซุย
Safe. He's so patient.
Oh.
Waiting, baiting his
Oh.
teammates. Anticipating the flank out.
no.
And Sugetsu gets 4.
กูเหลือจะเชื่อ
โดนไซ
เดื
ส์
อ
ตี
ดเดือดมาก
บอมไซส์ตีโซสตอง
It is getting overwhelming. These rounds out from FPX.
Oh my god
And it's not the rounds you expect.
He walked into him. He bumped him.
ไอ้เหี้ย
It's the gun round where they're
สุ
dominating.
กัสสุ
It's the light buys that DRX is
Light
putting
hit
something
up.
together.
มินนี้
And it's to the point now that DRX is going to force every round. More stingers out, pit down long seat.
เกาหลีเสียทรงจริงว่ะพี่เอ๋ยน้องก้า
They're once again going to push
โอ้
it
โห
in.
ผมช็อกอยู่
Sugetsu, he's going
ผม
all the
ช็อก
way
อยู่
down this pit
ผม
right
คิด
now.
ว่าแมป
If
นี้มัน
there's anything
เสียแล้วมั้ง
committed here to this A hit, he's
โดน
flanking
แบบไว
fast.
เปอร์แบบโอ้โห
ไวเปอร์มันดูแบบเซอร์ไพรส์อะ
Buzz is tucked up in his
ใช่
corner.
แบบมันคิดอะไรมันไม่ออกแล้วอะ
Still has that ult, by the way.
แล้วถู
Had
ก
it
มัน
for
ส
a
ต
few
รอง
rounds.
ด้วย
Now
แต่
they're going to use a drone for him to swing, but they don't know someone's on the
Oi.
other side. He's got to be
แต่
patient.
ไม่
He's
รู้
got to
อัน
be
นี้ก็ใช่เหมื
careful.
อนกัน
ตัวใกล้อะ
A judge
Oh,
waiting
oh,
not
oh,
too
yeah.
far away.
เอ้า
Gets out too.
ถ้ามาโกรธเดินแบบว่า
They had the trap set up.
น่ะ
Look,
งงปะล่ะพี่
look at the hesitancy from
Back.
DRX to
เหมือน
walk
แบบว่า
past this wall in short.
หลุดไปแล้วอะ
There's just
Yes,
too
no,
much threat on the other side, and finally it falls. But at this point,
หลุด
starting
จัด
to rotate back. RB has no space to actually use his ult in a significant manner there.
โห
โอ้โห
And because
เชี่
they got
คือแบบคอนโทรล
ย
ก็หมดแล้วดูดิดูแมปดิ
sit back now.
ไวเปอร์จะจัด
There's just so much control.
แล้วตรงกลางก็ยังมีมาก
แล้วก็มีพอยซ์คาวตรงกาลาดด้วยทางออก
โอ้ยคนเดียวอยู่ทุกที่เลย
30 seconds left.
มีของให้ทุกไซส์
There's an aid that you're just mentioning, the satchel too.
RB's
Ow.
out of
Just
it.
to be sure. RB's managed to get one with the
Nah,
judge.
hey.
He is going to get the spike down. What a shot out from Zipan,
Oh.
dude. He's been outrageous.
อู้เลือดเหลือ
Sax
9
down is so weak. Finally, we see that ult used. And Sugetsu has abandoned the pit. He's starting to challenge over on site. RB has fallen. Zipan has gotten another.
หายทีละคน
Saxon's as so weak. Saxon, he's going to have so much before him. Oh, and
ควัก
it's
ไว
a
มากเลยว่ะ
quick
เชี่ยควักไวมาก
shot out
ยิ
from
งพลาดควัก
Artis.
ปุ๊บเข้าหัวเลย
A sleight of hand
อัน
goes
นี้
his
เติมเงิน
way.
สับปืนไวไหมเนี่ยอาดิ
นี่มันช็อตโดนปืนพี่เอ๋
ค
ย
วัก
นี่หว่า
โป้ง
We had a lot of questions around
เอา
the
มาคืน
Viper
ดู
pick
เลย
into Haven, and well, it
ไอ้
seems
เหี้ย
to be
ด่านนี้
working.
ไม่ไหว
And it's funny too because
โอ้โดนเซอร์ไพร
I
ส์
was
หนั
with
ก
Benka
มาก
and
พี่
the
ว่า
first
ด่าน
thing
นี้
I
ไม่
said
ไหว
was
กับ
how
ผม
you're
ไม่ไหวอ่ะ
approaching the
พี่ว่า
attack
ไหน
side.
ถูก
And there's clear value to it.
ด่านนี้ไม่ไหว
That half.
ไม่ไหวจริงเสียทรงจริง
And this is looking very far gone for DRX so far. And again, let me remind you, even if they start a little comeback in the second half, they have no timeouts that entire time.
They're flying blind.
ดูจะสูเปิดเมตาละ
Early paranoia.
ได้เลย
And again,
เซอ
a
ร์ไพร
fight
ส์
for
คอม
Amy.
แต่มันต้องเล่นกับ
มันแล้ว
2 คอนโทรลเลอร์ปะ
ใช่ต้องเรียกเขา
อืมมันแบบใช้ไวเปอร์ตัวเดียวไม่ได้อะ
แล้วไวเปอร์ไม่สามารถแบบกดไปเล่นได้เลยด้วยนะ
ใช่
The alarm about to cover and make sure
ก็
they're
เล่นในแรงไม่ได้หรอก
focus more so on C.
ก็มันแบบ
ทำไมหรอ
Smoke just put down on B might
สมมติ
determine.
ถ้าเล่นในแรงเนี่ยเรากดไวเปอร์มา
There's
เนี่ย
a
เพื่อนไม่มีใคร
lot of
กด
presence
ตัวอยู่
here
ละเชื่อ
over
ไหม
FPX over towards A.
ต้องให้เพื่อนกด
Rotate back.
โอเมนไปก่อน
Plenty of opportunities still to
Well,
decide
good
with
Viper.
1 minute left. But the thing for FPX is
เจ็
they're
ดวิ
committing
กา
so
ก็จะหลุด
many
ไปเช่น
bodies
กัน
on this side. The flank will have to come fast.
แล้วผม
They
ว่า
can
ส
get
เก็ต
anywhere
สึกมัน
else
ซ้อม
other
นะ
than
อัน
A.
นี้จริงๆว่า
ซ้อมนี่
ซ้อมเยอะ
มี
จั
มุ
ด
มม่านมุมวันเวย์อะไรเงี้ยมันซ้อมแล้วเนี่ย
Yeah, it's
มาอีกแล้วไงดูดิ
one way, one
Oh,
way.
man.
Oh, man, the one way is
โอ้
so good.
มันแผนนะมันซ้อมจริง
And the
แผ
slow
นลับ
shuts it
จริง
down. Nobody's following up with that.
Ow.
Ow.
Maka with 2
ซ้อม
huge
จริง
entries.
He's weak. He's gonna ult. He's going back sight. They have full sight control.
But look at the flank.
Spike planted.
อ้า
I
ว
think RB's
วาร์ปหลอก
utility
ด้วย
just went down, so I'm not sure they're really aware of this.
ไปไหนวะอีกฝ่าย
It's
วางไหนกันแน่
triple
วะ
flanking right now.
93
Going
เฟิร์ส
on.
The drone to clear out
มันคือยังไง
garage.
เนี่
You
ย
see
ช็อ
that
ตนี้
smoke
สเปร
instantly
ย์
is a
หายสอง
response. While the rest of them are going to try to make their way down long. But
Ow,
there's utility there.
Mako.
Zipan's already gotten one.
ไม่ต้องห่วงโอเมนละ
Huge drone too.
How much more can he find? Smoke's concealing the positions of the remaining DRX players. This FPX has to go forward. The tap, the swing, Zest holds it. But Xiao, can he do it himself? A 1v2 utility in his face, but he manages to dodge it. The Haunt was there too to give him away.
let's go let's go let's go
What a spray through the box there.
93เราต้องมาดูว่า
Zest and Stacks too,
Tom
just
Book เนี่ย
committing to it.
สเก็ตจะซ้อมอะไรมา
And a solid idea from FPX, but it just does not
น่า
work out.
น่าจะ
DRX,
แบบ
it's
กดดัน
9-3.
ซีอ่ะ
9-3, the one way was good, the comp is
Ui,
good,
ui,
FPX
ui.
looks good.
Khi
Let's
tụi
go
mình
down
biết
to the
set đi.
desk.
โอ้โหอุ้ยปิดทั้งช็อต
ไอ้เหี้ย
ปิดถึง
Thanks so
CT
much,
เลยอ่ะ
guys. An
ใช้ได้ยันจบ
absolutely
เลยอะ
dominant half by FPX on
มุมซ้ายที่
DRX's
เนียนๆก็ไม่
map
เนียนแล้วอ่ะ
pick.
แบบว่า
One
ไม่
player
ได้
I
แล้ว
think we
อ่ะ
talked about
Control
maybe
A
though
ก็ได้
is Sugetsu.
Yeah, I mean,
Pod
this
A
guy
เสร็จ
comes
ก็
out
บล็อก
and
ตรง
makes a
CT ได้ด้วย
crazy choice in pulling out the Viper here, but has looked really incredible with it.
He's just been utterly dominant. Like this defending half from him, the trigger discipline as well to be able to scoop up that 4K over at C, just tucked into the corner. DRX just getting a little bit sloppy. They don't check for it whatsoever. And Sugetsu is able to just go ahead and take complete control of the round. I love the setups. The one ways there to cut off garage vision and everything just to make easy pickings for artists look fantastic. My biggest question though is how is this going to look? How are they going to pilot on the attack?
Yeah, so especially on this round 5, which I like to call the battle of the minds, you know, after they took that tech course, I believe FPX would have said that they didn't have enough A-long control and they were anticipating DRX to hit A, but DRX made the counter call to go into B with that round. But FPX just had such a strong retake protocol on that, and it's the first time we really see the Viper Pit used in a retake.
Yeah, and that's a big question, Seth, as we look ahead towards the second half. How will the Viper play out on the attack? It's been a while since we've seen Viper played on this map when we get over to that side. And the big question is, what are they going to do? Because for DRX, they tend to be really heavy when they play this defense on holding down extremity control, holding down A lobby. This is where Buzz is getting most of his kills on this map. But now, you kind of have to change the style that you're playing when you're up against DRX, because I think their priority is going to be, when you're up against FPX on this comp, because their priority is going to be getting that spike down, playing the post one that's super potent with that Viper, and also having the opportunity to play strong with the lurk game when you have that agent in the mix.
Yeah, curious to see how this one's going to go down. I looked back. This is the first time that FPX have ever run Viper on this map, so it's already been a long time since we've seen it generally played on Haven, but it's a first look for FPX. So far, it's strong. We'll have to see how the attack goes.
Yeah, but I just want to be able to see like more use of the agents in terms of elevation on the side of FPX, because they have the Raze, the Omen, and the Chamber. All three agents can just get up onto high places and just play like really uncomfortable angles against DRX. So
well, let's get into the second half of the map. Let's throw it back to Doug and Bala.
I am frothing at the mouth, chomping at the bit of the possibility of fracture. And I know we're not quite there yet, but we're so bloody close, Bala. FPX have to be able to close this map out in order to get there, and it certainly seems like there's the potential. We're going to get to see this Viper on attack and what they have cooked up. You see that wall towards A already. And there's a challenge right into it. They're sending three into the lap of Artis. He's only able to get one as he's blindsided by Buzz.
And already you see the autonomy that Buzz needs on this side that the desk was mentioning, and Mako as well, combining, cleaning up this A lobby control that FPX started with.
Liking that aggression out from DRX already. Mako's gonna get spammed through. He stays alive.
Even more, that was risky, but doesn't get punished. The advantage now for DRX, and already the biggest tool in the kit for FPX.
เห็นภาพมาจากไกล
At least the uncommonality of it.
Sure.
Certainly gone at this point.
สโมกหลอกด้วย
Pivot is in for Angel. He's
แล้วหลอกได้ไงคิวจอยไปเลย
อยู่ดีก็ไปเลยงง
But that means no
แล้วก็
smokes
มาร์คไปแล้วว่าตรงนี้เดินได้
ไม่เชื่อใจเพื่อนไง
แต่ไม่มีไง
มีไก่โอ๊กอยู่
Xiao choosing to hold onto the drone and them just contact in.
มีภาพ
Zip on top. Evens it out equality immediately. And the spike planted too. This guy has been so good. The goal for setup to bait. All three players up
แล้ว
close
สโมก
though.
ไปเลย
Xiao and Angel close by. Angel looking around. Xiao may be first contact here. As the leader for FPX has to check every single angle of his
อุ้ย
น้า
เผื่อเอาจริงอีกแล้ว
Looking for the second, dancing around the utility.
เอ้า
It's actually Xiao who's in trouble.
มาดิ
But Xiao's down to 1v1.
เอ้ย
A bit ahead of play.
ไปรีโหลดต่อหน้าเขาเฉย
And not to state the obvious, but that was unbelievably necessary here for DRX. And it was so close.
กินเยอะอย่างวะเมื่อกี้ก็เพิ่งกินไปไม่เหรอ
Aftershock was huge. All three players, remember, they were playing tight. All of them close. Zip on top of that box. Can't do anything there. Has to get off, and that's why Stacks
ไว้
usually
สแต็กนิ่งไว้นิ่งไว้
takes
ใจ
him
ล้ม
down. Back to that same wall. This one, I mean, this is flashback to 2021 Reykjavik.
Remember the disrespect that DRX showed
หิ
this
วเหรอ
wall in the
เดี๋ยว
previous
ปิดไมค์ให้
round. Fully sending three. This time, a bit more tempered, a bit more metered.
I mean, remember, Artis was there. That could have been easily 2 kills for Artis. So you don't want to be taking that risk every single time. Keep him on your toes.
You see the man on your screen right now, the only one with a weapon, trying to keep DRX on their toes, the stinger in his hand.
Angel with the sheriff again. And he's gone. Angel's gone.
Yeah.
And I like how Artis, goes for the knife on the, on the Prowler. But they do get all the way up here, and you actually have Zest rotating off, so Buzz alone with just the Bulldog. The nice thing about it, he's avoiding and completely ignoring the wall.
โอ้โหเราเซตโอ้โหเกือบแล้ว
He got a little greedy, he got a little hungry, but they're still finding space. Sugetsu still has that stinger.
Get that Bulldog too, it might be on top of the box. Yeah, Xiao not able to recover it, so it's just Sugetsu.
Just a bit far, and remember, he's weak.
เดี๋ยวนะ อันนี้มันรอบ2หรือว่ารอบ3นะแกทำไมเขามี
to
ปืนวะ
really maximize the value of that weapon.
And he has to bait.
โอ้ยไปขึ้นข้างบน
For the player in the corner to get to. I like that they're going heaven. Maximize the range here.
แล้วสโมกแล้วสตัน
Wait, that missed?
แล้วไม่โดนเหรอ
เอาเราไม่เห็นไง
Still concealed behind
เฮ้ย
He's in the cubby.
wall. The spam is there,
Insane.
but he still holds his nerve. He's patient, but there was way too much.
ถ้ามีปืนนี่สวนไปเรียบ
But
ร้อย
he
เลย
took
เมื่อ
none
กี้
of them.
And look,
แต่บูเราไม่ตกข้างบนอ่ะ
that the 3 players of DRX there in that retake are so aware of that little cubby that's being put in there with the Viper wall is a really good sign. The little halftime discussion that they had about what exactly
ถ้าได้
could
วิน
come
นี้
out from FPX with it already finding
Yeah,
dividends.
go,
That's
yeah,
not what they
yeah.
were able to do on that first half. Took them a long time to adapt.
Well, the thing is, even if you manage to fall for that one, surely there's no way you fall for it again. The fact that they've seen it, no value is found from it is massive.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหกำลังจะดูเลยนี่
See an exchange of
โคตรดี
utility
ไลน์
and
ไลน์อัพของบู
continue
บอ
to
ทเนี่ย
challenge this wall in A. Look at how far up Buzz is. Look at how far up Mako is. He's already cleared it. And a Prowler through.
Nobody here on this site. They've got a 180 turret to spot when they do hit the C side, but it's going to be way too late at that point. So they have to do a 5v5 retake on their bonus, where they're already disadvantaged. Also, note that trip by Artis. It's very, very off.
เข้าไว
And
มาก
Angel could potentially swing with it if he's
ไม่เห
there
มือน
in
ภาพ
time.
ตอน
I
ที่
think
เดีย
he
เข้า
might
ซี
just be, he just put down a smoke back on Garage, and no, he's not working his way back. So early warning system's not going to do that much.
Well, actually, Angel's back. He paranoias, and he's just going to get away. Tuck tail, try to stay alive. He sees the other paranoias swing right by him. Artis now has arrived. Reinforcements found.
โอ้โห
So much reinforcements.
ยัง
Artis
ไงก็
falls.
เช็ค
Can Angel do anything here?
นั่นไง
Nothing.
แปลก
You mentioned the
มาแล้ว
concerns around the bonus, and every
Oi,
single
oi,
shot
oi.
seems to be going
Oi.
wide for
ๆ
FPX.
แล้วโล
It's Zip in a 1v4. He swings around.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเชื่อใจเพื่อน
But
จั
he
ด
only gets one.
โอ้โห
If he
นี่ถ้า
takes
ดอก
down
เมื่อกี้
Zest
นี่
there,
คือ
that's
ไม่
a
เชื่อใจเพื่อน
one
นี่
round.
ทันนะเนี่ย
1,000%.
And he was so close.
ภาพ
to
มา
ชื่อตายสองหาย
Zest has 30 HP.
เซฟแบบว่ากู้แบบ
Zipon
กู้แบบ
was so
กู้
close. And they do convert the bonus. This was a problem for them.
โอ้บัส
Before we took our little break,
โอ้โห
when they played their game
กูเรีย
against
นเจ็ต
Fnatic,
ป่ะ
converting these bonuses. All right.
Oh boy.
We got the new spray in the game, and it's featured here in the crowd. 9-3 curse, is it real?
Might be a bit too early to say, but DRX sure are making believers out of a lot of people.
They forced FPX to call their first timeout, and I made a big deal about the fact they didn't have a timeouts of their own, and it's really important that they're doing this, forcing these ones out from FPX, because it gives a chance for Glow to instill a sense of game plan on this side. I think the nice part about switching the defense here for DRX is those game plans are a lot more fluid. It doesn't necessarily matter what FPX is throwing at you on attack. You're adapting to every individual hit.
Sure.
And not an entire multiply, like all sites are getting affected by Sugetsu.
Right. Certainly allows you to dial in a bit more to what you're seeing. Again, you heard during that timeout, the DRX fans are rolling deep, they're loud, but there's still so much work to go.
And FPX investing a decent amount here. Everybody with light armor. And remember what that costed them on Icebox. They got into a really weird situation when it came down to the gun rounds. So they have to find value here. They have to eat into the bank of DRX. And that's a great way to start it. Zipon all the way down, short control, has completely used this wall to its full effect, but look at the counter from DRX.
A 3-man flank through mid.
Trademark's gonna spot it, but they are all the way committed. Do they have some protocol to hold this back, and is it going to weaken their actual retake hold in their post plan?
Look at how there's
รีเทคอย่างเดียวเลยว่ะ
and he's got his ultimate. They're going to see this flank
เอาละ
attempt
ไม่ใช้
re-emerge
ยังไม่ใช้
as Artis tries to hold the line by himself.
ใช้เลยครับ
Used from Sugetsu.
เอาละ
A
เอ้า
D1-2.
แต่ไม่คุมซิปแพน
Zipen might be the trap that's laid.
โอ้โห
He's now pushing his way forward into the mid, repositioning as he's expecting the retake come through, and Artis re-challenges.
Oh, Mako
but he
Mama.
goes Icarus. He flies way too close to the sun.
อุ้ย
Mako and Zest getting 2 massive kills.
ก็ยากอยู่
spike ticking away. Buzz finds
Why?
one. The pitch should
Ôi.
go down,
Ow.
and they just get destroyed.
แล้วน้าเซ็งเลย
โอ้
น้า
Again,
เซ็ง
no
ใน
value
ช็อตนี้
found
ทำไมเหรอพี่มันเกิดอะไรขึ้น
from a
พิษหมดพอดีไง
quite decent
สู้แค่สู้
investment.
ตาย
All 5 players laid
น้า
armor
บอกอาบ
again.
น้ำอยู่
Stinger
ใคร
by.
แม่งเอา
กำลังอาบน้ำอยู่
There from Sugetsu
เอา
used
ม่าน
as
ล
well.
ง
And it
น้า
won't
บอก
net
โอ้
the same
ล้า
result. Thankfully, their loss bonus is quite high at
จริง
this point.
จริงจัดเลยเดี๋ยวเอ็กมาว่ะ
ไม่เป้ามันจับเลยเดินส
The
เต
thing
ย์
with the Viper's Pit there is
รีเทคดีจัง
everybody who's within that
Oh,
Viper's Pit is
song-
not
song
able to
rap
help.
Americana.
So you notice
พอเปิดมากอย่างเงี้ยแบบเสียดายเสียดายมากเลย
those are the players who are not expecting to be able
พูดได้ด้วย
to have to deal with the hot on their own because that pit is down.
ก็เปิด
Tell, it's not as rehearsed for FPX.
They haven't really shown anything different out of this wall from Sugetsu either. I think every round on attack has been that one.
Sure, but
เชี่
there's
ย
still
โหดจัด
so
พี่
many layers on top
ปล่อย
of
ไป
it
นู่น
still.
เลยวะ
โอ้โห
ลายวิจัย
Shock dart to clear out. Angels on top as well. They're double pushing the high.
โอ้โห
เขาไซด์โคตรแอดวานซ์
They
อ่ะ
cleared the site
ยิ
at
ง
this
ดิ
อยู่
point.
ข้างบนสองคน
เหมือนรู้
And don't forget, there is so much
รอ
post
รี
plant
เทค
here.
แล้วกล้าดู
Shouts on
อุ้ย
series
อา
of
ดิสไง
insult too.
แต่อาดิส
Look
ไง
at Artis. Once again,
Retake
going
ใช่
on
ไหม
the flank. And the timing
งั้น
is
กู
gonna
มา
work
รี
out
เทค
as
กับ
well.
มึงด้วย
ไม่มี
Oh!
What?
Zipan finds nothing.
What?
But again,
God.
Artis' flank
Oh my
is
God.
everything. Oh gosh. Missing
What?
the there.
โอ้โห
But
บั
Buzz
ส
finds 3.
The defuse is getting stuck right now. The mollies are only one is out.
Oh,
The
make-
second
make
one
cool
going
off.
out now, but they could
Line up.
easily
Hey.
stick this through. Shao
Line
still
up
with
the
the ult
ban.
though.
They've gotten it to
แล้ว
half. The
เชี่ย
layers
ตัวว่าก็มี
Go for it.
Oh my
Buzz is gonna
God.
try to do it. They bait out the Hunter's Fury.
ไล่
Time is
จากบ้าน
not plentiful here.
ยังไงก็ทัน
Buzz trying to dance around it, but he's gonna take too much damage. He has to pull off every single
Oh,
time.
they're sticking.
มันได้ครึ่งหนึ่งไปแล้วไง
Got it.
ว้า
Oh, with every
Whoa.
layer thrown their
เฮีย
way.
DRX making a quick
เฮ้ยมึง
case
ซ้อมมาเนี่ย
in the second half that
This
they
is
are
a gap,
definitely
yeah.
still here to play. Definitely still here to close out this match.
ว้า
What a
Hola,
round
¿qué
from
tal?
Buzz.
เฮ้ย
เฮียมันของจริงเกินว่ะพี่
Oh,
โอ้โห
goodness, that shot on the artist.
คุณเรียเจ็ต
And the final nail in the coffin
Whoa.
stacks as well. The
เชี่ย
failsafe.
บัตตูอีเวนตี้แอนบิยอน
เดียแคมป์ว่ะ
DRX.
ฮะพี่
So
เจิม
close
เดี๋ยว
to
พี่
tying
เจิม
up right now.
พี่
So
ผม
close.
ผมกำลังต้นมาม่าเลย
เจอแบบแชมป์เลยเหรอ
This Viper was absolutely
Champ.
not fruitful.
ปัดยิง
พี่พึ่ง
What a comeback,
รี
man.
เทคสุดจัด
That's just insane.
The resiliency shown by this team
Yeah.
throughout this tournament, with the exception of one series, the Loud series, has been ridiculous for a team that has gone through so
มัน
much
เป็นพร้อมกันด้วยแหละ มีคิว
trials
จอย
and
อะ
tribulations in terms of
จอยบิด
late tournament pressure getting to them.
And the tragedy that often ensues around
Retake
those
ได้อะ
moments. Mako repositioning around the nade. He's going to spot so many players. He's going to spot so
Uy,
much
Mako,
utility, and that's the
suway.
spike. The paranoia out, and it's going to hit so many members. It stalled it, but Angel goes
Oh.
forward again
Mako.
by himself.
อาดิสอีกแล้ว
He dies. Artis is taking garage.
Oh.
โอ้ย
Nothing.
เซฟ
เหมือน
No
เป๋
shot is landing from
แป
FPX.
ลกๆแล้ว
เป๋กันแล้ว
DRX seem incapable of doing wrong.
เฮ้ย
And it
Oi,
just
Mako.
continues.
โอ้โห
The shot dart in his lap gets
มาโก
4.
บอกว่าคนเดียวไซส์นี้ กูเฟดกูส
And
โม
the
กกู
game
วาบ
is
อยู่อ
all
ย่างงี้
tied up. That
เดี๋ยว
right
มัน
there
ไม่เข้ามา
is
ด้วยกัน
DRX
น่ะ
on.
ประเด็นน่ะ
There's just so much good utility to break up the hit from FPX. Yeah, the paranoid.
เข้ามาอยู่คนเดียว
There's the fault line to stun Zipon. He's alone.
เข้ามาคนเดียว
Angel gets flashed by stacks there.
ไม่
Moments
ต่างจาก
before
ซูเว
Mako
สึ
goes
เลย
out
บอ
and
มตี
swings.
พอกันเลย
And they know what's about to
Yeah.
happen. They know they just
โค
tied
ต
up
ร
the
โห
game.
ด
And forced an eco here. This is the chance for them to take the lead.
You want to play? Let's play.
6 rounds in a row.
ทำไมดีจังอ่ะ
For DRX, you see now why this is the map that they chose, why they feel comfortable here.
แต่เหมือนรู้นะ
Buzz with the op, and they're going to challenge him. Artis has a sword force on the other side. The Prowler cleared out. No shot fired. Oh,
Wing
Buzz
lap.
misses,
Wait.
but he's going to re-challenge.
Tie,
There's
man.
no choice otherwise. And they're all flashed up.
Wait.
They can't see a dang thing.
Oh.
Oh my gosh,
Oh.
Buzz gets another. It's all
Man,
in.
yeah.
Oh, Hail King
มันยิงอย่างนี้
Heavy Rain.
โอ้เวอ
Just
ร์มาก
shutting down every single approach. And remember what I
ยิง
said
ไปได้ไหนครับว่า
about
โอ้ย
DRX
ไป
and
โอ้
how
ยไป
they're interrupting the op ability of artists.
นี่ไง
โอ้ย ยอย่าโดน
FPX is doing the same thing to Buzz, but he still does not care.
เดี๋ยวไปอยู่ด้วยกัน4 คน 5 คน
ไลน์อัพเหรอไลน์อัพเหรอ
Buzz is a bloody demon.
ยังจะเอาหัวไปอีก
The lead is gone.
And we just came back from halftime. I mean, that feels like 2 minutes ago. Look at this. Nade combo in the back with the Viper Molly. And Buzz just moves out of the way. There's too many gaps on these executes that Buzz is ripping apart. Angel stunned. Just stunned.
หน้าตาโตอ่ะ
วันนี้ทำไมดูน้าเหมือนทรงไม่ค่อยดีเลย
is 3 rounds away
ไม่รู้อะ
น้าเมาหมัด
achieving the best
ไม่เหมือน
performance
ปกติจะแบบว่า
Korean
ยิ้
team
มแย้
since
ม
our
หน่อย
very first global tournament.
ปั๊บพูดเยอะๆในนี้แบบได้แต่แบบ
3
ทำ
rounds
ตาโต
away
เงี
from
ยบ
tying New Turn
ๆดูเห
the
นื่อย
very very first Reykjavik.
ๆยืดเส้นไปหน่อย
น้าบอกเมาหมัด
เจ้า
โดนละ
เจ้ามองน้าเลยอะเป็นอะไรวะน้าเป็นอะไร
ไม่พูดอะไรเลยผมไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเลยเนี่ยนะ
Hit that notch.
ปกติน้าสั่งไม่หยุดเลยวัน
They're
นี้น้า
trying to
เงียบ
take
เลย
it 1 notch further. Still not over.
แต่คนเจียนี่คือเจีย
This
ฝั่ง
FPX
ที่แบบ
team
ว่า
has shown so much magic throughout this
โดนนำนะ
tournament. And against this team,
จะได้มันๆเหรอ
and the crowd trying to hype
ตอน
them
แรก
up
ยั
a
ง
little
DIX
bit
รัวๆเลย
because they need it. Not a single round won so far on this attack side. Not a single round.
นอกจากซิงเกิลลาวอ่ะตั้งแต่ย้ายมาไม่เคยแพ้เลย
ยังไม่ได้สักวินเลยดูดิ7แล้วนะ
คือกู้ได้ตลอดรีเทคได้ตลอด
Really, but
ก็การ
survival
ได้ตลอด
before that.
คอมเนี่ยจะบุกไม่เวิร์ก
And it's just been nothing this half.
It's an easy way to push
เอา
Buzz
ละครับ
off the
น้า
angle.
ทำเกมแล้วตอนนี้
แต่รีเทคเก่งมากเลยเกา
And
หลี
Derek's look like they want to try to fight back against the wall, which they haven't really done so far. They've been really relying on
แต่อาร์ดิสเดินไปแล้วไง
fighting the execute that gets thrown out. That's cautious.
น้าสั่งไปหมดแล้วตอนนี้
น้าเปลี่ยนไปเปลี่ยนมาแล้วขอ
Outside of those bricks. This is
ประ
a
โยชน์ของ
very
อันนี้คืออะไร
artist-esque
10 คะแนน
position right
แต่ไม่ตัวเองไม่ลก
Speaking of which, you
Lick
see
tutti,
him
lick
on the
tutti.
mini-map playing towards B with the Prowler, getting a little bit of info, and they're going to rotate back into him. But the thing is, there's an alarm bot on the other side that truly is hurt at this point. Angel still has some utility, so they can try to smoke it out.
Ready for that same TP satchel up play from Zipman.
Shock Dart didn't clear it out. Artist has to do it himself.
ก็บีอีกแล้ว
And we've been here
น้าเดิน
before.
ไปดูลิต
This time, the
น้า
utility
สโมมีแกป
in
ด้วย
the post
ไม่รู้
plan
ตั้ง
is
ใจหรือเปล่า
significantly less. No Hunter's Fury. Only 1 Molly.
ให้
No
วางครับ
ult from Zipon either.
อยากวางเลยเอาเลยเชิญ
ดีเทคโชว์เลยแล้วกัน
For FPX. Who stops the bleeding? Who's the
อยาก
band-aid?
รู้มากเลยมันรีเทคยังไงอ่ะ
อุ้ยใครเจ็บอ่ะ
Fired Buzz with the op, still holding things
เฮ้ย
up.
อุ้ย
Oh my
Oi.
gosh, I thought
Ui,
that was a hit.
Ah.
Artist is repositioned.
Ow.
Shao has found one on his S.
มีดเลยปะล่ะ
Looking forward. Shao still close by. Blades in his back pocket.
Ollie's out.
Mako has gotten into half, and he's gonna stick.
เย็ด
the
แค่
He's just gonna
เหี้ย
stick.
เกิน
หมด
เฮีย what the fuck
เกิน วางไปเลยบอม
FPX look lost. They look
อะไร
befuddled.
วะเนี่ย
ก็ตัด
And I
ปืน
think
ไป
they're
อีก
all scratching their head because where did that
คือ
Molly
ให้วาง
go?
ทุก3-4
Sugetsu
รอบ
definitely
อ่ะ
fired it off. Maybe he used it
Really?
really early. But I think it just missed entirely. It went over to the left. You just saw it get used. He's using it to try to delay them getting in the side rather than
อะไรอันนี้ กูโคตรคม
2 rounds now. And you've seen it so many times on their face. The reactions from FPX, they just have no clue what to do.
And that's a scary place to be, man.
Angel's ulted. He's all the way out
Oi.
in heaven right now.
แล้วได้เฉยตรงนี้
And the
เอา
aggression
เรามาจากไหนครับตรง
from
นี้เนี่ย
DRX right now
Oh,
might get
nah,
punished.
but
The drone to push him
aggressive
back, they have to
moment
go through that wall. And they can't retreat. There's no way forward.
He's so bold. Buzz uses the blades.
Luna.
Shao close by. Yeah, the spike's been planted, but Chao's in a world
Ah.
of hurt.
ไม่ตาย
Oh my gosh.
โอ้โห
It was ugly,
ไม่อยาก
but that's
เชื่อ
okay. It works
Cute.
out.
And the trades are huge, but they're coming
Shot.
fast behind them.
They're flanking the flankers. Sugetsu's there.
Hi.
He too, but no!
Oh,
Possessed
man.
is wise to it.
อ๋อเซตเมื่อ
Artist
กี้คือ
has
อะไร
managed to get one. And he's gonna be flanking around.
โอ้โห
Angel's not around.
พูดเลย
Artist has to do it
โอ้โห
himself.
ติดตันด้วย
Fault line beforehand.
โอ้โห
Good for Zest.
โอ้11 ราว 12 ราวติด เช
ชี่ยเคิร์ดจัด
เคิร์ดแบบหนักมากอันเนี้ย
Korea strong. TRX.
เชื่อเหลือจะเชื่อ
Fighting.
เหลือเชื่อมากอ่ะ
Their hardest.
ไม่ได้ยังไงวะ
To make it to that podium finish, something that has eluded them their entire careers.
โอ้โห
And it is one
เชี่ยพวกคมเกิน
away.
มันเป็นไปได้เหรอเนี่ย
DRX is one of the most consistent teams at making it to global events. But
แล้ว
so
จน
often they fall.
โลกบินท้าย
Last chance in modern VCT.
โอ้โหเรายึดตรงกลางได้ โอ้โห
They're making a play. 2 down mid.
โอ้โห
A little bit of early aggression, a little bit of early space denial. You've got Buzz holding that
โอ้โหมี
window
คนล็อก
too.
หน้าต่างวินโดว์ไว้ด้วย ดูกันทุกมุมแล้วนะ เหมือนจะไปหรือเปล่า
Oh, you
นะ
can feel the tension
น้าจะไปจริง
It's all just
นะออกมาครึ่งตัวแล้วนะ
นี่ไงน้าเรียบร้อย
Buzz is
มันลงหน้าต่าง
เออโหยิงพลาด2 นัดเลย
and gets away. A 4v4.
Equality achieved,
wow.
but no space except for Artist. Look at him.
อาดิษ
All the way up.
And he has the chance to find so much value here. But Buzz
เฮ้ย
on
แต่
the
เขารู้
other
ว่า
side,
ดิสอีกแล้วอ่ะ
keeping things back.
ไม่เช็ค
Artist
โอ้โหเช็คเฉย
just there. No,
โอ้โห
just
ไอ้
one.
เหี้ยมันโดนจับได้เลยอะพี่
No
แม่งสตรีม
magic.
สไนป์เดียเอ็กอะ
No
มันมา
artist.
บ่อย
เหมือนโดนจ
Sugetsu
น
and Shao.
โดนสตรีมสไนป์เลย ใช่เลย
The dynamic duo.
เหมือนที่โดนไอ้เลสอะ
In this 2v3.
แน่นั้น
ไอ้
They're
เหี้ยแม่งโดน
walking
จับ
into a stack
ต้องเรียก
kill
เพื่อนมา
streak
อา
today.
ทิตย์โดนจับ
โดน
And RB, who's blossomed so much in this role, in this tournament. But DRX mere moments away from putting them down. You see it. Oh, RB.
He has
ดู
help.
ขวาให้
He does.
ดูขวาให้
It's massive help
เล่น
too.
ซ้ายไปเลย
The challenge is there. They're going to swing right into
โอ้โห
it.
จบ
They
โอ้โห
both
ไม่ได้สักวิน
This is it. They use
เหี้ย
the throne. Take down
นี่คือ
FPX
กระตองอ่ะ
and advance.
ปิดสำนักก่อน
It was your reigning champions. And DRX has sent them home.
ของแสลงจะจัดก็แสลง FPX เลย
For the Koreans.
บุกไม่เข้าเลยสักวิน
And they keep taking down crowd favorites.
They're not done, man. You can tell they're not done. Top 3, and how much further can this team go?
เฮ้ยอาจจะซี่อะ
Finally, all of the stars aligning for DRX. After so many questions about when are they going to bomb out, are they going to be on
นี่
schedule?
โซโล่พี่ใช่ปะ
At this point,
ไอ้โกร
โอ้ยโกลด้วยวะไอ้โกล
those questions, 'cause
โอ้โห
you could see
แม่ง
it's
เอาไปหมดเลย
possible for them to go all the way.
แม่งเอาไปหมด
จริงๆโค้ช4
They
คน
got a
น่าจะเอา
rematch
โซโล่มา
scheduled
ด้วย
now in the
นะ
lower
Kan
rank
dia.
final against Optic.
โซโล่ก็เก่ง
Boy, is that going to be a treat.
The conversations that we've had around the adjustments that DRX have made, Stacks back on IGLing, RB changing roles.
เฟนาติกอะไรวะ
It's
น่ะ
all coming together at just the right time.
Buzz bringing back the Korean Jet to the highest of talking points. Matching the best Korean finish so far.
เดียต้องเข้าไปเจอกับอะไรนะ
And this is
ออปติก
what was hailed at the beginning of Valorant as a dynasty.
ใคร
แต่ว่า
แพ้
มัน
คื
ขึ้
อน ที่
ชื่อ
3
มันขึ้นชื่อ
As
รี
the
เทค
guys
อยู่
who
แล้ว
are going to take
แบบ
over
เนี้
the
ยของ
scene.
เดีย
It's this
เอา
squad,
ว่ะ
man.
ยุโรปหายไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Finally, they're delivering.
เล็กเต็มไว้อะ
They have.
Oh, they have.
They have.
I mean, how many times? Silence Fnatic, silence the Turkish crowd,
คู่นี้มีคู่
silence
เดียวป่ะครับ
FPX.
ใช่ครับ แต่ BO5 นะเอ้ย BO
honestly now-
BO5
What more
Wow,
can you do
yeah,
except
โคตรเดือด
confirm?
ใช่ใช่
We just hop on Achilles' train. I mean, they look so good in
โอ้
this
สุ
game.
เกสูทำดีแล้วน้อง
Performance,
โอ้โหแต่ไวเปอร์โหดจริง
Again, a
Ding.
complete effort.
เดี๋ยวนะเอาเมาส์ใส่กระเป๋ากางเกงสายห้อย
And
คอ
even
สู
in
ด
the
ไหนนะ
face of the wrinkle, in the face of the Viper on
กระ
Haven,
เป๋าอยู่ไหน
how would
เดี๋
they
ยวก่อน
work out? How are they going to use that to their benefit? I mean, the attack was non-existent.
Yeah, they handle it.
Did they ever?
As Sugetsu leaves the stage as well, it'd be remiss to not mention the facts. FPX,
Cái
reigning
một trận.
champions, gone now. Not a chance of a repeat.
แต่เจอลาวนี่ไม่เอาท
The
รงเลย
only chance at a two-peat is Optic. And this is only the second time now that we don't have any EMEA teams
ตอนแรกนึกว่ามี3 แมตช์
within the top 3 at these global tournaments. The only other time was earlier this year.
อาบีนี่ไม่เคยพูดเลยไอ้เหี้ยพรุ่งนี้เริ่ม3 ทุ่มครับ
We've seen so far the death of the
ก็คือ
Terrans
ดู
in
ได้
minor regions.
ดูได้ยาวเลย
And it seems
ก็
as well
น่า
we're
จะ
seeing the rise
ถ้า
of
มากสุด
some
ก็คง
new
ตี 2อ่ะเนี่ยแบบเนี้ยประมาณนี้
absolute challengers to be contenders to the title.
Remember, that was a 9-3
เตรียมใจมานอนตี 3
in favor of FPX.
ขอบคุณครับพี่ไปพี่โปเต้
ครับ
พี่เอ๋ยไปดูอะไรนะพี่
ฮะ
ใช่แล้วไปแล้วเจอกันครับทุกคนบ๊ายบายขอวอร์มเล่นแมน1 ตาไหนขอดูดิ2 คนนี้เล่นกันไปยังเปเปอร์เล็กกับจริงเอ้ยเจสันกดไป33 ตัวจริงกดไป26 ตัวทีมทำอะไรอยู่วะเชี่ย14-12 14-12วะล่ะ14-12เลยเฮ้ยกดกับพี่ชายใครว่าโฮมแลนเดอร์เนี่ยหมดจังวะเอฟเอสมากกว่าแองเจิลแรงสักแมปไม่ได้นอนนะแรงสักแมปก็คือไม่ได้นอนนะไม่ได้นอนไม่พอนอนไม่หลับด้วยนะยังไงสิเดชลูกของแฟนทอมโบรโอ้โอ้ยแรงตี2 กลัวไม่มีคนคุยกันอะไรหลับไปแล้วหลับกันไปหมดแล้วหมายถึงง่วงอ่ะคุยกันไม่รู้เรื่องละเฮ้ยเหี้ยวะนะ เป็นเข้ามือโถ่เลยเอ้า มันเงียบวะขอถอยก่อนเยอะไปเดินยิงอะไรวะน่ะอ้าวอย่าสวัสดีครับโอ้โนโนโนยังไม่โดนโอ้ยาใจเย็นเพื่อนยังอยู่โอ้โหกูเลยจะเชื่อเป็นทอมโบร129 ไปแล้วนอนใครวะนะแฟนทอมปะแฟนทอมมันสุดจริงวะเชี่ยบรอเธอร์ทูไกส์ซูซานโตแฟมิลี่ฝันดีครับเจอกันนะครับขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับ